does. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. You're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are. I need you again, so stick around. So stick around. me go. You're the one I want, so you need me. Hide away I love, don't let go. I know you feel the same, so you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let it go. I know you feel the same. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. So you need me. Hide away I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. So you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so leave me. Don't let it go. I know you feel me. Cause you'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Baby, you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Baby, you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Baby, you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Baby, you should take it slow. Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away now. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let it go. I know you feel it. Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away now. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let it go. I know you feel it. Cause you'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious. That's the part you always show. You're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious. That's the part you always show. You're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are. Oh.
I need you again, so stick around. So stick around. I need you again, so stick around.
Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I want. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. You'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let go. I know you feel the same. you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me, hide away now. Don't let go. Know you feel the same. Say you need me, 'cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love.
Yo, what's happening? Good morning, y'all. Good morning, good morning. Are we really ready for this? I don't think we are. My stomach has been in knots all morning, and I don't know if it's because of the stuff that we went through with this case. I don't know if it's because of all the drama and bullshit that we went through with it. I don't know if it's just, part of my nerves. But my stomach is really, really knotted up right now. So, good morning, good morning. Happy Monday, y'all. We got a little bit of time before this starts. So we're going to go over some of the other stuff. So we'll just watch a few updates here real quick of what's going on. So the jury was seated and all that. We'll just play a few of those clips and then we'll start the trial. I don't know, man. This is really just really tough. I know this trial is going to be really hard for some of us. I know that. Give yourself grace. If you can't listen to it or you can't watch it, step away, turn it off, turn something else on. Whatever you got to do, I mean, like I said, take care of your mental health first. Please keep in mind that family members will be in here, probably in and out of here. So be very mindful of what you say, because I know that, we don't know each other in real life and all that, but sometimes words do hurt. So just be mindful of your words today, please. I'm not saying your opinions don't matter. You're welcome to have your opinions and we don't have to agree. But just keep in mind, some people may be watching. Just be respectful. That's all. Like I said, we don't have to agree on anything at all, but just be respectful. All righty, let's see here. Does anybody know if Dolly went? Did Dolly go down there? Is he down there? I figured a little Skid Row would probably stop and make her fucking appearance because, she's no longer allowed to speak on Sebastian's case. So what's the next best thing to do? Start her shit in this one again. I think she knows Chief Hadley ain't having her bullshit this time. But anyhow, we'll play a few clips here and stuff, and then we'll get going because the trial will be starting here shortly. So, let's see, what time's it said? Set 34 minutes from now. So, yes, Quinny, the jury is seated. They had 16 members of the jury. They had 16 members out of all of them that they got to keep so far. So, but I wanted to tell you guys this. So it says Chatham County judge ruled some contested evidence admissible in Leilani Simon trial. Now this was 2 days ago, so I don't know if you guys already seen it. If you did, just don't mind me, but I didn't see it, and I wanted to know if you guys had seen it. So I'm gonna play a little piece last from 1 second here. We'll pop it on. But just to give you a reminder, this is actually where me and Bullhorn Betty got into a blowout because I exposed her for the trash bag that she is, in my opinion, and all the trash things that she was doing in this neighborhood of these people. So, yeah, fuck her.
At 6, I'm Mike C.
And I'm Dawn Baker. We'll get to all of that in just a few minutes. But first, a partial win for prosecutors in the case of a Chatham County mother charged with murdering her own toddler. The judge will allow some hotly contested evidence to be used during the trial.
WTSC's Flynn Snyder is live at the Chatham County Courthouse. And Flynn, the battle over this evidence has lasted now for months.
Yeah, Mike, Don, that's right. Good evening. Once again today, prosecutors introduced text messages, interview recordings, and cell phone video that they say show Leilani Simon's mindset at the time of her toddler's disappearance. Prosecutors say this evidence and this info is central to why they believe Simon killed her 20-month-old toddler and discarded his body in a dumpster. A partial about face in the Leilani Simon trial. Judge Tammy Stokes ruling today that prosecutors can present evidence they say shows Simon's fraught relationships and drug use at the time of her toddler Quinton's death. It comes after Judge Stokes initially blocked the evidence earlier this year. During the at times combative proceedings today, prosecutor Jenny Parker said the evidence should be allowed as it shows personal stressors in Simon's life pushed her to become a desperately unhappy woman. Exacerbated by her drug use, Parker says Simon became so low and desperate that the mother killed her 20-month-old toddler Quinton so she would be loved. Simon's lawyers pushed back, saying the evidence is only being used to make her look bad. Defense attorney Robert Perks exclaiming they had their hearing, the evidence was excluded, and how many bites of the apple do they get? Potential witnesses also took the stand Thursday, including Simon's former friend and the daughter of Quinton's babysitter. Judge Stokes ruled their testimony is also admissible, as prosecutors aim to show what they say is Simon's animosity towards Quinton's father, and by extension, Quinton. Plus,
So basically, they ruled that the babysitter is inadmissible. The mother, Leilani Simon, and her mother, their text messages are inadmissible. There's a lot of things that they're not going to be able to use in court. There's a lot of things that they thought they were going to be able to use that they're not going to be able to use. So that's what this is about. Also, I seen somebody in the chat asked about the alts. So it says 12 main, 4 alternatives. So basically you get 12 jurors, and then if one of them comes up sick or they have to leave or they get kicked out or they get caught recording or sharing or anything like that, you have 4 alts that can step into the place that will be there paying attention, watching, and listening in case they need to step up and step into the seat of a juror. So that's what that means. Just basically like an extra, having an extra there in case something happens as a backup.
Simon's abuse of the 20-month-old. In total, 7 of the 10 pieces of evidence were ruled admissible. Simon has pleaded not guilty to the charges and appeared to shake her head and tear up during the hearing. Her toddler's disappearance sparked a multi-agency weeks-long search before his remains were found in a local landfill.
Tammy's clips, baby, I don't know. I'm not sure. We're gonna find out together, you guys. There's a lot of, like I said, my stomach is in knots right now because I know there's a lot of information that we didn't know, that we were not privy to, that we're gonna find out, and it's probably gonna really fucking.
Back in 2022, the case that gained national attention now rolling full steam ahead to opening statements expected to begin next week. So this all comes as a jury still needs to be seated for this trial. Potential jurors were not in court today, partly because of the impacts from Hurricane Milton. Jury selection expected to resume tomorrow.
Mind you, this is an older clip from a couple days back. So just to keep that in mind, this is not a clip from today. This is from a couple days ago. Let me see here. We'll go grab us another one because the jurors have been seated. They have them all seated. Everything's ready to go. So this one was 2 days ago. Let's see what she's got to say. This is from 2 days ago. So let's check her out.
Continuing coverage now on that high-stakes murder trial of a Chatham County mother accused of killing her toddler and dumping his body in the trash. WSAV's Kelly Fedko inside the courtroom. She tells us who will make up the jury for Leilani Simon's case.
The jury officially seated in the trial of Leilani Simon, accused of murdering her 20-month-old son, Quinton. It took 2 days and nearly 15 hours for both counsels to narrow down a jury pool of 98 people to 16 jurors. That includes 4 alternates. The jury consisting of 10 men and 6 women, all of mixed age and race. Opening statements begin on Monday. I'll be in court that day, giving you updates throughout the day, and I will be with you through the entirety of this trial. Reporting in Savannah, Kaylee Fedko, WSAV News 3.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of media in the courtroom today. Yeah, Delphi starts today too. So yeah, Leilani's trial starts today and Delphi starts today. So there's a lot of shit to be covered. There's a lot of stuff going on. Lori C says it makes me mad every time I hear dumped him in the trash. Yeah, baby, it makes me mad too. And you know, again, man. Yes, Dolly went to jail when this was going on for snatching a bullhorn out of Aileen's hands when she was standing outside. Judge is up, cameras on. Here we go. Let's rock and roll. Let's get her going.
20-month-old boy named Quinton Simon.
This is a missing persons case that feels so different.
Where is the baby?
Our search teams at the waste management landfill found what they believed were human remains.
Leilani Simon is charged with the murder of her 20-month-old son.
I look over and check on my kids, and he was gone.
The toddler in landfill murder trial. Trial coverage weekday mornings, 8/7 Central on Court.
Tragic story of
This one ain't on, baby. So which one you watching? Because this one's not ready yet. We still got 25 minutes left. Where's your lights, camera, action, crime sleuthing? Because this, I'm watching Court TV. I'm going off theirs. Law and Crime's got theirs going. Let's go check it. Let's go see what's up. I mean, we'll watch whatever one you want to watch. It doesn't matter. There's going to be a lot of going on. Okay, here's this one. So we'll turn this one on. Court TV, you running late, dog. You running late, big dog. Let's go back. We'll go back. Let's see where they turn it. Here it goes.
Need to go out on the live stream doesn't happen. So if it does, we will put up a screen so that you won't be able to see. But opening statements have begun, and we will take that live right now. We're taking you live to the Leilani Simon trial.
All right, y'all. Here we go.
Right. Would you please bring in Miss Simon?
Oh, we can't hear this. Oh no. Oh no. No. Oh, we're not gonna do this. Oh, we're not gonna do this. We're not gonna do this. Nope. We need to get us the louder one. No. Come on now. Don't do us like that now. I am the audio police. Come on now. We need to be able to hear this. We need to be able to hear this. No. Court TV, you better get your shit together. Come on now. You running late. Let's go check Long Crime. See if their audio's better. Because fuck that. We need something we can actually hear. We'll listen to this for now while I find a better one. Oh no, Sharon said it's bad on Long Crime too. Oh my God.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now on the record in SPCR 22-03-364J6, the state of Georgia versus Leilani Marie Simon. Ms. Simon is at council table. She is represented by her attorneys, Martin Hilliard and Robert Curse. The state of Georgia is represented by AUSA Tim Dean, Assistant District Attorney Jenny Parker, as well as Detective Marion Lemons. Is the state ready to proceed?
The state is ready.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
The defense is ready, Your Honor. And at this point in time, the defense would invoke the rule of sequestration.
And with that, all witnesses shall remain outside the courtroom except when you are personally called to testify. All witnesses shall not discuss the case with other witnesses or with the parties or with anyone else until the evidence is concluded or you've been excused from appearance. Are there any witnesses other than the detective present at this time?
There should not be, Your Honor. As to the detective, just to make the record clear, I will make the motion to have her exempted from the rule of sequestration. She is the state's designated representative in this case, and her presence throughout the trial will be essential for the orderly presentation of the evidence.
Thank you. Any objection?
Your Honor, I always lodge an objection to that since we've invoked the rule of sequestration, but I understand that is in fact what Georgia law is. I note my objection to the record.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Hilliard. With that, is there anything that we need to take up before bringing in the jury and swearing them in? Okay. Please bring in the jury.
Jury stand ready.
Okay, I got Court TV on and it sounds a hell of a lot better. Let's switch over. Here we go. We're going to do the old switcheroo real quick. So we might be a little bit behind, but we're going to fast forward it. Here we go.
With that, is there anything that we need to take up before bringing in the jury and swearing them in?
There you go.
Okay. Please bring in the jury.
Jury stand ready.
I'm gonna do the panel.
Well, I mean, let's keep it real. I'm sure she is crying. I mean, you know, the consequences of her own actions. She's sitting down at a table right now to consequences of her own actions, as far as we know. So, I mean, I'm sure she is crying. Reality's a bitch, especially when you got to face the music. I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that she's crying. I mean, I believe that is real. I believe those tears are. I believe those are real tears, because she knows exactly what time it is right now. I mean, she knows she's got her brother testifying against her. She's got her baby daddy testifying against her. This trial's online. Everybody's watching. Yes, I have to play the music in the background to avoid strikes. Fair use.
Please have a seat. Everyone else in the courtroom as well, please have a seat. All right. First of all, good morning to you. thank you for being here. I know last week wasn't easy, and starting out your week like this doesn't make it any easier. There are a couple of things I want to ask you. When you left, I asked you not to have any contact with anyone about the case. Don't discuss the case. Don't do any research. Don't avoid the media. If you are in the room when something starts, please leave. Has anyone have any issues with those instructions?
No, ma'am.
Very good. And with that, you will now be sworn as jurors.
Good morning. Please stand and raise your right hand. You shall well and truly try the issues formed upon this bill of indictment between the state of Georgia versus Leilani Marie Simon, who is charged with the offenses of malice murder, felony murder 2 counts, concealing the death of another, false report of a crime, making a false statement 14 counts, and a true verdict give according to the evidence, so help you God. Please respond with I will.
I will.
You may be seated.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to jump right in.
We're gonna have to redo that. One of the jurors was missing.
Oh my. Okay, ma'am, you come on down. Thank you, Mr. Hilliard, for noticing that.
She said, oh my.
Good morning. Okay, let's do that again.
Raise your right hands. You shall well and truly try the issues formed upon this bill of indictment between the state of Georgia versus Leilani Marie Simon, who is charged with the offenses of malice murder, felony murder 2 counts, concealing the death of another, false report of a crime, making false statements 14 counts, and a true verdict give according to the evidence, so help you God. Please respond with I will.
I will.
You may be seated.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started right away. The first thing I'm going to do is give you some preliminary instructions. I have asked the bailiff to provide you with pens and notepads for your use during trial. You may take notes, but you are not required to do so. If you decide to take notes, please remember that note taking should not divert you from paying full attention to the evidence and evaluating witnesses' credibility. Your observations of the witness during their testimony can be vital to your determination of the believability of their testimony. The notes, until you retire, the notes are there to assist you in remembering what you have. And I'm taking a look at my notes, and my notes need to be a little bit different from what they are. All right. I don't have everything that I need. So this is a wonderful way to start out. We're going to take already a 5-minute break. Okay, so you take the jurors to the deliberation room.
Jurors exiting. All good, Judge.
Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break. The court is to refer to her notes and to essentially read from the notes. I have big gaps in my notes that I didn't realize until now. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you. We're in recess. Yeah.
We're taking a 5-minute break already and ain't even been on, what, 10 minutes? Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Here we go. Also, if you guys wake up today with a membership, Easy stopped by last night and was dropping it like it was hot. So There's going to be a lot of people that wake up with a lot of membership, with all the memberships today, like different people be waking up with their memberships in your email. So if you got one and that's why you're here, I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Does she have a public defender? Yes, she does not. She did not pay for a lawyer. She does not have a paying lawyer. So yes, she does have a public defender at this time. Just Samantha says she already cried. I thought they are told to do their best not to show emotions. Well, honey, they try. You know what? You can be told not to show your emotions, but you can't help it. And listen, let's keep it real. When she was out, she was on drugs. She was allegedly on drugs, and so she was numb to what was going on. So at this point, she's sober. She's got to deal with the consequences of her own actions. Not only that, I can't say that she didn't have love for this child and realize that, you know, he's gone. Allegedly at her hands, you know. So I mean, I don't know. It just bothers me a little bit. So yeah, she's going to be emotional. Absolutely. That's real raw emotions of her listening to this, and then she's going to have to listen to everything that comes out. She's going to have to sit there through all of it. Calling it now, proof of corruption cover-up. The state on the take to protect Leilani. You know that's where they'll go because of misplaced notes. Hold on. I agree, Queen. It hasn't even started, is my point. She's going to cry all the way through it. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah, she's going to cry all the way through it. Because, like I said, it's a reality point to her. Flora, I understand, baby. And listen, you guys, again, let me tell you, take care of your mental health first. There's going to be things in this that are going to be bothersome to all of us, right? Yeah, Rebel Rose said, I don't know if I could ever be a juror. This would be extremely difficult to hear. Absolutely. Absolutely. And like I said, there's going to be things that come out that we didn't know about, that we were not privy to. She's going to cry because her mind isn't altered anymore. She's clean and sober now. Yeah, absolutely. Monkey Biz, hold on. I got gifted a membership last week, and I have no idea who gifted it, so I can't thank them, but whoever it was, thank you so much. Monkey, I appreciate that. Like I said, I don't know who gave it to you, but there's a lot of people that gift memberships to support the channel, and I really appreciate it. So I just wanted to say thank you guys for those of you guys who have, for those of you who have gifted memberships. I appreciate it, and I know people say thank you. They don't really know who to thank. But if you guys have gifted them, just know there's a lot of people that appreciate y'all. What? She had 2 years to cry. Oh, I'm sure. I mean, and not only that, though, she's in front of everybody. You know what I mean? She's got to face the music in front of everyone. Family, friends, Quinton's family, his dad's family. You know, there's media there, which means she knows it's going to be broadcasted to all the people that she knows, her community. Oh, GM Lovely, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. If y'all got one, please make sure you tell her thank you. Shauna, my heart is breaking for BJ no matter what. That's still her daughter. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'll tell you right now, I don't know how I would personally, because I've never been in this position. I don't ever hope to ever be in this position. I can't say for 100% how I would react, but I know my heart would be hurting for not only my child, but what my child did, because, you know, no matter what, you love your child. Your child made a mistake, a horrible mistake. She can hate her all day long, but she still has love for her. That is her child. She birthed that child. Just like Quinton Simon, I believe that Leilani does still have love for him. That's a child. That's her child. She birthed that child. How can you not love him? I believe that she, in my opinion, had a drug-induced blowout and something happened. I don't know. We're going to find out, but my stomach's already upset. So I can only imagine how her family's feeling right now. What an awful position to be in. I know, Michelle. I can't believe it's been 2 years already. It does not seem like it's been 2 years, does it? And Billy Joe has lost so much. May God keep her close. Yeah, she really has. I mean, I just hope that people realize, she is not Leilani. As much as people want to hate her for what happened, she's not Leilani. She did not hurt that baby. Hey, Lori, I'm not asking for sympathy for her. Honestly, I'm not. I'm just telling you my opinion. That's right. That's all. And we don't have to agree. That's okay. I know there's people that don't agree with me, and that's okay. I'm okay with that. I mean, hey, I might change my mind throughout this trial. I don't know. I mean, like I said, there's things that we're not privy to. So I'm sure I'm probably going to find things out too. I just right along with you guys. I mean, we're probably going to find them out together. I'm sure her mother's going to find out things that she doesn't know, right along with all the rest of us. Because as much as we think we know everything, we don't. Matter of fact, let's take it back real quick while we're waiting. While we're on a break. Bama's Tiny House and Garden says, in a very real way, BJ has lost them both that day. Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for your super chat. But I definitely agree. She lost her daughter and her grandson that day. I'm sure BJ wants her convicted as much as we do. Yeah, if it comes out that she was solely responsible for this, just like Billy Joe said, I think people need to keep in mind when she came home and found out what was going on and had actually got home and, dealt with the magnitude of the situation. I don't think people realize the stuff that she went through. And she said from the beginning, if it comes back that my daughter did this, I will turn her in myself. And she did. When Leilani called her from rehab and said, come and get me, I'm coming home, she said, no, you're not coming home. You're not ever allowed back in my house again. But I will come and pick you up and we will find a place for you to stay. And she picked her up and took her straight to the police station. Called Chief Hadley, and Chief Hadley got the warrant signed and Chief Hadley actually told her to wait a few. Chief Hadley told her to call back in an hour. Do you know if she wanted to help her daughter, she could have took her and left and made sure she fucking beat feet and made it out of town and didn't have to face charges? But no, she went and said, here, you know what? We'll go grab something to eat while we wait. And then when Chief Hadley called and the warrant was signed and ready to go, what'd they do? Got in the car and drove straight to the police station. And Billy Joe handed her daughter over to Chief Hadley to face these charges. So before you jump in Billy Joe's ass, make sure you understand. It's likely we will learn we don't already know. Hold on. It's likely we will learn things we don't already know. Please reserve all judgments unless you've been in this position. You have no idea how you would react. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, none of us know. I'm sure I'd probably freak the fuck out. I'm not sure that I wouldn't, you know, I'm not sure I wouldn't be the one sitting in there after I talked to my daughter and found out. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how I would react, honestly. I really just don't. And I'm telling you now, yeah, Kathy, that had to be so freaking hard for Billy Joe. Yeah, absolutely. You've got to turn your child in for, potentially murdering your grandbaby. And most people, most grandbaby, grandchildren, with your grandchildren are your everything. You treat your grandbabies better than you damn near treated your own kids. I've never heard of a grandparent not treating their grandchild better than they treated their own child. You know what I mean? As they were growing up. Grandparents spoil their grandbabies. The link should be pinned if anybody wants to pop up. But when this does start, we are going to mute. So anybody's welcome to come up and chit chat for a minute. But when this trial starts, when it gets going again, I'm going to cut you off and mute you because I want to pay attention to this trial. Yeah, Ellie Mae. Well, yeah, that's what you do. I mean, I spoil my nieces and nephews. I mean, I just no, I'm not behind in the live. This is Court TV. It's live. It's playing. So, hey, Petty AF, how are you, baby?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. And matter of fact, I just got your email this morning. I will get back to you, baby.
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to pop up and let Billy know that I'm thinking of her. I hope today's not too rough, and I hope the chat remains respectful over it.
Yeah. It's. I mean, it's going to be tough. We all have our own opinions. We all, think differently, and that's fine. I'm cool. I mean, totally. I'm totally okay with other people feeling differently, and you know what I mean, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I just hope people can remain respectful because, like I said, there's things we're not privy to that we're going to find out.
Yeah, but I just want.
And for those of us who have been around from day one.
Yeah,
we're probably gonna feel some type of way, They're gonna, I feel like there's gonna be a lot of emotions at play here during this trial.
Definitely.
Yeah, and release to you, baby. Go ahead.
I just wanted to jump up. No, it's fine. I just wanted to jump up and just, give Billy my love and thank you for streaming this in a respectful way. Just like
Floor at your tables. Miss Simon is at the
right. I'm going to jump down because I'm just grabbing my little
attorney. So let's please bring in the jurors.
All right, love. Thank you for coming up.
Bye.
Also, Seeker gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Seeker. I appreciate that, love. I will try to keep up with these super stickers when we can during breaks. So please don't think I'm being rude.
Jurors, can you hear me?
Jurors entering.
All right, thank you. As you come to your seats, please feel free to have a seat. And let the record reflect that all the jurors have been seated. We'll now move into the preliminary instructions. Before I do that, there was a juror who was who didn't make it out for the first swearing. And I just wanted to ask you the question that I've asked everyone else. Have you done any research? Have you talked to anyone about the case? Have you watched any news media? Okay, so you've been able to follow the court's instructions to not discuss this case with anyone, nor do research. All right, thank you very much. All right. And your number? 7. Okay, and that is juror number 7. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, moving on, I'm going to get back to the pens and notepads that you have for your use during the trial. You may make notes, but you're not required to do so. If you decide to take notes, please remember that note-taking should not divert you from paying full attention to the evidence and to evaluating witness credibility. Your observations of the witness during their testimony can be vital to your determination to the believability of their testimony. The notes that you take are for your use only and are not to be shared with anyone until you begin deliberation with your fellow jurors. During deliberation, you should rely on your own recollection of the proceedings, but you may consult the notes of other jurors if you wish. Do not be influenced by the notes of others unless their notes help you in determining your own independent recollection. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than the recollection or impression of each juror as to what evidence may have been presented. After the trial is over, the notes will be destroyed and they will be collected and destroyed. And at this time, please write your name on the front sheet of paper in the pad and make no further notes on the front sheet. That way, no other person can see your notes if your pad should be seen by another person. The law requires that you decide this case solely on evidence presented in this courtroom. This means that during the trial, you must not conduct any independent research about this case, the matters in the case, or any individuals involved in the case. In other words, you should not consult dictionaries or reference materials, search the internet, websites or blogs, or use any other electronic tools to obtain information about this case or to help you decide the case. Please do not try to find out information from any source outside of the confines of the courtroom, to include media of any sort or online research. The bailiffs have been instructed to collect your cell phones, tablets, and laptops during the proceedings. You may want to leave those in your vehicle. If they collect them, they'll be sure to give them back to you at the end of the day and on breaks as well. Until you retire to deliberate, you may not discuss this case with anyone, even your fellow jurors. After you retire to deliberate, you may begin discussing the case with your fellow jurors, but you cannot discuss the case with anyone else until you have returned a verdict and the case is at an end. I hope that for all of you, this case is interesting and noteworthy. I know that many of you use tools or technology in your daily life, but you may not do so in connection with your service as a juror. You also must not talk to anyone about this case or use electronic tools to communicate with anyone about the case. This includes your family members and friends. You may not communicate with anyone about the case or your jury service via internet, text messaging, email, Twitter, Instagram, a Snapchat, and on and on and on. You cannot use any social networking websites to communicate anything about this case. I cannot stress strongly enough that communication via electronic devices is prohibited. So at this time, you may seat in any of the seats in the jury box during the trial. During the voir dire process, we ask that you sit in specific seats for identification purposes. However, there is no need to do so during the trial itself. If you need anything while in the jury room, You may knock at the door to notify the bailiff that you wish to communicate with the court. I would then give you instructions on how this should be done, depending on the stage of the trial and the nature of the request. So I'm going to give you an overview of the criminal law and trial procedure that will apply in this case to give you a framework. A crime is a violation of a statute of this state in which there shall be a union or joint operation of act and intention. That is, a crime is committed when a person violates a statute of this state by acting as prohibited, while at the same time he has a criminal intention and no other defense excuses the conduct. A person will not be presumed to act with criminal intention. However, the jury may find such intention upon the consideration of words, conduct, demeanor, motive, all other circumstances connected with the act for which the accused is prosecuted. The state cannot bring a person accused of a felony to trial unless the grand jury has first indicted that person. Grand jurors do not try criminal cases. They ordinarily only hear from witnesses for the state. When a criminal case is tried, the defendant has pled not guilty to the indictment. This plea of not guilty denies every essential allegation of the indictment and forms the issue or the question that you as a trial jury will decide. The indictment and the plea of not guilty to it are not evidence, and you should not consider them as evidence. Every person is presumed innocent until proved guilty. No person shall be convicted of a crime unless each element of the crime is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The state has the burden to prove each essential element of each crime charged beyond reasonable doubt. In this state, a defendant on trial may or may not testify as she chooses. If she does testify, you would judge her credibility by the same test applied to any other witness. If the defendant does not testify, which is her absolute constitutional right, you shall not draw any inference of guilt from this decision. And her decision, her election not to testify, may not in any way affect your verdict. Moreover, the defendant has no duty to call any witnesses or present any evidence during a trial. If she calls no witnesses or presents no evidence, you may not derive any inference of guilt from such failure to produce evidence. In such case, you decide guilt on whether the state's evidence proves the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Under our system, I have the duty as a trial judge to decide the law that applies to a case and to instruct you on it. You have the duty as a jury to decide the facts in a case from which the evidence and reasonable inferences arising from the evidence. I'm going to say that again. I don't think that was too clear. You have the duty as the jury to decide the facts in a case from the evidence and reasonable inferences arising from the evidence. In reaching your verdict, you also have the duty to apply the law to those facts. You decide the facts from the evidence. The evidence has two parts: testimony of witnesses and exhibits. A witness means anyone who testifies in person from the stand. The exhibits are those documents, objects, or photos that the court admits into evidence. You will have most of the exhibits with you in the jury room while you deliberate. However, there are some exhibits that cannot be sent to the jury room, so it will be important that you pay close attention to all of the exhibits admitted during the trial. I caution you that what the lawyers say during a trial is not evidence. Also, anything that I might do or say is not evidence. I have no leanings at all in these cases. My only interest is to have the cases tried fairly and according to the law and the constitutions of the state and of the United States. You are the exclusive judges of the witnesses' credibility. That is, you decide the truthfulness and reasonableness of their testimony. You may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the testimony of any witness. You have the duty to decide what testimony is worthy of belief and what testimony is not worthy of belief. You should lay aside any preconceived notions and not decide a witness's credibility until the witness has testified. Rules of law govern what the court admits into evidence. If an attorney objects to the admission of evidence, then I must rule on the objection and decide whether you can consider such evidence. You should understand that there are two ways that I can respond to an objection. If I say sustained, that means that I granted the objection and you should not consider the objected to evidence. If I say overruled, then that means I did not grant the objection and you may consider the objected to evidence. You should not infer or assume anything from either lawyer's objections or the court's rulings. During this trial, the court will have to consider some procedures outside your presence. When that occurs, I shall excuse you to the jury room for a time. During these periods, the court will do its best to handle the matter as promptly as the law permits. On the other hand, I will appreciate your patience when this occurs. Now, the procedure in a criminal trial is generally as follows. First, the attorneys for both sides may make an opening statement to you. The opening statement is not evidence itself. Remember that what the lawyers say is not evidence. However, it is a preview or an outline of what they expect the evidence to show. Following the opening statements, the state has the opportunity to present evidence to support the charges against the defendant. And the defendant has the opportunity, if she so elects, to present evidence in her defense. This part of a trial is called the party's case in chief. In the state's case in chief, the state calls its witnesses and introduces any exhibits. When these witnesses testify, they may be cross-examined by the defendant. When the state has presented all of its evidence, the state will rest its case. Then, if the defendant elects to present any evidence, the defendant may call her witnesses and introduce her exhibits. Of course, when these witnesses testify, they may be cross-examined by the state. However, the defendant has no duty to testify or present any evidence whatsoever. After the presentation of the evidence, the attorneys may make a closing argument to you. At this time, the attorneys will try to persuade you to decide the case in their favor. Following the closing arguments, I will charge or instruct you more specifically on the law that directly applies to this case. Then you will retire to the jury room to deliberate and reach your verdict. This is not an exhaustive description of the criminal procedure, but hopefully it will give you an overview that will help you to understand the trial as it proceeds. It is your duty to follow any instructions that the court may give you during a case. Please remember to listen carefully to all the evidence. Don't jump to conclusions before the parties present all the evidence. Also, please remember that during a trial, it would be improper for you to discuss the case with anyone or to allow anyone to discuss the case with you or in your presence or within your hearing. This applies even to discussions among yourselves in the jury room or elsewhere before actual deliberations begin. Also, during a trial, you should not communicate with the parties, the attorneys, or any of the witnesses. Under this rule, you should not engage even in social greetings or small talk with anyone involved in this case. I've had situations where a juror saw a party or attorney in the parking lot during a break and was offended that the party or attorney did not speak back to the juror. They're not being rude. Please understand that these attorneys and parties should not speak with you as the trial progresses and will likely avoid speaking with you to ensure that there is no appearance of impropriety. So please do not take offense to their failure to speak with you as we go forward for the trial in the coming days. This procedure will protect you not only from wrongdoing, but from the appearance of wrongdoing. And these restrictions also apply to the friends and family members of interested parties. During these trials, the court will not require that you be kept together except during breaks and during the meals. There have been special arrangements made for that. So you will learn more about that as we go. Today is the day I believe that you will go out to lunch, but you will go out together. When you return to the courthouse from any adjournment for meals or from the night, please go directly to the jury assembly room. Is that where the jurors set up? Jury assembly room? Okay. This will lessen the opportunity for an accidental meeting with a person that you may not know is involved in the case. There is coverage, media coverage of this case, and you should be careful not to consider it. Do not independently investigate any facts or visit any scenes depicted in the evidence. Do not independently research any law concerning a case. This case, you are prohibited from, again, doing any research on the internet. Can you tell how important it is? I keep saying it. It's here for a reason. So I've said it several times now. It is important that you consider only the evidence that you hear and see within the courtroom. That concludes my preliminary instructions. So at this time, I will turn first to the state. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense is ready to proceed.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
We'll begin now with opening statements.
This is Quinton Simon, at about a year and a half old, a little bit over that, 20 months. Like all children, he was blameless, he was innocent, and he was beautiful. And like all children, he was totally defenseless, totally and completely dependent on the adults in his life to take care of him and to look out for his safety. And the evidence in this case will show that the defendant violated that trust, that most basic, sacred trust of a parent, in the most horrible way. In the middle of the night, she killed him, her own son, got in her car with his body, drove to a dumpster, and threw him away like a piece of trash. She would go home, go to sleep like everything was normal, and wake up the next morning and report it to the police as an abduction. I woke up, my front door was open, and my child is missing. Now, the story started to fall apart pretty quickly because of good, solid police work. But she would go on to tell a series of evolving lies over several weeks, only moving from one lie to the next as the police picked apart the first lie and presented her with the evidence that made the first lie untenable. So now it's time to move on to lie number 2, 3, and 4. And as they're doing this with her, they're also searching for his body, which they ultimately discovered about 6 weeks after his disappearance in a local landfill, in pieces, unfortunately. And as a result of all of that police work and investigative efforts, which I think you'll be quite proud of when you hear about them in detail, the defendant is charged with his murder. So that's sort of the 50,000-foot view, the bluff, the bottom line up front for the military folks here. A little more detail on what happened, what the evidence will show. The 2 days that we're primarily concerned with here are October 4th and 5th of 2022, specifically the night of October 4th, moving into the morning of October 5th. Now, at that time, and I'll try to go slow for those of you who are taking notes. At that time, the defendant is living here on the west side of Savannah, jurisdiction of the Chatham County Police Department, in this house that's roughly in the center, with an in-ground swimming pool in the back. It's on Buckhalter Road, 535 Buckhalter Road. She had most recently lived in North Carolina, where she had met and lived with her most recent boyfriend, Daniel Youngkin, who you'll hear about. And some months before October of 2022, they had moved down and were living in this house at 535 Buckhalter. Now, the house belonged to the defendant's mother, Billy Joe Howell, who you see here, and her husband, Thomas Howell, who is not the defendant's father, but is her stepfather. Also living in the house at that time is the defendant's brother, Paul Simon. They have the same mother and the same father. And Daniel Youngkin, her boyfriend from North Carolina, and the defendant's 3 children. October of 2022, she has 3 children by 3 different men. The oldest is Zane Wharton. I think you'll hear was roughly about 3 years old at the time. Zane has been through a lot with her. He's her firstborn son, and I expect you'll hear testimony that she considered him her ride or die. That's her guy. Sky Youngkin is an infant on the far right there. That is her youngest child by Daniel Youngkin. And in the middle was Quinton. Quinton was her child by a man named Henry Bubba Moss Jr. You'll hear that she'd had kind of a tumultuous relationship with Mr. Moss, that they had split before she even knew she was pregnant with Quinton, and that he initially didn't even believe that she was pregnant when she told him, and that he was never a part of Quinton's life at all. And I expect you'll hear some testimony about the way that background influenced the way that she treated Quinton. But you're supposed to love all your kids equally. You're supposed to treat them all the same. I expect you'll hear some testimony that didn't happen. That she treated Quinton differently, and not in a good way. Here's the house from the street. The master bedroom where defendant's mother, Billy Joe Howell, and her stepfather, Thomas Howell, lived is over here in the two-story portion of the house, but on the first floor. Brother Paul Simon's bedroom is upstairs, and you'll hear in one of the defendant's interviews, she'll say, you know, when you're up in that room, you can't really hear anything that's going on downstairs. It's kind of its own layer up there. Now, the defendant, Daniel, and the three children lived in a bedroom right through this front door. I think there was some sort of addition or something on the house at one point. This bedroom that they live in appears to be like a converted one-time living room or something like that. If you step through that front door, this is what you see. You see a couch in the foreground. You see a desk behind that. And then on the far wall there, you see a bed. That's the defendant and Daniel Youngkin's bed. If you pan to the right, you'll see a closet door here. And then it's hard to make out in this picture, but beyond this closet door is a door into a bathroom that then feeds into the dining room. And that is the only way to get from this room to the main body of the house. You see a race car bed there. That's where Zane slept. We further pan to the right. You can see that race car bed completely, and you see a projector on the wall, evidently for, I suppose, for watching movies or something while you're sitting on the couch. And then if you pan into that right-hand corner, you see this pack and play. That's immediately to the right as you go in that front door. And that's where Quinton slept. That was Quinton's bed. Now, that sort of sets the scene as to who's living in this house and where they're sleeping. Before we come back to the morning of October 4th, I want to talk to you about what the evidence is going to show as far as what's the biggest thing going on in the defendant's life. And the biggest thing going on in her life in the months, days leading up to October 4th is the status of her relationship with Daniel Youngkin. Things are not good. She is feeling unloved, undesired, ignored. And I'll show you a couple of text messages taken from her phone by the investigators that show this. Now, this is kind of small on here, and it's kind of bright, so I'll read it for you for those of you who can't see. Some of you may be able to read it, perhaps not all of you can. This is July of 2022. I want to feel beautiful, not barely average. I want to feel loved and not just liked. I want to feel wanted, not just tolerated. I want to be able to look at you and know it's just me, not wonder how many others there are. I want to feel like my body is worth showing off, not like it's just been trashed from having 3 kids. I want to feel the way you made me feel in the beginning, like I'm treasured and safe, not like I'm just here because you really don't have a choice. And you'll see quite a number of messages like this. It's basically an unbroken string of text messages all the way up to the day that she kills Quinton. August 6th, yeah, go get yourself some ass. I know mine is not good enough. Never was, never will be. September 10th, you're the reason I'm angry every day. You're the reason I'm depressed, why I feel the way I do about myself. Now, this is not a minor thing for her. I told you it's probably the biggest thing emotionally going on in her life. The way that she perceives herself to be being treated by Daniel, and perhaps to some degree actually was being treated by him. It's at least how she feels. This is such a big deal for her that with her phone, at one point she filmed something that can only be described as a digital suicide note. All right, she's in the car, and you'll hear her at the end say, I've got to go, I made it to the river. She's in her car, evidently contemplating driving her car into a river and ending her life. And she starts out saying goodbye to her children. She has some kind words to say about Zane. She has some kind, loving words to say about Sky. You might perceive that she momentarily kind of seems to be at a loss for what exactly to say about Quinton, our victim, the middle child. And then she goes on to explain that the message is clearly addressed to Danny. She goes on to attribute what she's about to do to the way that Danny has treated her. Now, this is a 4-minute some video. It's a little long for an opening statement, but we're going to watch the whole thing. And we're going to watch the whole thing because it's an important window into her state of mind at this stage in time. This video was filmed in August of 2022. But the evidence in terms of the text messages and her statements will show that nothing really changed between when this video was filmed and October 4th of 2022. So with that preview, I'll play this for you now.
To Sky, Zane, and Quinton. Mama tried. And Mama's not here no more because she doesn't want you. I do. I can't love myself. If I can't love myself, how can I love y'all? I've tried over and over and over and I failed. I screamed for help and I don't get it. Sky, you are such a beautiful little girl. I wish I could watch you grow up. I wish I could hold you for your first heartbreak because my mama didn't. Sky, I love you, baby girl. And Zane, you were so handsome, so sweet, so protective. You were going to be such a good man one day. Just a good man. I hope you grow up and you learn what loyalty is. And you learn how to treat a woman and how to love a woman. And Quinton, baby, you are a middle child. You're so happy all the time. You smile all the time. I wish I could see what kind of man you would be too. And Danny, I loved you. I loved you with all of me, all of my heart. I loved you. I wish that the crowd you walked on when we found each other. We were both in such fragile states. And I built you back up. I would do anything for you. But during this time that I was building you back up, you were doing things that would eventually tear me back down. And even now, after everything that I think has been brought to light, hopefully it was everything, right? Even now, you look at me with the same look in your eyes that you have when you talk about Caitlin. I don't hear the love in your voice anymore. I don't feel the love in your touch anymore. And I definitely don't see the love in your eyes anymore. If you truly loved me like you claimed you did, you wouldn't have done all that.
So that's where she was at. This is her emotional state in the summer, fall of 2022. That brings us back to October 4th. And here I'll give you sort of an overview of what the evidence is going to show us to the sequence of events of that day. Now, the first thing to establish is that on the relevant dates here, Billy Joe Howell, the defendant's mother, and Thomas Howell, her stepdad, are out of town. They're not in town. They're not in the house. They are sort of out of play. I expect that will be undisputed. So that leaves in the house Paul, the defendant, Danny, and the three children, Zane, Quinton, and Scott. In the morning of October 4th, quite early in the morning, in fact, the defendant and Danny take the three children to babysitter Michelle McCarter and her two teenage daughters that live on the same street. They live like right across the street on Buckhalter. And it says babysitter up here, and I've called her the babysitter, but really you'll hear from Michelle, one of her daughters. And it comes across more like they're almost like a second family or a substitute family for these kids because of kind of the parental shortcomings at 535 Buckhalter. So the evidence might show that babysitter kind of undersells it a little bit. And the child care arrangement was this. At this point in time, Danny and the defendant are working at a warehouse in Port Wentworth, unloading, loading boxes. They're carrying boxes at the warehouse in Port Wentworth. And their shift starts at 6 a.m. They're working the 6 a.m. shift. So early in the morning, on the way to work, they'll drop off the three children with Michelle, with her two teenage daughters. And so they do that. And they both go to work. They clock in at essentially the exact same time, a little after 6 a.m. on October 4th. Now they clock out less than 2 hours later. And the reason they do that is the defendant is experiencing some kind of dental issue. She has a tooth that's bothering her and it needs to come out. And so they clock out right around 8 o'clock, just before 8 o'clock in the morning. And they go to some type of like emergency dental clinic or walk-in dental clinic. And she gets a tooth pulled. These are some pictures, selfies she took of herself in the dentist chair. And you can see the side of her mouth on the left side there, I think is kind of swollen. She sent these to Daniel, Young, and Danny, who was sitting out in the waiting room waiting for her. And so after this, they do not go back to work. They go home. And the rest of the waking hours of the day are pretty normal. They get some lunch. They relax. Her mouth is bothering her. She's tired. She's sore. And eventually, at about 4:30 in the afternoon, they go and they pick up the three kids from the babysitter from Michelle, and they bring them home. So at that point, Danny, the defendant, and the three kids are in the house. Now, Paul, he worked at the same warehouse, but he worked a later shift. And you'll hear what it is. It's something like 2 p.m. to late at night, around 10 or so. That was Paul's shift. So same place, different shift. So he's not there in the afternoon. Now they're there. They do dinner. They do bath time. They put the kids down. Quinton in his pack and play. I think you'll hear testimony or a statement from the defendant that Sky, the infant, slept on that couch that we looked at, and Zane in Marie's car bed. And I think it'll be undisputed. I expect that it'll be undisputed that, at around 10 p.m., Quinton is fine. He's just in his crib, in his pack and play for bedtime. Okay. And what happens at this point sets off a chain of events that goes over the next couple hours and results in tragedy. And that is that the defendant and Daniel have yet another argument about how he's treating her. This is sometime a little after 10 p.m. And that this is something she told to detectives eventually in some of her interviews about how he doesn't want her, he doesn't want to touch her, he's not feeling desire for her like he used to. You know, we've already talked about this is a major trigger for her. This is the biggest emotional issue going on in her life, and it's significant. It drove her to the brink in the video that you've watched. This is not a minor thing for her. And so she leaves the house after 10 p.m. on the first of two trips that you'll hear a lot about in this trial, and that she didn't really want to talk about, at least truthfully, with investigators. And that first trip is to the drug dealer. She says that she left so that things wouldn't escalate between her and Dan. She was upset. That's her word. So it wouldn't escalate. The first place she goes is this Circle K. And I should have pointed out that you can see her getting out of the car. That's at 10:29 p.m. So about 10:30. I'll back up and you can see her getting out of her Dodge Journey with a blanket wrapped around her shoulders. She's not in a good state. Anyway, 10:30, she goes into the Circle K. She buys a couple convenience store items. And then she texts Danny. He's got her saved in his phone as Lanny Baby. She texts him, I'm going to run to 204, I guess. That's at 10:32, immediately after she leaves the Circle K. She might still be in the parking lot probably now. And 204 is an area you'll hear about in this case. It's sort of it's shorthand for our drug dealer. I'm going to run to our drug dealer. This is Highway 204 is what this is a reference to. And their drug dealer lives on a street right off 204. So she's going to get drugs to try to make herself feel better. This is a screenshot of some GPS plots from her phone that the police eventually made after getting into her phone. You can see Highway 204 here. And this red kind of blob up here is a series of GPS points showing that she's at the drug dealer's house on Arkwright Lane from about 10:45 p.m. to 10:55. And she's scoring drugs to use that night because she doesn't like the way she's feeling. This is some information exported from her cell phone extraction showing that while she was there, at 10:49, she did an $80 Cash App payment to a Timothy Weston, who is her drug dealer, or at least one of them. While she's gone, Paul gets home. He had clocked out at 9:56 p.m. And I think he will say that he took him a minute to get home because he was smoking a blunt in the parking lot or something like that. You're going to hear a lot about drug use in this case. And he gets home while the defendant is still out on this trip to the drug dealer. And he'll tell you that when he got home, he went in and said hey to Danny. And he saw the kids. He saw Quinton in his crib, in his pack and play. Quinton was fine. He even interacted with him a little bit. He'll tell you what it was. Hey, little man, how's it going? And he sees that Quinton is, hey, okay, he's fine. May not be completely asleep yet, but he's there and he's okay. Now, by 10 after 11, this is another GPS screenshot. It's hard to make out on this TV. But this is, by 10 after 11, she's got a bunch of GPS points hitting at the house on Buckhalter Road. And this is just to signify that this is when this is around when she gets home. 10 after 11. And so she's home at that point. Paul is upstairs in his bedroom, going to sleep, kind of secluded from the rest of the family. And Danny eventually goes to sleep as well. And you'll hear her say this to the investigators, that she was the only one up and active in the middle of the night, in the hours leading up towards 1 a.m. Danny is sleeping because he's going to get up and go to work in the morning. He has to get up at like sometime between 5 and 5:30 to go to work. And Paul is sleeping as well because he just got off work. He's tired. And you'll hear her say that I was the only one up and about. My tooth was hurting. I couldn't sleep. What she's doing is she's going on a bender. You'll hear her admit to this eventually with the police. She didn't want to talk about it initially, but you'll hear that she eventually acknowledged that she was up kind of frantically using drugs for an extended period of time while everybody else in the house is asleep and out of play. You'll hear her talk about it. I would hit a line. I would go outside. I would smoke a blunt to kind of bring myself down. Maybe smoke a cigarette. Then I'd hit another line and repeat the cycle. So she's in her house by herself, physically uncomfortable because of her dental issue, emotionally wrecked because of what's going on with her and Danny. That's resurfaced again this night. Well, the resurface is probably not the way to put it because it's just an ever-present problem for her. And this is a bad situation. Right? This is a volatile, dangerous situation. And that's because you'll hear something that she later said during the investigation on a recorded call, on a recorded phone call to Daniel, who was cooperating with the police and trying to help them gain information about the effect that cocaine has on her. It's not just fun for her. You'll hear her say that it makes her angry and impulsive.
I become angry and impulsive when I'm like.
And so those are the conditions. She's up all alone, physically uncomfortable, emotionally unhappy, unstable to some degree. And around 1 a.m. probably, she kills Quinton. Now I'm going to focus on the what she did and when things happened. And probably in closing argument when all the evidence is in, we'll talk to you a little bit more about the why. The why exactly in that moment did she do this? But for now, I want you to just understand the sequence of events and what happened with it. She takes his body and puts it in Dodge Journey, Georgia tag TEN 9300. And she begins the cover-up. The cover-up is not just the lies to the police. The cover-up starts immediately. A little after 1 a.m., she drives down Buckhalter Road, which turns to the right here, but it's still Buckhalter Road at that turn. And comes into Ogeechee Road right here. And she pulls into this mobile home plaza. It's right here. Mostly what you're seeing is trees, but there are mobile homes in here. This is Azalea Mobile Home Plaza. And there's a convenient stand of dumpsters sort of hidden away under some tree cover in the tree line there. And she throws Quinton's body away like a piece of trash at about 1:17 in the morning. She drives home. This is another export from her phone, showing that her phone was locked from 2:01 in the morning until 9:13 in the morning. And this is just kind of a shorthand way of saying that's roughly about the time she eventually goes to sleep. And her phone is inactive. Now, Danny wakes up for work a little after 5, and he tries to wake her up to go to work. She's supposed to go to work with him. Remember, they work the same shift. She has been up all night doing drugs, and he's been, responsibly sleeping, so he's able to get up for work. And he cannot wake her up. She will not wake up. And at this point, he's trying to get out of the house to go to work. And he believes that all 3 children are there. He does not go over and check the packet plane. He doesn't even know that Quinton is gone. You saw in those pictures the packet plane is all the way across the room in the far corner. It's not right next to the closet. It's not right next to the bathroom. He can't wake her up to go to work, and he's annoyed by this because this is, I think he may tell you it's not the first time this has happened. And they are kind of tight on money. They are trying to make money to either put a down payment on a house or a security deposit on an apartment so they don't have to live with their mom anymore. And he'll tell you that he was frustrated by this. You're not going to get up and come to work and make money. And his decision at this time was to say, well, okay, you're not going to come to work and make money. We're not going to spend money on a babysitter today. Because they have to pay. They pay her every day, Michelle. And so he texts Michelle, hey, the kids are going to stay here with her today, Miss Michelle, at 5:20 in the morning. She says, okay. And the reason for that is his thought is, look, if you're not going to get up and make money, you can stay here and watch the kids. Wake up and find these kids are still here. You can deal with them. They're yours. So he goes to work, and he clocks in at 6:11, 6 a.m., 6:11 a.m. And he will clock out at 9:15, a little over 3 hours later. And the reason that he clocks out at 9:15 is that at 9:14, 1 minute before the clock out, he gets a call from the defendant who's got him saved in her phone as King. And he's got the 910 area code. That's North Carolina, where he's from. Now, this is a 21-minute call. She calls him, and the cover-up, initially I said, the cover-up starts with covering this up to him. Before the police ever, she covered it up to the police, but before they ever even get involved, she's covering it up to Danny. She calls him and she tells him that she woke up, the front door was open, and Quinton was gone. And he would run after his car, leave work, and come home, and stay on the line with her for 21 minutes. Police went to the warehouse that they work at, and they got some video footage to see, well, what did Danny look like when he was leaving the house, leaving work, having gotten this call. And this video shows him running out. That's Danny running out of work. You'll hear from his boss, a fellow named David Mullins, that David ran into Danny in the parking lot. Danny's running out. Dave is just pulling in and getting to work. And they briefly encounter one another. And Dave will tell you, he looked genuinely upset. He was for real crying, tears coming down his face. Danny does not know what is going on. He knows what he's hearing from the defendant, and that's it. So he rushes home. And I'll tell you this. I told you the call to Danny was at 9:14. As he's on the way home, on this call with the defendant where she's telling him she woke up and the front door was open, these are ADT records. There's an ADT security system on this house, and it keeps track of when each door was open and closed, or just opened, or just closed, having been open. Police got these records, and you'll see that front door didn't open until 9:22 in the morning on October 5th. Now that's 6 minutes in, 6 or 8 minutes in to that call with Danny. And so what the evidence is going to show that she's on the phone with him saying, I woke up and the front door was open and Quinton was gone. And it's during that phone call that she's opening the front door. So you'll hear that she's essentially tampering with evidence, tampering with the scene, staging the scene to fit with her story before the police ever become involved. Danny gets home. Somehow, babysitter Michelle got wind that this was going on. Maybe she heard screaming or something. She'll tell you how she heard about this when she testifies. She comes over. Paul hears yelling, comes downstairs, and now everybody's there and they're looking for Quinton. And the defendant, of course, is the only person who knows where he actually is, and that's in a dumpster at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza. And I call 911, and here's what the defendant says.
Get my son! Get my here outside! I'm looking out for the front doors over here. This place is empty, please!
Police show up a little before 10 a.m. and she repeats the same story to them. The evidence will show that that car that's like the furthest one, in the most recent one that entered the driveway, is the babysitter's, Michelle's. She had pulled up and parked her white Pathfinder there. But in any case, the defendant repeats that story to the responding officers, and you'll hear from some of them.
I woke up about 10 o'clock. My husband was working about 6, so within a 3-hour period, somehow the front door is unlocked and my son is not in his blanket.
Now, this is a missing child. So situations like this, it's all hands on deck. Everybody comes out. Forensics comes out. The forensics unit came out, had a drone up looking for Quinton. Patrol officers are being pulled from other beats, other areas of patrol to canvass the area and look for Quinton in the woods. All sorts of people are coming. Most of the command staff for the Chatham County Police Department showed up because this is a big deal. They take these things very seriously. One of the specialized units that responded after patrol officers had gotten there was the detectives for the Chatham County Police Department, CID, Criminal Investigations Division. And the first detective there for CID is a guy you'll hear from, Sean Wilkins. Sean Wilkins shows up, and he's the one who conducts the first, what you call more like the first formal interview with the defendant. And most notable from that statement that he takes from her at this time is when she says she went to bed and when she says she got up. You'll hear that she tells him, I went to bed around midnight and I got up around 9. She doesn't say anything at all about this trip to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza a little after 1 a.m. She doesn't want to talk about that because that's the trip that she took to get rid of Quinton's body. So here's her telling Wilkins, I went to bed around midnight and I got up around 9 a.m.
When's the last time you saw your child?
When I went to bed last night.
And what time was that? Do you remember?
Around 12.
12? Okay.
12 when I went to bed. I had my wisdom teeth removed yesterday.
I'm sorry, that sucks.
So I went to bed kind of late.
I get you. Listen, I had them out too.
So I got up this morning about 9.
About 9?
And my front door is open, so I went up and I shut it, not thinking about anything like that. And I look over and check my kids, and he was fine. All the rest were there. He was fine.
It's all right. It's all right.
Went to bed at midnight, woke up around 9. No mention of the Azalea trip. I told you there were 2 trips, 2:04 earlier in the night, 10:11. Trip number 2 is that Azalea trip, a little after 1 a.m. And she is totally omitting that. Now, all hands on deck, right? Missing child. There are detectives working on this case that aren't even out at the scene from the very beginning. One of them is a Chatham County police detective you'll hear from named Kiana Robbins. Kiana Robbins is at the Islands precinct, I think is where she was on Johnny Mercer. Like not anywhere close to here. But she's in her office, she's sitting at her computer and she's researching. She's seeing if she can find some helpful information. This is a stock photo of what's called a flock camera. The flock system is a series of cameras that are set up around town at major intersections or along busy roads. And what they do is they snap a picture of the license plates of all the cars that drive by. And police can use these for a number of different things. One of the things they can use them for is, say you have somebody who flees from a traffic stop and actually gets away. The police can't pursue them without undue danger. They can take that tag number of that individual, they can put it in the flock system and put like a lookout out for them. If that tag hits on any other cameras, it'll alert the police and they can try again and make the traffic stop. Another thing that the police can do, and what Detective Robbins did, was look up vehicles registered to the defendant. She finds that Dodge Journey that the defendant drove to dispose of Quinton's body. And she puts it into the flock system, looks it up in the database to see what, if any, flock cameras that vehicle has hit on anytime recently. And she sees that that car has been out late at night, driving around on trips that the defendant hasn't mentioned yet. She radios that information or maybe calls via phone. This is the tag she looks up. That's the Dodge Journey in the driveway at the time of the police response. She calls Lieutenant Foster, who you'll hear from. This is after the defendant has told Wilkins that she went to bed at midnight and woke up at 9. Hasn't mentioned anything about the Orangeville trip or the Azalea trip. Foster goes up to her. He now has this information that this tag has been hidden on some flock cameras and seems to have been driving around during the night. And he goes up to her, and he's a lieutenant at this point, which is like kind of a managerial type position. He's, by this time, is the senior man on scene, I believe. But he has a background in investigations. He was with the Savannah Police Department, I think, at one point, in their violent crimes unit, investigating homicide. So he knows his way around an investigation. He knows how to do these sort of things. He goes up to her armed with this information about the flock hits at night. He wants to know what these trips were about. So he goes up to her and he asks her, "Hey, did you go anywhere last night?" And he's a savvy guy, so he's careful to tack on, you know, like where the kidnapper could have followed him home. And she seems to know, the evidence will show that she seems to know that he knows something about this trip to Azalea that she took and has not mentioned to this point. And so she comes up with a story. It's not totally clear when she came up with it. But the story is that, that trip that I took away from my house shortly after 1 a.m., that was to go pick up Oragel from a friend at the Chevron. Now, the Chevron is right next to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza. They're kind of right next to each other. And so that's her story as to what she was doing, driving to that location at that time. My tooth was bothering me. I didn't have any Oragel. I went to pick some up and got some from a friend. This is the first appearance of the Oragel story, which lasts for about a week or so, maybe a week and a half.
Did y'all go anywhere last night or yesterday with Faith that maybe he could have followed you or something? Y'all didn't go anywhere? No, just you made you yourself.
Yeah, I know, because I got my tooth pulled yesterday, so I went to go to some Orangeville.
2 o'clock yesterday afternoon?
No, like water in my eyes, and I couldn't go to sleep.
Okay, so where'd you go?
Right up the road, right here, that Chevron. And my friend that I used to work with, she had Orangeville there, and I asked her to go home.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else? Have you made your home? So when did you get home?
I can say exactly. What are you going to do? I was on 125. So I was gone for literally 12 minutes.
All right, so that's the story about what I was doing when I drove there. Now, I'll tell you this. She's trying to show them on her phone this trip on an app called Life 360. Life 360 kind of generally tracks your movements. You can join with your family, and they can see where you are and have been, and vice versa. You may be wondering, well, look, if this trip was so sinister in nature, why is she trying to show it to them on her phone? And you'll hear testimony that the reason that she was comfortable holding out her phone as corroboration for this trip to the Chevron is that, again, the Chevron and Azalea Mobile Home Plaza are right next to each other. And looking at the screen, you can't necessarily tell which one she's at. You can only tell that she's in the general area. So she believes that this kind of helps prove that I'm telling the truth about being at the Chevron. Now, the police would later pull very precise GPS data from the phone, like not just looking at the screen, but from the actual phone, that puts her not at the Chevron, but right at the dumpsters at Azalea, which are, I don't know, maybe 100 yards, 75 yards from the Chevron. But that's why she's holding the Life 360 out and saying, look, this helps me. So that's the first appearance of the Origel story, to explain the Azalea trip. They take, the police take all three of the adults in the house. Eventually they say, we really need you to get Danny, Paul, and the defendant to the police station, sit them down for formal interviews, and just get like a complete sequence of the day from all three of these people. And the first interview with the defendant takes place in something that they call the lactation room or the nursing room. I think you sometimes also hear these things referred to as mothering rooms. And the reason for that is that Danny was in the single interview room that they have with the cameras wired up in the corners and all that. And this video is recorded on Detective Marion Lemon's phone. Now, by this time, this is a joint federal and local investigation. The FBI has shown up because they get involved in kidnappings, abduction cases. And what happens at headquarters is that they pair off teamwork. One FBI agent, one detective, and they each in a pair interview each of these people. And so Detective Lemons is paired up with Special Agent Brad Snyder, whom you'll hear from. They were kind of partners throughout this investigation. And it's very open-ended at the beginning. What they're asking for is just give us an account of your day. Give us an account of the last 24 hours. Where have you been? What have you done? And so you'll hear Snyder asking them this. The video is really nothing special. I think it's just ceiling tiles the entire time because the phone is sitting on a table. But the audio is good. You can hear her. And she starts with, we left the dentist and came home. So she does start at the beginning.
So right now, again, we're sorry for everything. I mean, we can't imagine the emotions that you're feeling right now. But it's difficult. Just, the last 24 hours, and just kind of give me, what she's been through in the past 24 hours. So we're talking 24 hours will be this time yesterday. So from about 1 o'clock yesterday, tell me your just getting into a relationship.
So that's the start. I was leaving the dentist, getting my wisdom tooth pulled. And the end is the Origel story, the Chevron Origel story that she has as her last trip of the night. And she omitted that to Wilkins, is now had to come up with a story to cover this trip.
My wife was really bothering me about almost 1 in the morning. So I called Circle K to see if they got Origel. No. So I got in contact with another one of my friends named Misty that I used to work with. She has a lot of mouth problems, and that's sure she had any Origel. They were up there at the Chevron. And I called her and got that one back home. You also 12 minutes. I got it for my Life 360. I can show y'all right around everything until the little bills I get back. Get home, turn my mouth, check them all again to get there, okay.
Now, a couple things about this initial interview in which she's asked to give an account of her her movements for like the last 24 hours. No mention whatsoever of the trip to the drug dealer. She doesn't want to talk about what she was doing that night in the state that it put her in. So that's omitted completely from this interview. And now she's put a name to the friend who gave her the ordeal. Misty is what she calls it. Now, I'll tell you before we move on from that, I'll tell you this. The police asked her to go through her phone, and of course she's playing, the victim. I'm the victim, the mother victim of a child abduction. So she probably feels some pressure to cooperate. And so she lets them go through her phone. A couple things I see is there's no call to Misty, and there's no call to Circle K to check and see if they have Oragel, which is something she said. First, I called Circle K to check and see whether they had Oragel. They didn't, so then I called Misty. None of that in there at all. They also see a message from the defendant to Danny. We looked at this earlier. This is when she's leaving the Circle K and is about to go to the drug dealer at 10:30. Going to run to 204, I guess. This is something that she had left out in this initial interview with Snyder and Lemons. So they interview her again, and this time it's in the interview room. And they want to ask her, what's the deal with this 204 thing? Here's what she tells them. Oh, yeah, that was a trip to the drug dealer, but it wasn't actually to buy drugs. She tells them that the reason that she left the house at 10:30 at night and went to her drug dealer and was there for 10 minutes was simply to pay off a pre-existing drug debt in the amount of $20. Now, the evidence will show that that story is just absurd on its face. But in addition to that, the cash out was for $80, not $20. And she'll later admit that this story wasn't true. But here she is launching it.
Yeah, and I was already heading back by the time that.
So at 10:40, you texted him that you were turning on 204 to go meet with?
Yeah, like I'm turning on 204 now, like I'm about to meet him. That's what I was trying to tell him. So.
And at that point, you didn't get anything.
No, I just gave him $20. I gave him $20 and I left. It was a couple days ago.
She's paying off a $20 debt, not actually buying drugs. Because after all, she tells them, other than marijuana, I don't use drugs.
See, you didn't get a Percocet for that.
No. I smoked $20. And even if I did want to get a Percocet, I'd get $35. That's the last time I asked him. I saw him. I was 56%. I don't do it like that. Like anything, anybody got to worry about anything with me is on me. Because I was weak. I was everything else now. I'm always there. I'm not sure. Because I was covered with this. So I was anything that's not homegrown or part of the community store, I don't want. When I'm homegrown, I don't need to put those stuff when I got hurt.
Very strong, detailed denial of the use of any drugs other than marijuana. And the reason they're asking her whether she got a Percocet from the drug dealer that night is that they had seen some messages about buying Percocets as well when they went through her phone. And they asked her about that. What about these text messages with you? Look like you're buying Percocet, using Percocet. And her story at this time is, oh, those are for a friend. I'm just the middleman for my friend Cheyenne, who likes Percocets but doesn't, I guess, know a dealer herself.
Things that you just have to answer for, so we have to get a better understanding as to what went on. You know that you gave us the authorization to go through the text messages. There's text messages in there about you purchasing Percocet as recently as within the past 24 to 48 hours. So just relying on that data, or you totally understand that.
That is it. So,
What's your
sometimes you ask me if I've done, I haven't done it recently. I did a friend named Cheyenne Crosby, who was in for
she does not want to talk about her drug use that night because that contributed directly to the state of mind that she was in and relates so closely to her killing Quinton in the middle of the night. So she feels that she has to tell these lies. And she wants to focus on 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. because after all, this is an abduction. It's not as though I did anything in the middle of the night. My child was taken after Annie left for work. That's her story. That's what she's trying to sell. And again,
Real quick, is he saying basically she's on marijuana, cocaine, and Percocet? Damn, her ass was lit, Jack.
and she forcefully denies this.
No, I did not. I did not take a Percocet right now. Please come for you right now.
Now, police follow up. Okay, October 5th, they get statements from the defendant. She's making all these claims that we've talked about. You get a statement from Paul, they get a statement from Danny. And what you do, and this goes later in the night, eventually it's kind of time to stop on October 5th and wake up in the morning and follow up on some of this stuff. So she has said that she was at the Chevron getting Orajel from Misty, her former coworker. And so they go out and there are two real notable things that happen between the October 5th statements on day one and the next interview. And one is that they do what they call a video canvas. They go out to this Chevron area where she has said that this Orajel exchange happened. And they look around and they see if they see any cameras. They go in and they ask if there's footage. And they get footage from the Chevron. And it does not show her stopping there. In fact, it shows her driving by. And they get footage from Azalea next door. And this is a major break in the case because what the Azalea footage shows is her pulling in, doing a loop around the complex, and pulling up to the dumpsters and sitting there for about 2 minutes. And that's when she throws Quinton's body away. So you're going to hear in detail about the footage from Azalea, the different cameras, the camera angles, and what you can see on which one. But this is just a sample of that. And this is her riding in the Dodge Journey after 1 a.m. on a mission to throw away her dead child. So that's one notable item of follow-up that leads into the next interview. The other is that they go talk to Melissa Missy Bray. The defendant's calling her Misty on the first night. She doesn't even get her name right. But she describes her as a former co-worker from Bojangles. So Special Agent Snyder goes out to Bojangles, asks whether they could direct him to this person. They do. He goes out and he interviews her. And he asks her when the last time that she saw the defendant was. And she tells him, I haven't seen her for months. The last time that I saw her was when she ran it. It was like in July of 2022, months before what we're talking about. The defendant had run out of gas near Missy's house. Had walked to Missy's house and had borrowed a gas can. And their last contact was Missy texting her a few times, saying, hey, can I get that gas can back? And that was it. And that was months before. And Special Agent Snyder looked at these messages and they corroborate what Missy is telling him. So, Chevron story, the met Missy at Chevron story is now just completely torpedoed. And so they bring her in for another interview on October 8th. And this one is with an FBI agent named Bridget Brock. And it's conducted at the FBI office in Savannah. And they confront her with these two findings. One, the security footage from Azalea and from Chevron. And two, what Missy has told them. And she just sticks to the Orajel story and just insists that it is true. And this is what that sounded like. She just hasn't had time yet to figure out how she's going to play this with this new information that they're presenting her with.
We'll talk about that, okay? Because Missy had talked to you. Yeah, she has. She hasn't talked to you in quite some time. Yeah, she has. She did not have a conversation with you about the Orajel. you came up with a story that's partly true. No, that is true. But there's very, very many missing pieces, right? And in your story, you haven't been completely honest about where you were at and why you were there. I was 100% honest about where I was at. I showed the life 360. I told my even gave her the ordeal that she gave me. Right, and that didn't happen. We've already interviewed this. Yeah, I got the ordeal. That did happen. She had a moment inside of her mouth. No, you have to stop saying this. It did not happen. Yes, it did.
So that's the story on October 8th. Sticking to her guns. Now, October 12th, she comes in for another interview. And this is with Brad Snyder, who I've talked about already, who you've heard a little bit from, seen a little bit of, and an FBI agent named Savannah Solomon that he works with closely. And this is at the FBI office. And this is a long interview. I've pared it down a little bit so we don't have to spend 3 hours watching it during the trial, but it's still fairly long. And initially, at least, she's sticking to the origin story. That's Savannah Solomon on the left, Snyder on the right, and the defendant in the middle.
And
I did meet Misty, 100%. It happened. I'm telling you. And she tells this kind of flowery story describing this meeting. She lavishes them with details about how this went down.
So you went to Missy's house, and did you go inside her house? She was just standing outside.
Yeah,
how long did y'all interact here with Missy? How long did you talk?
2 to 3 minutes. It was a quick little conversation. How you learn off her mouth doing this one. She does some crack. She did. She was outside.
Now she has Misty was smoking crack when she gave the defendant the ordeal. And what is going on here is when the defendant.
Okay, real quick timeout. I did a poll and I asked if everybody can hear okay. So I said, can you hear this good? And we have 68% that said yes and no, 32%. So what I can do, if you guys want me to, is switch over to the other news station that's covering this and see if it's better over there. Would you guys like me to do that? And yes, this is the opening statements by the DA. This can go on for a while. This matter of fact, he might even do this all day. So he's actually laying out this the context or the scene, if you will, however you want to say that. Okay, we'll switch over real quick and see. All right, we'll see if you guys can hear this one better.
So after insisting on the 5th, she met Misty at the Chevron from Orangeville. After insisting on the 8th,
I can. Can you hear me?
Insisting even at the outset of this interview.
Yeah, hey, mic check, mic check.
She
mic
finally
check, ready for
admits that it
these
wasn't
at
true.
noon.
And
It's gonna be so crazy and so
massages
fun.
the
Never
inconsistency
knew.
by saying,
cool.
You know, I didn't speak.
I don't know who that is, but that's worse. And you can hear him saying mic check, and I'm not going to listen to that bullshit. So back to court TV we go. I'm sorry, guys.
Is lying and telling a story to cover something up that she did.
Objection, Your Honor, at this point in time, those opening statements, Mr. Dean has the right to say what he expects the evidence to show, not his interpretation of it. So,
the evidence will show that she added this detail to suggest a faulty memory on Misty's part, to suggest that, you know, maybe this will help explain why Misty is telling me she hadn't seen me. I mean, it is nothing to her to just accuse Missy of having smoked crack during this meeting that didn't happen. But in any case, a few minutes later, she finally admits that she didn't see Missy.
That's a good thing. Yeah. Because did you give me more time?
I didn't know it that night. But I found it, and the card was the one that I lost. I found it when I got back to the house.
So after insisting on the 5th that she met Misty at the Chevron for Orangeville, and after insisting on the 8th that that was the truth, and after insisting even at the outset of this interview that it was true, she finally admits that it wasn't true and massages the inconsistency by saying, you know, I didn't speak to her, but I did go there with the intent of seeing her. And she adds a detail that hasn't been included in any of her stories to date. Oh, and by the way, yeah, you've asked me if I threw any trash away there. Yeah, I did throw some trash away. She has a story for what that trash was. The evidence will show she did not want to admit that it was Quinton's body. So she describes this trash that she threw away as stinky shrimp pasta that had been sitting in the car in a trash bag and smelling up the car.
Shrimp pasta. Yeah. The whole car smelled like shrimp. What does that smell? I felt like before I even went to a floor. You know? I didn't go there. I'm like, get out of the car.
And they asked her about this, especially, you know, this is the most critical fact in the case. Throwing Quinton's body in the dumpster at Azalea, what she was doing at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza at 1:17 in the morning or so. And her explanation for that is, you know, it's just such a minor thing, throwing away some trash. I didn't think to mention it in my hours of previous interviews.
I don't stop it. I don't think anything else. To be honest, it's just food. I'm in the car. See what I'm doing with it now.
He does not want to talk about what was in that trash bag. They also revisit the drug use. And you'll remember the strong denials on October 5th, which are repeated on October 8th. Well, in this October 12th interview, she admits finally that, you know, I did take 8 Percocet that night.
And you had Percocet in conjunction with soda?
Yes, I was like, I don't want to tie this with a cigarette.
And about what time did you do that?
By the time I got home, I took it like 11 something or whatever.
And so Snyder asked her about her changing story. You know, you've been adamant that you met Misty for Orangeville, and now you're finally admitting to us, oh, you know, I actually didn't speak to her. You've initially, over the course of 2 interviews, maybe more, didn't mention throwing trash away, and now you got a very detailed account about doing that and what it was. And you, on the 5th, were adamant that you hadn't used any drugs other than marijuana, and now you're telling us that you did take Percocet too. What's going on? Why is the story changing? And her explanation for that is, oh, well, my faulty memory might have something to do with all the cocaine I was doing that night, which is a drug that had totally been absent from all of her prior accounts. It fits much more with the $80 cash app than the story about paying off the drug fraud. And so she is explaining her inconsistent stories by adding another inconsistency, which is an admission to cocaine use.
You're requesting a short break. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's take a 10-minute break and resume with the opening statement. Mr. Dean, again, I'm going to ask you not to talk about the case, don't do any research about the case, avoid conversations about the case. The time now is about 11:29. Let's aim to be back here at 11:40. Okay, we're in recess.
Pretty strong openings. I have to say, a pretty strong opening by the prosecution. I like the outline of the case that basically makes it simple for people to follow through because there's a lot of important timelines to this case. Hi, by the way, people. showing that she's lied multiple times to, law enforcement, brought about, it's very important. So that's pretty important. Let me see. I'm hearing of things I didn't even know about. A lot of us are hearing of things we didn't even know about. The origin. Well, we all knew about the Origel story. Like she originally changed her story with the Origel story.
Yeah, but there's a lot of this stuff that we didn't see that we really didn't even know about.
Yeah, absolutely. Quite enlightening. I mean, they had her dead to rights early on. They knew this lady was there's something up with this lady.
Yeah, they knew there was something going on.
But I like the opening where it just basically showed the timeline of events because there's a lot of names to this. I
was kind of surprised they openly named the drug dealer right there in open court.
Well, at this time, I'm sure the drug dealer might be testifying. Maybe they said, "Hey, will you testify?" I don't know. Maybe they arrested his ass. I don't know. Can Beaton turn his mic up a bit? Okay, let's see if I can turn my mic up. How's this? Better? Is better for you guys? Sorry if I'm a little bit low. Let me see if I'm turning it up. How's this? Better? Yeah, I think they're probably more focused on the murderer than the actual drug dealer that's doing dime bags and $80 sales. So, that's my opinion. Yeah, I don't know what their defense is going to be to this, to be honest with you. It's pretty apparent just from the opening that she did this crime. She might have done it under some sort of jealous, like anger towards her ex. I had never seen that video of her basically crying about, the relationship issues with her and her ex-boyfriend. How old is Leilani? I don't know, actually. Let me check.
I thought they said I want to say 28, 29, something like that.
She's young. I don't know if she's that young. But she's young. Let me see. I don't know how old she is. But
she said when they asked her about the trash that she threw away shriveled up shrimp pasta.
Which shows to me that which shows to me like she's thinking of alibi. She's thinking of 24.
24.
Yeah.
She was 22 when it happened. Oh, she's young. Ooh.
Yeah. And she already had a kid from a previous relationship, it looked like.
Yeah, Zane. She had Zane.
Yeah.
And then she had Quinton.
Yeah.
And then she had just had baby girl with Danny. The baby was 3 months old. 2 or 3 months old. She had just had the baby.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean,
kids back to back to back.
So is the prosecution going to push that she kind of did this for like kind of a revenge against her ex when she was like in this kind of unstable mind with the drugs, or are they going to kind of push? Because I would think that would be like that she was just an unstable mind. She just did it in the heat of the moment. Because I would think that would kind of push for the defense if they're trying to, like, I'm not even sure what the defense is going to really present as a defense, because it's pretty apparent based upon just the change of statement, interviews, her trying to cover up, her lying, her statements. It's pretty clear that she probably killed that kid. So I'm not sure.
Well, that's sure what it seems like. And like I said, they laid it out. I mean, they were going to lay it out anyways, but they have to lay out their case. They have to lay it, they have to lay it all out for the jury. So
Quinton Simon. I had mine the same age as her. Oh, okay. I mean, I think she basically, I don't know what her defense will be. I really don't know. postpartum.
Postpartum psychosis or postpartum. I don't think the defense will be able to use that. Honestly, I don't.
Yeah, because I don't see it. No one, she's not very
I mean,
sympathetic.
I think we all knew that Leilani, I think we all knew that Leilani is the one that did this. However, I still have my doubts that Danny didn't know more than what he's saying.
That's what I think.
And even her brother, you know what I'm saying? I just feel like they knew more than they were both just asleep. You know, I mean, I very well believe they could have came home and went to sleep because, you know, he had to get up early for work and her brother had just got off work. So I believe that. But I just believe that I can't see her doing this and then just being super quiet about it and, you know, getting him out of the house and nobody knowing and nobody hearing anything at all.
Yeah, I mean, her state of mind, she's on
right. And then come
Percocet.
home and she didn't say anything. She wasn't acting weird. You know what I mean? It just, I don't know.
Yeah, she's on Percocet, cocaine, and marijuana. Seems a very interesting combination of drugs to go about.
Right.
And I don't know. I mean, it's gonna be interesting. I mean, could she point the finger at her boyfriend? Maybe like try to say, well, maybe he did it and I was just covering up for him. I was disposing of it for him and I didn't want anything to happen to him. I was in this, you know, I loved this man. I cared for this man and I was covering up for him. And that's why, you know, I did all these things. I thought, could that be her defense? I don't know. I would probably go with that defense, to be honest with you. I would show those videos and say, this is a woman that loved this person. She wasn't getting attention. And then they would probably show his criminal record, see if he has like any sort of criminal record. I don't know. And do it that way. I don't think bipartisan. That's not a defense. That's not a great defense, but it's a defense for not being you murdering your child. That's a defense for other things. But I don't think a postpartum depression defense is going to work because she's not a sympathetic person. I mean, it wasn't like she was clean and she was just like this, you know, great person in the beginning. You know, she had some issues. But
well, yeah, I mean, obviously she had some deep and rooted issues going on, you know?
Yeah, I'm not, when I'm thinking about a defense, I'm not excusing her behavior. I'm just trying to wonder what the defense would be. I can't imagine other than you trying to point your finger at someone or you basically saying, I don't know. I mean, you can't really blame drugs. You can't really place postpartum because why did you hide it afterwards? You know what I mean? Like you literally disposed of the remains, lied to the police, lied to everyone, including people on the internet, including your mother and other people. I don't know. Yeah, so I'm just saying. So, I mean, usually...
Well, in my opinion, this is what I see happening, okay? Let me just give you a little quick rundown. So basically what I see in my mind as he's going through the opening statement, all I can think is she got up that morning, and this is just my opinion, this is just my theory, you know, throwing it out there. Do your own research, listen to your own stuff, make your own, you know, decisions. Anyhow, what I see happening is she had her tooth pulled, and so she took a Percocet that day, you know, that morning, earlier in the day.
Yeah.
Later on that night, she was, you know, she probably smoked weed throughout the day. I mean, I smoked, you know, whatever, that's normal. So I could see that happening. So there we go. We got the Percocet for her teeth or whatever. She says she didn't take it, but I think she did for her mouth or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And smoking throughout the day. But she also said she smoked after she did the powder so she could come back down or whatever her excuse was. So we know that. So we know she possibly smoked during the day. Later that night, she goes off and says, and she tells Danny she's going to the 224, which means she's going to the dope dealer. She's going to score some dope. He knows exactly what the fuck time it is, and he's an addict himself.
Yeah.
So you can't tell me, bro, got the message from his baby mama, who just gave birth 3 months ago, talking about, hey, I'm going to the 224. I'm going to be home in a minute. Then he just was like, okay, I'm going to go to sleep.
Yeah.
No, drug addicts don't just be like, okay, you're gonna bring some drugs home. I'm gonna go to sleep. No, bro. I ain't never seen no shit like that in my life, and I've been seeing some shit. So
Yeah. You know
sorry.
more. Yeah.
I'm just saying that's why I feel like in my mind, there's more going on than what we really know, than what's really going on. And she loves him. So she's gonna be like, oh, maybe she is gonna roll with him being asleep. Maybe she is, because now in her mind, the only person out that can really take care of her daughter is him and his family. So why, you know what I mean? Why would she take them both down?
Also,
Yeah, okay, Amber Riot. Why Quinton though? Okay, listen to this. She says she goes and scores the shit, right? Then she does her line, and then she goes outside. She smokes her cigarette, smokes her blunt, like she said. That was what she said she was doing to come down or whatever. Tell me why I feel like Quinn woke up in the middle of the night and was crying.
Mhm.
Obviously, if the boys were asleep or busy or not up there, they're down there, and they're, because I think they were downstairs in that area or whatever. So I feel like, you know what I'm saying? If it happened this way, I feel like she, say why Quentin. I feel like Quentin woke up in the middle of the night and was crying, and she went in
Yeah.
there and couldn't get him settled down. Why? Because she was already flustered and high as fucking Cooter Brown. Jolty, jittery, you know what I'm saying? When you do cocaine, that when I've seen people do it, they fucking, they're really jittery. Like you're not just going to be like, okay, come here and be all calm and rock your baby to sleep like you would if you normally walked in there and your baby was crying and you pick your baby up. Right. So I'm sure, you know what I'm saying? If she did try to pick him up and he wasn't, he's still crying, still whatever. I'm sure she probably got more and more frustrated. She couldn't calm him down because he's feeding off her emotions. She's going 100 miles a minute, so he can't calm down.
Yeah.
So he's more upset and starts crying harder and getting more upset and getting more, you know what I'm saying? Come on, man. I just feel like being a mom,
Yeah.
when you're upset, your baby feeds off that. You know what I'm saying? They can't.
Yeah, and that kind of plays
child
into
calm when you're not calm.
That kind of plays into your thought process that maybe the boyfriend heard more than what he knew. His whole thing.
What he's admitting to, and I feel like she probably got upset, and who knows what happened from that point on. I don't know if she whacked him in the head. I don't know if she, you know what I'm saying, dropped him, just like fuck it, dropped him on the ground. That's how you had that. I don't know. I don't know. I will probably never know, because she probably never going to tell anybody what happened.
Oh, we don't know that.
They said,
maybe she will.
They said potentially an object. I mean, in my mind, I just feel like her walking around trying to calm him down. He's not calming down. He's not calming down. She's getting more and more frustrated, which is making the baby more and more frustrated, which is making her more and more frustrated.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm saying? And all of a sudden, boom. That's it.
And then she's not. And,
oh my fucking God, what the fuck did I just do? What the fuck did I just do? And I feel like right there at that point, she tried to immediately, she immediately went into, oh fuck.
Yeah. And then she starts thinking about this. That kind of leads me to like this, the boyfriend has to know something a little bit.
And
more
that's why I said, how the fuck did we have three people, two dudes in the house, and y'all didn't hear a fucking single peep? Fuck out of here with that. I'm not buying it.
I really leaning on
especially when you got three drug addicts and one of them's going to the 224 to go score some dope and come home. And she texted him and told him she was going to grab some dope and come home. And you gonna tell me you just going to sleep, didn't hear nothing, didn't see nothing, don't even know nothing? Fuck out of here, man.
Do we know the criminal background of the boyfriend at all?
Not really. I mean, he raps and sings shit, and I mean, does his little rap shit. He's got dreads. I mean, he's
okay. Failure to launch another one. Okay. Our bro upstairs was gaming with the headphones on. Beat him. Yeah, I'm just wondering because like, there's no way like the boyfriend. That's why I'm kind of like focusing on the
back
boyfriend.
on the order. Back on the record.
All right, here we go.
22-03364J6. Counsel for the defense is at the table with Ms. Simon. Counsel for the state, along with Detective Lemons, are at their table. We haven't yet brought the jurors back in. Is there anything that we need to take up before we bring the jurors back in?
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's proceed. Thank you. And so for the record, the jurors are all back. They are being seated at this time. All right, all 16. Thank you. And Mr. Dean will resume with his opening statement.
So, October 12th, and we've come a long way from the October 5th account of only using marijuana that night. This is where we end up on October 12th.
Just before we left, it was taking the trash survey. You got cocaine. You were upset.
And in this interview, she acknowledges that this wasn't like the one night she used cocaine. She's a regular user of cocaine, which she had denied in earlier interviews. Now, at the end of the day, the most critical thing though is what happened to Quinton. What happened to Quinton at the middle of the night? And here is what she had to say about that. I don't know if I did something to him, but if I did, I will take responsibility. She appears to be claiming something like a lack of memory, and I'll tell you that the evidence that you'll see is going to show that when she drove to those dumpsters in Azalea to throw Quinton's body away, you can see that she's driving normally. You'll see that she comes to a complete stop at stop signs. She uses her turn signal. You'll hear evidence that the investigators could tell from her phone that she plugged her phone into the USB charger in the car when she got in. So the evidence will show that she was aware of what she was doing when she took him there, and that her claims to just not know what happened cannot be true. They do not fit with the other evidence. We've talked a lot about what she has been saying to the police and the FBI on the 5th, on the 8th, on the 12th. But we haven't talked much about the other aspect of the investigation, which is the effort to find Quinton and figure out exactly what happened to him. So I'll talk a little bit about that now. Now, on October 18th, police announced that they believe Quinton's body to be in a local landfill, and that they're about to begin this extremely challenging needle in a haystack search of the landfill. And this is how they got there. A detective with the Chatham County Police Department goes out to the mobile home plaza once these dumpsters become an area of interest after they've looked at the security footage. And he asks what garbage truck company services these dumpsters, and they give him that information. He gets in touch with that garbage truck company, and he learns that it was truck 309 from a company, 3909, I should say, from a company called Waste Pro. This is the list of stops for that truck on that day. Serviced the mobile home plaza. This is on the morning of October 5th. Actually, Quinton wasn't in the dumpster for very long because it was empty that day. And this, what I'll tell you next, kind of goes to explain Quinton's condition when they ultimately found him. Not an intact body, but in pieces, little pieces, bones. It's a front-loading garbage truck. Extends its hydraulic forks into the slots on the side of the dump.
Okay, major trigger warning. Please step away if you don't want to hear this.
And drops Quinton and all the other garbage into the box in the back of the truck. there's a compactor in that truck that compacts everything. You want that compactor in there so that the truck doesn't have to go to the landfill as frequently. Makes the garbage smaller and take more garbage. That truck went to the Waste Management Superior Landfill on Little Neck Road on the morning of October 5th. This is the landfill ticket. They weigh the trucks when they're coming in. That's how they know how much to charge the garbage truck company for this particular load. This is for Waste Pro truck, 3909. And with this information, the detectives go out and they talk to the landfill manager, and he's able to identify the area that garbage was being dumped and then kind of shoved to on October 5th. And this kind of general area up here, that becomes the search area. So they have kind of an idea, like a general box in the landfill of where Quinton is going to be found. But this is still an extremely difficult thing. Even if you know the general area, there's like 2 more days of trash that have since been dumped there since the 5th. And this stuff gets compacted and moved around. They drive these compactors over it that have studded metal rollers, and everything just gets shredded. You may have this idea that you go into a landfill and it's just like a pile of bags of trash, just like they were when you put them in your garbage can at home. It is not like that. You will see that it is not like that. Everything is shredded because compaction is the name of the game in landfills. You will hear that. You got to get everything pressed down real tight because space is money. So at the end of the day, they have tons and tons of garbage to search through, and so they arrange the landfill search. They have some consultants from an outside agency come in and advise on this because it's a very technical thing. These consultants are able to tell them, based on the size of the box, about how many tons of trash they'll have to search through to exhaust the area, based on known rates of searching, like pounds per day. They're able to give them an estimate of how many people this is going to take and how much time it's going to take. They have to order specialized protective gear, steel-toed boots, Tyvek suits, respirators, gloves to put over the gloves. This is a biohazard environment. And they have to find volunteers, and this is an all-volunteer duty, right? And for weeks, volunteers from the police department and from some other law enforcement agencies came out here early in the morning, and they do this landfill search that involves an excavator up in the search area, scooping up garbage, putting it in a dump truck. Dump truck comes down on this open area bounded by cones that they call the search deck. Excavator down here kind of spreads the garbage, that particular load, I think they were calling them lines, out onto the search deck. And the law enforcement officers, these volunteers, get online with rakes, and they just search through it. This is what that looked like. And they do this for days, weeks, in the heat, all that gear on. That's why I said earlier, these efforts can only be described as heroic. They want to find Quinton. The evidence will show that these things are not typically successful. There's a very low success rate with these landfill searches because, again, it's a needle in a haystack proposition. But that's what the police are doing while she is playing games with investigators and changing her story and changing her story again. October 24th, while the landfill search is underway and those volunteers are suffering in the heat out there, not knowing whether the next raid is going to bring more tedium and boredom or if it's going to bring the horror of what they're actually looking for. The defendant is still playing games. Having already admitted that she went to Azalea and threw away trash, but it was only stinky shrimp pasta, she does an interview with the news, WTOC, in which she still, even at this late stage, this is October 24th, that's 19 days after the initial 911 call, and after several interviews where her story has just been shot to pieces. She does this interview where she holds herself out as the victim of a child abduction, still on that, and has the gall to make an appeal to the public to just please bring Quinton home safe. And the evidence will show that she knows he's not safe. And she knows he's not coming home.
My kids woke up to me screaming, "Where's Quinton?" and running through the house. I ran and looked everywhere, inside, outside, so screaming for help. I've been here every day since this. I am not running and I'm not hiding. And if something does come up that I am at fault, I will take myself to that police station. And I will walk with her. All we want is justice for Quinton's life. We want justice too. We want answers. We don't care the cost. We want answers just like everybody else does. At the end of it all, we love you, baby Q. My little monkey, and we want him home.
That same day in which she's claiming to the news to have no idea what happened and to just want him home, she sends this text message to Savannah Solomon of the FBI. And this is just the latest Hail Mary. After all the statements about going to the Chevron and then going to Azalea and what she was doing there, and I was actually throwing away trash and not Quinton. At this point, October 24th, the same day as that news interview, she and Danny are split at this point. He kind of seems to see the writing on the wall for her and has left town, I believe. And I think they're not together at this point. And so now's the perfect time to try to put it on Danny. I'm not lying for Danny anymore. The reason why my story about Oragel and shit didn't make sense was because Danny told me to say that he was the one who left. My phone was in the car from my previous trip. And the reason she says that is her phone GPS puts her at the dumpsters too, not just the video. So anyway, she's throwing it on Danny and is now saying, you know what, I didn't actually make that trip. Well, it's him, not me. And they get her in for an interview a couple days later to formalize that statement. And they just sort of let her talk and put it out there. But the evidence will show that it was clearly not true. It was a desperate attempt to just try something new after, I don't know, a dozen lies to that point. And that interview was on October 31st, last day in October. Now, on November 18th, about 3 or 4 weeks after they started searching through that landfill, this arduous task, challenging thing, all volunteers, they finally find what they're looking for. November 18th is a memorable day for the people who are involved in this landfill search, because they find Quinton. And he's not in good shape. Okay, they find him in pieces. Mostly bones, a foot. It's not as though he's in one place on that search deck. They're finding bones in different lines, spread out. He's torn apart. They send Quinton's remains up to the FBI lab at Quantico, Virginia, where DNA analysis is done. And they confirm what everybody already knew, is that this is Quinton. And the defendant comes in for one last interview. where she ends up. After having given this very detailed cover story about going to the Chevron to meet Misty for Oragel, and having added this later, this richly detailed account of having thrown away some garbage at Azalea in the dumpster, but it only being shrimp pasta. Her final story, when they found Quinton after tracing the trash and making it undeniable that what she was throwing away in that dumpster at Azalea was her son's body, the best she can do in her last interview is to claim a total and complete lack of memory from seeing him in his pack and play at 10-something to snapping back into consciousness on the way home from Azalea. And we'll watch it, you'll see more. Specifically what she says happened is that she was driving home, hit a set of railroad tracks, and that jolted her back into now forming memories again. That's the story she ends up with. After those richly detailed accounts of false statements for what happened during that trip, now she just can't remember anything that happened during the critical time period in this case, the murder and the disposal of the body. So that is, as concise as I can make it, the account of what happened and what how the investigation unfolded. What will the trial look like? Okay, so that's kind of the story, start to finish. What will the trial look like? Trial's not like an opening statement. All right, we bring witnesses in one at a time. It can be kind of disjointed and choppy because each individual comes in and they can only talk about really their role and what they did, heard, saw, that sort of thing. You will hear from some of the responding officers. You'll hear from people like Michelle McCarta, people in Quinton's life who can tell you some things about how the defendant felt about Quinton and treated him. You'll hear from the investigators who took these statements and followed up on them. You'll hear from some of the people who were involved in this search of the landfill. You'll hear from some of the scientists at Quantico who were tasked with identifying Quinton and seeing what they could make of these remains, which are just totally torn apart. What I do not expect you will hear is exactly how the defendant killed Quinton. And that's because she covered it up. It's because she got rid of the body. All right. The evidence will show that her specific intent from the outset was that he never be found at all. And him being found in pieces, little bitty pieces, was the next best thing. The judge will tell you that in a case like this, we do not have to prove exactly how the defendant killed Quinton. Under these circumstances, how could you? And that is a sensible rule. Because what we have to prove, what is important, is not exactly how she killed him, but that she killed him. The fact that she did it. And the evidence that we will present to you will do that. It will do that, beyond a reasonable doubt. So at the end of the case, when all the evidence is in, we will make our closing arguments, and we will ask you to find her guilty of all of the charges in the indictment. I want to thank you for your attention. This has been a fairly long opening statement, but it was important to us, because it's our one chance to do it, is to give you kind of soup to nuts from the outset. What is this case about, and what did this investigation look like? So I thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dean. Turn to the defense. Does the defense wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't intend to speak nearly as long as Mr. Dean did. Because frankly, this whole case is about rumor, gossip, speculation and innuendo, and ultimately the state's bold conclusions about what they say happened but can't prove. Unquestionably, this is an emotional case. I know that. I have 5 children, 4 grandchildren. So I understand how emotional this can be. But this case can't be decided based on emotions. It has to be decided on facts and evidence presented in this courtroom. It can't be determined by emotions or their rumors and their gossip and their conclusions. And in the end, what you will determine is that's exactly the foundation of the state's claims. Bunch of conclusions, bunch of declarations, unsupported by actual evidence. These declarations about she did this at 1 o'clock, she killed Quinton. She drove here, and then all of that are their conclusions, what they have decided the evidence shows. But what is important in a trial is this witness stand, where witnesses testify and evidence is presented. It's not what some lawyer says. It's not what the state declares the evidence to be, and that includes this discussion about the statements. Mr. Dean has his ideas of what those statements represent, but that's your job. And it's not to simply rely on the state's conclusions about what they mean. The state has a conclusion. The core conclusion is that Leilani Marie Simon murdered her child. The evidence will simply not support that bold conclusion. That is why, after we've heard all the evidence and all the argument, the evidence will lead you to one place, and that is a finding with respect to murder and concealing the death of another of not guilty. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Purse.
Wow, that was pretty
This
fast.
would probably be a good time to break for lunch, and then we'll resume testimony after the lunch break. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a time for lunch break. It is, the time now is 12:10. I'm going to ask that you report back at 1:20. We got to give some time for them to get to lunch and get back. Let's go ahead and make that 1:30. It's 12:15 now. Let's make it 1:30. Got to give some time. I want to be realistic about what we do. When you go, please remember not to discuss the case, not to do any research on the case, and not to talk with each other about the case. All right. And with that, you're excused.
All right. Interesting. See, I knew that. I felt like that was going to be a defense. I feel like they're going to try to point their finger at Danny, that she was covering up for Mr. I'm just going to call him Danny. And, and that's going to be their defense. That's why she made these inconsistent statements. You know, she didn't, we don't know who did it in the house. You can't convict my client because it could have been Danny, could have been someone else. There's other people in the house. And there's really nothing connecting my client.
Well, did you think they weren't going to go? I mean, that's their job. They got to figure something. You
yeah.
know what I mean?
I figured that they would go that, or some people might have thought like diminished capacity, like, like some sort of issue with the drugs and mental issues or something like that. I didn't think that would be a good idea because she's not a sympathetic person.
Okay, thank you. Before we leave, there is one matter that I'd like to take up. Juror 7, who came in a little late earlier today, And she'd also indicated after we had selected the jury that she had some hearing issues or may have some hearing issues. And she provided what the court marked as Court Exhibit 2. Despite her showing the document, which really indicates to me that there is speech understanding in background noise within limits. So we chose to keep her here on the jury today. I just wanted to note for the record that she appears to be responding to all commands made verbally. When I asked each of the jurors to write their name on the front page so that they can begin making notes on the back page, she did so immediately. And I say all this to say that she seems to be doing fine. And I just want to put that on the record.
I would concur, Judge. I've noticed the same thing, and I would concur, Judge. I've noticed the same thing, and I got the same conclusions from the note that we got during the jury selection. So I note for the record the same thing.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Dean, anything?
I agree, Your Honor, and I would just add that during jury selection, when this issue came up, when she brought it to our attention, the reason that I did not push the issue about asking her whether she would like to wear a headset to amplify the volume is that during that colloquy with the court and with counsel, she was being questioned in a very normal tone, and by Mr. Hilliard in particular, and actually kind of a soft, low tone, and just didn't seem to have any problem whatsoever with hearing what people were saying. So that I think that the record is clear on her ability to hear what is being said in courtroom.
Okay, I appreciate the observations. Is there anything else that we need to deal with at this time before we break?
Nothing from the defense, Judge.
Okay. So we're going to resume at 1:30. That's the aim. Let's get back here about 1:25 so that if there's anything, we can address it before we begin. All right. And with that, we're in recess.
All right, we're in recess. All right. Yeah, I mean, like, I think, people are questioning why the defense would go with this type of way. And if you think about it logically, they don't have the method of which Quinton was murdered. They don't know if it was an accident or anything like that. Also, there's no actual anything that connects besides Leilani being in the house and Leilani disposing of the remains to the death of Quinton Simon. So my thoughts are possibly they're going to try to create a reasonable doubt on the people in the house. And I don't think she's going to point to her brother who's playing video games. I think there's probably going to be pointed at Danny. And I think their goal would be to get Danny on that stand and make him and tear him apart, basically. Like that, and to kind of go through his storylines and stuff like that. And I think they're probably going to paint her as someone that would do anything for this guy, based upon that video. I don't know. And but I think it's an uphill battle because her statements are very much all over the place. It's clear that she's lied to the cops multiple times. It's clear that she lied to news reporters, and she continues to lie. And if she believed Danny was this person that did it, you would think that she would turn him in, especially if they broke up. So, and it wasn't until after they broke up that she makes a statement, and then she's like, I don't have a memory and stuff like that. It doesn't look good for her. But I mean, I don't know if that defense is going to work for her. I think it's probably not going to work for her unless they get some fantastic cross and they need like a Hail Mary, to be honest with you, to get that kind of defense across, to be honest with you. Because as a jury, you know what I mean? It clearly, to me, the opening was so damaging for the defense. I don't see how that's not going to stay with the jury, to be honest with you. And that, you know what I mean? That's very important. And I don't think that's going to, Now, people are critical of the fact of the defendant having a very short statement. I would say, what is he going to say? My client lied. We're just going to basically point our fingers at people in the house and say, well, you don't know 100% my client did it. I mean, she might have lied to the cops and disposed of the remains, but, you know, you don't know exactly my client did it. You know, I mean, that's basically his defense. Do I think she'll testify? I don't think they're going to let her testify unless there's no hope. I have no idea, country. I have no idea. She had a prior issues with CPS. Yeah, and that's going to probably come in. I mean, I don't know. It's a defense, but I don't know if that's going to, unless they get Danny to completely fall apart in the stand, or someone else completely fall apart in the stand, and they kind of make it. I don't see it working, to be honest with you. I'm kind of shocked she didn't try to take a plea, and just take a plea. Maybe they never offered her one, but it's not a great defense. What do you think, Queen? I don't know if you're here or not. You're gonna drink, I don't know. No, I don't think so, Crime Mine. I think people are naturally going to just look at the evidence of the case and say to themselves, did she murder her child or did she not murder her child? That's going to be a situation. I don't think it's going to be like any sort of Casey Anthony kind of look into it or something like that. I think it's pretty clear to me, unless they show otherwise, if they tracked her down with GPS, that she, plugged her phone in and she had a GPS, that she disposed of the remains, unless they prove otherwise. They would have to, but if they can prove that Danny did it, like did the disposal of the remains, then that would be a pretty big deal. But we'll see, which I don't think is the case. So are they going for murder one or murder? Let me see what the charges are. Let me see. No one's jumping up to talk. It's very interesting. Very interesting. No one wants to talk. I don't know if anyone's in the back. No one's in the back. I don't know if anyone's in the back. Let me see. I'm going to check right now. Simon faces 19-count indictment. Of course, with the ad. Indictment comprising of murder, concealing death, false reporting, and multiple counts of lying to investigators. And she's going to get convicted of lying to investigators for sure. There's no doubt about that. And concealing a death, she's probably going to get that one, and she's probably going to get hit with murder. So we see if it's like murder 2 or something like that. She faces charges of murder, concealing death. I really wish they just. Let me see. Of course, Fox just says murder. Murder. They keep on saying murder. Let me see. I agree with you doing a great thing. No, thank you. No problem. Yeah, I think I think the defense has an uphill battle. Like I would say it's a malice murder. Thank you, Lau. I was looking, I was like, it just says murder. I'm like, this is more than that. Thanks. Yeah, I think the defense has an uphill battle. I don't see, unless they get something on the Danny, I don't sell. But personally, me, I think that's probably the weakest part of the prosecution's case is Danny. Danny is not a sympathetic individual. Danny was in contact with Leilani at the time to get substances. Let's just say that much. Danny was probably up at the time. So why didn't Danny do anything? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Intentional unlawful killing of another person. Yeah. I could send this girl away for life when the boyfriend was there, that, and they have no definitive proof showing me so far. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, that's what I would say. Like, mostly he recorded the call. Was that normal practice for them? I don't know. I don't think it's normal practice. I think that's their key takeaway. They're going to probably hope to give a Hail Mary and say, look, Danny, he was in the house. Danny's X, Y, and Z. You know, she loved Danny. She would do anything for Danny. Look, she's crying that he doesn't want to do anything with her. You know, she would do anything for Danny. I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of. Will it work? Not for.
Yeah, I was gonna say they got to go with something. I mean, they got to go with something.
I mean, if Danny does terrible in the stand and sounds terrible,
well, and you got to think the police are gonna testify. There's gonna be a lot of people that are gonna testify.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, the key thing with the prosecution, I think the major issue for the prosecution is they don't know how the child, Quinton Simon, became deceased, was killed. They don't know what happened in those hours, and there's multiple people in the house. Now, I'm pretty sure the brother was up. Someone said in the chat the brother was upstairs playing video games. He had headset on, whatever. Danny was in contact, right, Queen? You said the text was like he was off for a substance.
Yeah, he said she messaged him and said, okay, looks like I'm going to go to the 204 or 224. I don't know which one it was, but 224, 204. Either way, it was a dope dealer's house.
Yeah, and my guess is after consuming cocaine, you're not exactly going to bed, sound asleep. So you have this male, this Danny who's up at the same time as Leilani. And a lot of people are going to question, like, wait a minute, why didn't Danny notice this child being disappeared? Why didn't Danny know that she was going out with a bag? What is the situation with Danny? And then they're going to see him on the stand, and they're going to wonder about him. And that's pretty much, I think, is probably the only thing I can think of. Or they could be trying to point out the brother. I doubt they're going to point out the brother, to be honest with you, or someone else in the house. I just don't think that's going to be possible. No, I don't know if they're offer a plea in the middle of the trial. I'm surprised they didn't offer a plea earlier on, to be honest with you. What's the wait? What? Leilani. Did I say Leilani? I should have said Leilani. If I said that, my apologies. Two kinds of malice are express, implied express, like shooting a neighbor in the chest after knocking on the door, implied driving 70 miles through a crowded street while people were walking. Yeah. They must feel that they have a solid case with no play. I mean, they do have a solid case. I mean, I'm not doubting that. This is a pretty solid case. She had the opportunity for the murder. They have her lying to the cops. They probably have her dead to rights and disposal of the remains. So all they're missing is the means and method of which she inflicted the fatal wounds, and how the child died.
Well, you know what though, and listen to this. I was just sitting here thinking, with them saying that all they had were pieces, and that from what they could see, they thought it was a blunt force object. But all I could think was, what if she, maybe, okay, so what if we go with the theory that Danny and Paul didn't hear anything and didn't know anything? What if she had suffocated him or whatever? I hate saying this, but what if she had put her hand over his mouth or suffocated him when he was crying because she didn't want to hear it?
That is
the blunt force to trauma from the compactor.
Yeah. I don't know what you mean by DP, by the way, Laura Lee. Ain't they going for DP? I don't know what DP means. Death penalty. Is that what you mean?
Death penalty, and no, they're not.
No. But wouldn't they have had to declare a third-party defense in advance? They haven't. Well, I don't think they have enough to actually declare a third party defense, because like usually have to have a little. The judges, some states, they just kind of, they don't just let you just blame people around. Yeah, I'm not excusing her actions. In my opinion, I think she's pretty guilty. Like if I was on a jury, I would need a lot of convincing that Danny was the one that did it, because in my mind, like,
Yeah,
she's
no.
the,
I'm just saying I think he was aware of what was going on a little more than what he's saying.
yeah. People are wondering, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I think that's the thing. I just think Daniel, the boyfriend Daniel Youngkin is the person's full name, I believe. We call him Danny for the sake of simplicity. Like, I didn't know he was put in their contact. Yeah, well, I knew that, but I kind of don't like stating that because there's family members that are watching. It's a very sensitive issue. You know what I mean? And you got to be very respectful because, this is, a lot of family watch this type of, the family of Quinton's are watching. And it's a very sad situation. He got put in there. Yeah. No, she put him in the dumpster. And then basically a garbage truck came, picked up the garbage, the rest, and delivered it to the landfill. That is the events. And unfortunately, was there for a little bit, and everything kind of crushes onto it, and that's the situation. So that, yeah. So unfortunately, because unfortunately they couldn't get the remains before it was delivered to the landfill, obviously. And yeah, that's the situation. They already played the part about that we can be as respectful as possible. So unfortunately, is what it is. Yeah, it is unfortunate. I agree, and I don't really like going into it, but that is the situation. I think they showed a bit of the remains on the camera, which was the partial skull. And yeah, they don't have to prove how he died. Yeah, they don't have to prove how he died, but to a degree, like who I think they need to prove kind of who did it, like which kind of goes to how he died. If her defense is going to be blaming someone else, that kind of goes to, well, that's how he died from so and so. You know what I mean? I think Queen's thought of it being some sort of suffocation could be a possibility. Yeah, but she might be a witness. That's probably why she's not attending, because she's going to probably testify. I don't know which side she'll testify to. She might testify. So she might not be, she's a witness, so she might not be allowed to walk in and sit in there. I don't know where she testifies. It was violent in the house. That's how GBILE knew for sure. Yeah. Opening statements. Yeah, it did end. It's going to come back, I think, in a half hour. The medical examiner testimony is going to be rough. Yeah, they're not going to. The medical examiner is not going to testify. I don't even think they could have testified to the cause of death. I think they're probably just going to go talk about the remains and what their conclusions, that this is Quinton Simon.
Hey, Ellie, what's up, baby?
Hey, what's going on?
How are you, love?
Wow, there's like a lot more like stuff that we didn't know about, right? That's how a lot.
Oh yeah, for sure.
We knew that there always is, but it's so interesting that because like I feel.
What do you think of his the possible defense of accusing Danny, the ex-boyfriend?
I don't know. I mean, he could have like if he got some drugs or whatever, he could have like fallen asleep. He had to work early the next day, and it sounds like he was like responsible and. And maybe there was like trouble between the two of them. He could be sleeping in another room on the couch. Who knows? Like he could be nowhere near whatever happened.
But he's not going to get any, he might have been on substances. A substance.
Yeah, maybe he like fell asleep. You know what I mean? And like he did seem like, do you see that like parking lot footage? He was running. He seemed like, like you don't like if he knew what was like on the other end, I don't know if he'd be running to his car like that. Do you know what I mean? Like he literally he kind of really seemed like upset. You know, I mean, in a way, like it was like new to him that, you know, and if he would have known about it the night before, I don't know if he would have like ran across the parking lot like that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't
I get
know.
what you're saying.
Just like a thought.
Yeah, I mean, like if they don't tear him apart on the stand or someone to basically create that reasonable doubt, I don't see her not getting convicted. I really don't.
Yeah. I mean, he could have been like, I was in another, well, no, I guess whatever he testifies, he could have been in another room. This is because I feel like early on, he made some kind of deal with them and he might have went to like as we see, she was interviewed several times. He was probably interviewed several times. You know what I mean? And he was like,
Yeah.
I fell asleep, you know, I went to sleep and had no idea and thought he was there the next day. We don't know the layout of the house. It looks like a kind of a big house, right?
I
On
think
the
that's a
outside.
good point. I think that's a good point to show the layout of the house, kind of, because in a way, the prosecution now, I don't think they're allowed to bring in a third party cooperative defense unless they have like they kind of meet the burden. Because I usually like judges don't allow that in unless you meet a certain burden, right? You have to kind of like
Yeah, of course, probable cause.
yeah. So I mean, I don't think you can just naturally start pointing, but you can create kind of a reasonable doubt in cross examination. And that's I think. Hi,
I
Brianna,
guess
by the
we'll
way.
see. Oh,
Hey
Brianna's
guys.
here? Hey, what's up?
How are you, baby?
Oh, I'm good. I'm just I'm reliving some Casey Anthony trauma. The only way I see her getting away with this is if the jury decides that by the time they found him, he was too far gone to prove how he died. Because that's how Casey Anthony got away with it.
Yeah, but like the problem is like she lied to the cops multiple
Big Tim's
times.
like, see, we ain't having this.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm scared.
Because she lied to the cops multiple times, and she also I feel like they have her dead to rights on her whereabouts, moving with the cell phone to know when she disposed of the remains. And I don't know if that's going to work for her.
Well,
I don't know.
Casey Anthony also took the police to Universal Studios to show show them her office.
But the whole father, like that he abused her, that was like with Casey Anthony.
Right.
There was always this like doubt with that. It was more of a thing. This is very cut and dry. I feel like, unfortunately.
But Danny is still there, and he's going to be used the same way George was.
Yeah,
if
we
they
don't know
use
that
it.
yet. We have no idea. Like how
I think
we'll see.
they're going to paint Danny as the one that possibly did it. I think I think absolutely like
She's
you're
the one
not
that went out though, and with the car, left in the middle of
well.
the night.
I
He could
could
have been
make a
sleeping.
defense. I could make
Yeah.
a defense right now for her. I'd be like, well, look how much you love this man, and she wanted to protect him, and she was probably and he was emotionally abusing her or whatever. Make up some bullshit excuse, whatever they're going to do. Emotionally abusing her or something, and she would do anything for this man. And he asked her to do this for her. He asked her to do this for her to dispose of the remains. And
We'll have to see where the evidence goes with this case, though. You know what I mean? Because we don't know any of that. Like his testimony could be very like cut and dry. Like, yeah, she went and got drugs. I took a perk or something and went to sleep. Because some people, like, if he didn't take like coke like she did, then he went and took a downer.
I would probably say,
you
well,
know?
why did you replace? So your girlfriend is getting cocaine, and you decide to take a nap.
Well, no, he had to work the next day, and that was like 10:30 at night when she went around when she got them, and she didn't end up going to like 1:17 is when she disposed of whatever in that trash, right? Quinton. So I mean, he could have been sleeping by then. If he had to be up very early the next morning, that's only a
I don't know. I mean, I've seen a lot of people give. You know, the Canary case with the law. A lot of people were pissed off at that officer in the house. They thought, how could you sleep through all this? Someone's on your lawn. How could you sleep? People got to sit there and be like, how are you asleep when this child is being murdered and this woman is going out at 1:00 at night and you don't hear nothing and you don't check on nothing? You know what I mean? Like this, that could be
You just
something.
never know how it happened, the layout of the house. He could have been asleep with earbuds. He could have been gaming. He could have been like whatever. He could have just not heard when the incident happened. It looks like a big house, you know?
I'm with Ellie on this one because there have been so many cases of that happening.
He could have went to sleep before she texted him and said she was going to the 204 or 224 to get dope. Because I didn't see her text. I didn't see him text back.
That's true. You got like a super chat. 2L1 says something. Gordon.
Oh, here I can't see him on StreamYard anymore. I have to go over to YouTube to see him now.
Yeah.
So I was gonna read him. Hold on. Green Eyed PI says, but does Danny's phone ring in the trailer area? I have no idea.
I have no idea. Not even the kids woke up in the same room. But listen, I mean, the point is that you just have to try to beat him respectively.
We don't know if the kids woke up. They're not going to testify. They could have woken up.
Right.
We have no idea what she deals with, like how their setup is. Like it could have been, she could have been in the room with them. Danny could have been in another room asleep on a couch because she was like up and doing stuff. You know, who knows? We just don't know. I guess we're going to find out. You know, 'cause
Right.
Danny was like,
And Sky was 3 months old. Zane was 4. They don't remember.
I thought the most shocking thing was how short this is opening, but I guess you can't really say much. Like, you can't really say much. Like, well, my client clearly lied to the cops like 14 times.
He came in really like swinging hard with like a strong voice, but then I was over. I was like, okay, well that's over. That's okay. Wow, that was quick. I mean, we'll see. I guess what he's gonna. There always has to be a defense, you know.
Yeah, you
I
can't
don't
really
know.
say my client lied to the police 14 times and possibly disposed of the remains.
Oh my
But
God,
you know,
yeah.
our defense is we don't know how he died, and thus you cannot convict my client. Everything else is rumors. I'm like, I don't know if GPS and video surveillance and lying to the cops is just rumors, sir. You know, I mean, I don't know.
It sounds like a Jose Baez defense to me.
Yeah.
A
little bit,
to my mind, the reason that we know or can at least assume, if we take, you know, that it was Quinton waking up or him doing something in the middle of the night that set her off, whatever, the fact that the other two weren't harmed at all tells me they didn't wake up.
That could be very true. I mean, it could be a scenario how Queen painted it with a pillow or some sort of situation like that. But why do you think the DA did tell us how they think she killed him? Why do you think the DA did tell us how they think they killed him? I don't know. Wouldn't the lawyers say in the opening if they were going to blame? For a third-party culprit defense, you're not allowed to really state it in an opening, just like the Karen Reed case, because they were not really quite allowed to do a third-party culprit. He kind of broke the rules. The lawyer, yeah, but I don't. For a third-party culprit defense, usually you need a little. The judge needs to kind of okay it, and you have to show a little bit proof. And I think what they're going to do is try to just kind of be like, well, you're not 100% sure my client did it, based upon crossing people. And my opinion is, I feel like the attorney's probably to be like, try to push the jury to be like 70% sure she did it instead of 90% sure she did it. You know what I mean?
And we've also only heard the opening statements. We have not seen a single shred of evidence right now. So nobody has seen any evidence how she did it or why she did it or any of that. Because it hasn't been presented yet.
And it's like, I feel like the defense is going to try to paint about, you know, how she was a caring mother, whatever, try to make her humanize a little bit to the jury, that she would never hurt her child. I feel like that's going to probably come about. I feel like, I don't know if the records, the CPS records, are going to be admitted into evidence. I don't know if there was a ruling on that prior, you know, because that could be prejudicial, but it can also go to like pattern of behavior, maybe. You know,
Billy Joe had custody for a reason, so there's got to be something.
Yeah. I don't know if that's going to be put into it. I just don't know. Why did they put black up on the window as part of BJ's home and not the windows to where Leilani's portion of the house?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know.
Just
maybe because those are the ones that were seen by that could be seen by, you know, the public. Maybe those are, you know what I mean? Maybe those are like, you know.
Samantha, you're up here with this baby.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hey Sam.
I just thought, hey Ellie, B Tim, what is it, Brianna?
Yep, me.
Well, I just wanted to say hello to everybody. I'm thinking about the charges. malice murder is like such a severe charge with the intent. And I think if their case was weak or you couldn't explain things, I don't think her charges would have be so severe. So that makes me feel
I
confident
agree. Yeah,
that they have a really strong case.
for sure. It was a very strong, like, opening statement. I mean, that guy's really, it was so easy to follow. You know what I mean? He was really the DA.
Yeah, I mean, I another thing I thought about, and I could be 100% wrong with this. This is just my thoughts. When he says rumors, I have this sneaking suspicion of, will the whole situation with the people outside be mentioned? You know what I mean? I have that sneaking
Where would it come
suspicion.
up, though? How would that come up?
But it's very weird that he says rumors. Like, why would
Yeah.
you say rumors?
Hmm.
To me, like that's kind of sneaking into the possibility
Of a Hogs defense?
of
Well,
maybe
the
like
neighbor beats him, and the babysitter, they're going to be
who was
witnesses for the defense.
who and who
After the
was
fact, though, you know, I don't know.
but the neighbor was paid by a certain YouTuber to say certain things in an interview of $500. And it's like there's a lot of rumors that were spreading around by that
The
group of people.
babysitter.
The babysitter, all these people around. And I don't know. I just have that sneaking suspicion. I wonder if that might be used. And like then maybe showing like how the house was like kind of fucked with by a bunch of people to try to stem up some sympathy. I don't know.
I think
mean,
your head is just still in Karen Reed conspiracy land.
it's still in Karen's.
Because like Kim Holmes said, there was forensics allegedly left in his crib or pack and play. I've heard that
But
too.
why
There's like,
use rumor as a word?
I don't know, because he's a attorney. You know, they use those words.
Well, I mean, obviously they're going to use words as attorneys. But I'm just,
Yeah, I know. I mean, the words that make beat him question you.
I can see kind of where, if assuming that B. Tim and I have our heads in the same place, no, all of the accusations against her were started by a bunch of YouTubers, one of whom was arrested. And why are you listening to them? I can absolutely see that coming out
Yeah, then
as
they
part of her
show-
defense.
We'd have to watch it again. I remember him using explicitly like all they have is rumors or something to that degree, right? Like, well, I'm trying to remember the exact verbiage, like exact words he used. But he said something about rumors, and I was just sitting there. I was like, wait a minute. I mean, obviously they have more than rumors, but why would you bring up rumors? I mean, it's a pretty open shut case where you think about it and you say, well, she gave, obviously she lied in statements. It's recorded, so that's not a rumor. So where would the rumor words come from?
Huh. Interesting.
Like, think about it. What it would be rumors. And the only thing I can think
they're
about.
going to use the babysitter and like the neighbor.
Yeah.
They're colliding. She was beating him for some reason. She didn't like this child. She took it out on him. And the speculation that they told the news, and then that turned into rumors, which ran rampant.
Mm-hmm. Now, I could be completely wrong. I'm just like spitballing here. I could be 100% wrong. And he doesn't mention one word about the people outside or anything like that. But I just found that very interesting wording to use. And like, there was a lot of rumors popping off by a certain group of people standing outside and a certain group of people that, was going on YouTube and was going on, and there's the radio and TV and stuff like that. And this case, was on the news for a money-making circus. So I just wonder if that's the possibility, but I could be 100% wrong, and I could just whatever. And that's why it says I'm like just spitballing. Don't crucify me for thinking this.
No,
I have to go back to chat though.
All right,
Sorry, Ellie.
Bye, Sam.
Yeah.
See you later.
Thank you for letting me come up. I'm sticking on. If they're charging her with intent, they got their ducks in a row, and it wouldn't
I
be
think
such a
so.
severe charge if they were not confident in their case. And that's my stance. Thanks, Queen.
Yeah. Imagine like if they're going to be able to use the fact of the situation that occurred in front of a house as a defense, and that somehow gets her off. Imagine if that fucking
Oh,
happened.
beats him. I hope not. No.
I
don't
hope
think-
not
mean,
too. I think the
no, I
lady's
mean,
guilty, pretty guilty. I'm like 99% sure this woman did it. But I would sit there,
Yeah.
I'd be like shocked, to be honest with you. But I wonder
would
about
be
that.
shocking for sure.
It would be so shocking. So, like, when I'm spitballing thoughts on like a defense, by the way, it doesn't mean that I am condoning her actions or
No.
just making and putting this out there. It's just that I'm thinking,
Allegedly, in B. Tim's opinion.
you know, also in Willow's opinion. Willow the
Yeah,
dog.
you're.
They'll say the YouTube idiots spread their rumors and they won't be wrong. Right, Dolly? Right, Bets? Could be. And then
Petty AF, you're up here with us.
How you doing, Petty
You're
AF?
right. You're right.
Good. How's it going?
Yeah, I'm exhausted. I've been moving my oldest kid at weekend, but I've just jumped up here to talk about the rumours, especially with the YouTubers. I can't logically see any relevance that that's going to have.
It could go. I don't know. I mean, I'm not the mind of the defense. I'm not an attorney.
This is after the fact, so I just can't see how it's going to come in.
No, it's during the
play.
trial, during the investigation. Think about it.
Yeah,
Like you could easily. I mean, think about it. You could say, well, they were pressured by outside YouTubers to get a suspect based upon rumors, and they had to get someone, and they couldn't just like not arrest them, so they just naturally went after my client because of the rumors and the pressure campaign.
They don't do that though. There's no pressure campaign. Willow's mad at you.
Willow's mad at me, but you could probably try to paint and then you show the protesters and says, look at all these people that wanted blood. Look at these people that wanted a pressure campaign. They show Betty saying pressure breaks pipes. And then you just like, yeah, I think that's a possibility.
You're siding with Bullhorn on this then, that her pressure broke the pipes.
Well, I'm thinking her pressure might give a defense to the defendant. I'm thinking
I
that's
can't
the
see that.
I mean,
genuinely can't. I've tried to look at it from your point of view, but the fact is if they've got proof that
no, think about it in my
something.
point of view. Like my point of view would be, yeah, the Queen's gone. She's disavowing my theory right now. She's jumping off the
Kick
panel.
beat Tim right now, Queen Bee.
Kicking me. You can't kick me now.
Kick him.
But think about it. Think about this
Beat him
much.
is now
This
King
is-
Bee.
Yeah. Think about this. And this is like, obviously, this is a theory. It could be 100% disproven. It's just like a thought. Not even a theory. It's a hypothesis. Not even a theory. But in my hypothesis, think about creating a scenario where you paint that this woman's child goes she's worried about.
But then you're saying that the,
Wait, you're not even
the
letting me
pressure
finish.
campaign
You're not letting me
wins.
finish.
Okay,
You let
go. I mean, it's ridiculous. That's
It's a
why.
ridiculous scenario, but we see more ridiculous defenses, Ellie. So think about this much. What if you basically paint a narrative that the police were forced to do an arrest because of the widespread pressure from the rumors spread by YouTubers and the local people, and that the Chief Hadley had to get someone, and they just went after, they just picked her, even though they didn't have enough for an arrest.
Okay,
and they
so
picked her.
So for my response to that, it would be, if that is the case and some crowds outside decide, I'm sorry, I can't, they're irrelevant to me in this case, but if some crowds outside decided to, or was able to give the police enough of a boot to say, right, we need to arrest someone, that would have been done in so many different cases. And the fact that Leilani was already pointing the finger at Danny.
Yeah, I know. And she was pointing, but that's what I'm just saying. Like, this is not me. This is just a thought with it's possible.
Yeah, it's
Ellie's
possible.
gone. Yellie's, Queen's gone. I'm only left with Petty, where I'm soon it's going to be only me. We're going to have the last showdown.
I'm here until my kids start screaming at me.
Yeah,
I've come to hide in the closet so I can talk to you.
Gotta hide in the closet. Holy crap. All right. Well, if we hear screaming, we know what to try to save you.
I'm hiding in the closet, not the kids.
Oh, okay. No, I'm saying you're hiding from them.
Yeah. It's tea time. They're
creating distraction and doubt for defense. Yeah, like that's the only thing you got. You gotta create enough distractions. That's why I called the Karen guy, Alan Jackson, Distraction Jackson. It's like, look over here, not over here.
No, I'm not talking to you about Karen Reid. Karen Reid is
I'm just using him as a good example. We all know Mr. Jackson was a good attorney.
Well, yeah.
We are forever saying that what the Hogs do can steal justice from victims, saying that they may have should not be controversial. It's all up to her attorney. Yeah, and if I was an attorney, I would use whatever I could. I would use the fact of creating a narrative of them just trying to just grab someone, that they had to grab someone even if they didn't have enough evidence. And I would show the videos of these people, and I would show, like, them, the pressure campaign of this situation. And I'd just do everything I could. I would show that. I would also try to point my finger at Danny, the ex-boyfriend. I try to make my client more sympathetic, make it sound like she couldn't possibly hurt her kid. No, just like that's what I would think probably work. Would it work? Probably not.
No.
No, I don't think it would work with a sound jury that would say, well, we saw her dispose of the remains and we have a GPS location.
Yeah.
But, you're going to try anything, especially in this case. What the hell do you have?
Peggy, I think B Tim's new name should be King Tim.
No, my name is
King B.
No, I'm good.
King B.
Ellie didn't care. Danny left him. Yeah, that was the very. Yeah.
We don't know they didn't care. Because as far as I remember, did they not also bring him back and question him?
I don't remember, to be honest with you. I'd have to look up because this was like 2 years ago, to be honest with you.
I'm pretty sure they brought him back because he left to get away from Leilani, but I'm nearly positive they brought him back.
I think they got them a few dealers while this was going on, and that was the only reason they kept everything quiet, so no one got tired off, and Spickle Quinn was their first one. Oh, okay. I think it will be brought up. I don't know. I just think that was very weird wording to use rumors. I just don't feel like, what are you going to say? The police are listening to rumors? Rumors from who?
Yeah. Is it just a verbiage that you're struggling on, or?
I'm struggling on that word to be used in the defense. That's so short that would be kind of weird to use. That was a pretty, when a opening argument for a defense is less than 4 minutes, every word is kind of important.
Yeah, that's very true.
And you wouldn't use rumor if you didn't have more you're going to present. And I think that's, and if somehow they try to use that as a defense, that'd be quite interesting.
Yeah.
That would be quite interesting because that would be the first I've actually seen something like that happen, to be honest with you.
Yeah, this is what I was trying to say. If they're using the word rumor, I think it's got to depend on where the rumor came from.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean. Even though they're saying that YouTuber paid them, if a YouTuber paid them, surely they would have to have that YouTuber specifically on the stand.
Well, no, not just that. You could easily say that this was a big case for Mr. Chief Hadley. The rumors were spreading around her guilt. You had all these people standing in front of the house spreading the rumors about her with photos showing that the abuse occurred from this YouTuber. You could show that the police were under pressure and they just even though they didn't have enough to basically choose who to, they just went after Leilani because everyone else believed she was guilty. All these other people believe it could have been Danny, could have been anyone else, but because of the rumors from the groups of people in the streets, they picked on Leilani. And that could be a possibility. Now, I could be 100% wrong. I am just spitballing an idea here. And this is just, and I could be 100% wrong. I'm just spitballing.
Was it ever proven that somebody was paid off?
No. The babysitter was paid $500, I believe, for an interview by Molly Golightly.
For an interview, though?
Yeah.
Or for rumors?
Yeah.
I'm not grasping. Was she paid to spread false rumors, or was she just paid for an interview?
You're still stuck on that. I mean, it could be just they can use that the pressure campaign from the public opinion forced them to prematurely just pick Leilani as a suspect to arrest.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, they don't have to prove, like, let's say, like, the babysitter's lying, but it does go to her credibility if she's basically being paid by YouTubers. Maybe what she says is not 100% true. But also, like, they have a bunch of interviews from this lady, and they could probably, like, compare and see if she's lied or messed up anywhere,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think the most telling thing for me was BJ's response to her daughter.
Now, Glenda says
That is
Haley.
my opinion.
It says Haley announced it was Leilani before Betty got there. Yeah, but the thing is, that might be true, and I'm not. You're absolutely correct. But I'm talking about what you're trying to present to the jury. Sometimes you're presenting not the whole truth to the jury. Like they might try to like play little games here on the timeline of events. You catch my drift? They're not lying, but they're lying. Look, you know what I mean? They might
I
say,
understand what you're trying to say, and I understand what you're getting at. I completely understand that. I'm just struggling with the whole introducing it as evidence in the case, because if that was to happen, surely they would need to bring people in from YouTube. That's just my opinion. I just don't understand if
it'd be hilarious if like Molly Golightly walks into the courtroom. Hello.
Yeah. But I'm hoping the case is just swift and it gets proven, because this must be awful for Quinton's family.
Have you seen the new filings in the TV case, Turtle Boy case? No, I have not. But I'll talk about that later. You know, I can't talk about that case while we're discussing this one. But I'll look it up. What mother could drive her child and throw them away like a piece? Yeah, listen, you're preaching to the choir. I think it's a pretty terrible thing to do. Honestly, I agree. I think like 90% sure she did it, but I don't know what will come up. We just had opening statements. I think the defense's opening statement sucked. I think the prosecution's was fantastic. I think it was basically no comparison, and I don't know what the hell they're going to do to save themselves. But that's just my opinion.
I thought the babysitter was called Diane. Am I getting it wrong, or is?
Well, I think they did a timeline of events with the babysitter. Welcome back, Queen.
Yeah, was it Michelle or Diane? I can't remember her name.
Let me see. Where's the babysitter? Babysitter.
Oh, we got Queen back. Hi.
Yeah, we got Queen back. Don't worry.
Yep, I just came in on my phone. My computer's still on though, so it's still gonna play.
All right, cool. I think they're gonna come back in probably like 5 minutes or something like that.
Diana, that's it.
But I don't know. I mean, we'll see. I mean, I could be Diana McCarty. Someone is saying. So you were right. You said Diane.
Yeah, I thought it was Diana or Diana.
Diana McCarty. Yeah. They might
Yeah.
use the stream where MGL said it about the babysitter being paid. Holy fuck! If that actually happens, I'm gonna be shocked. I'd be so shocked. I'll be like, what? Like, Queen Bee's they're gonna play.
Oh,
like
my
Queen
kids
Bee's
have just found me.
They found you. You're done for.
Oh, I'm done. I'll be listening, but might pop up later.
Yeah, I'll see you. You have a good one.
All right, see you later. Bye, Queen.
Bye.
We'll see you later.
That'd be quite crazy if they used the pressure campaign that Leilani was in as a defense. Oh my god, I'd be shocked. That's why I said it could be 100% wrong. This is just the hypothesis, but if they did that, I'd be shocked. That's why YouTubers should not question future witnesses in case it can ruin a case of a key witness. Can't be called for someone paid the witness to lie for their video. Yeah, man, because all you need to do is just say, like, how much were you paid for interviews? Who did you talk to? You know what I mean? It's like, this is I said that earlier on in the Quinton Simon case, that the babysitter would be a key witness. And by basically doing all these interviews and doing all this stuff, she's kind of made herself not a good witness. You know what I mean? And that's just my opinion on that.
You're an incredible witness.
Yeah, and especially if that witness was paid to give interviews, you know what I mean? It's like, were you motivated by money to state these things? What's your motivation, ma'am? You know what I mean? It's something like that. The lady
Hey,
was,
Voices, how are you, baby?
Hi, Voices.
Good morning. Good morning. Hey, guys. How are you guys?
Good. How's it? What's your thoughts, Ange?
I had phone calls this morning. I was listening a lot, but boy, howdy, this one's going to be rough, isn't it?
Pretty much.
the one thing I keep thinking, I keep remembering in my mind while I've been listening to this is BJ knew from the start her daughter was lying. So BJ knew, and we need to remember to keep that in mind, that her mama knew that she was lying from the beginning. And this girl's a really bad actress also. She made it sound like she was crying, in my opinion, but you never saw tears. You never saw her nose snotting. And if you're crying, you can't keep your nose from running. It's a natural reflex. So, yeah. Yep, BJ was honest on the news. Absolutely, she was. No, and I agree. It doesn't mean the jury knows that, but we know that. So rather than us getting all caught up, we need to keep remembering that we know this, and her mama knew it, and her mama did the right thing by BJ came out and said that she knew it while we were.
Yeah, I mean, I think pretty much a lot of people had an idea that she did it. I'm pretty sure the brother.
Law enforcement.
Yeah, I think a lot of people had an idea that she has this very sneaking, a big suspicion that she did it. The fact is, there's two different things. One, you think, and what you can prove, and that's what we're going to see if they can prove it in the courtroom, and who did it, and that's the thing. And if the problem is that your key witness, the babysitter, if they actually grab the interviews from the YouTube and stuff, they could discredit her. The boyfriend, if they tear him apart, there's a possibility. I'm not sure what his background is, but we'll see. Maybe they'll be allowed to. It's like there's some X factors. Who knows? Before the protest, Ellie knew. I think everyone knew before, but it's what you can paint as a narrative to the jury. As you could tell, you have to tell the truth, but you don't have to tell all the truth. If you catch my drift.
Right. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Quinton was named after her brother in jail for murder. So sad. Yeah. Are they back yet? I don't know. Are they back yet, Queen?
No, it won't be until 2 Eastern, which that's about 20 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because court is on break until 2 Eastern. So it's 11:30.
It'll kick back on as soon as it's ready. It's still on play.
Yeah.
I never paused it, so as soon as it's ready to go, it'll kick back on.
Lady Tara says, I don't believe the crowd outside will be mentioned in this case. You could be 100% right. I don't know, but it's a possibility. Who knows? I don't know. What do they have? Like, can you think of a defense? I can't really. That's the only thing I can think of. Like, they're not going with some sort of mental, something mental, defense,
bipartisan. Yeah.
What? I don't think
they're not using that as their defense.
Yeah, it sounded like they said basically they don't know who did it, and we're gonna create some sort of reasonable doubt, but we can't exactly point at someone and state that they did it because we're not allowed to do a third party culprit defense because we don't have enough proof to do it. So we're going to just create this reasonable doubt and say about these rumors that are stating my client did it. So that's what I feel like. But I don't know. The evidence of her at the dump and the lies was enough for me. I'm guessing. Yeah, man. I think that's enough for a lot of people.
Yeah.
You have an opportunity for the crime. Obviously means that you're at the house. They have you disposing of the remains. They have you lying to the cops, giving multiple different stories. It's a pretty damning situation,
And Laura Lee is right. A lot of this has been documented on streams. A lot of it we had
a lot of it.
Go ahead.
A lot of it is documented. And I'm worried. That's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about like a live stream, like these live streamers that just came in there, or the money-making circus people that might affect this case and cause confusion and doubt.
Yeah, because look at all the ones that were excluded. Hey,
Yeah.
Michelle.
I mean, that's what I think is a big situation that could result in this. And I don't know. I'm worried about that. I'm worried about that. You'll see. Well, people should learn, but they haven't learned. Look how they fucked with this case, with the Sebastian Rogers case. Look with how they fuck with every other case. They don't learn because eventually what they're going to do is they're going to give a defense explained document on stream. Let me finish my point. What they're going to do is they're going to affect an actual trial, and they're going to let someone get off because of that. And they say explained documented on stream, meaning that like almost a lot of parts of this whole Quinton case was on stream. Like literally, there was an interview while Leilani and Billy Joe were sitting down, and there was an interview of them with Cher and Chasing. So what if they use that? What if they say, well, you know, who knows? Who knows that they don't just demand that and just like look at that, because that's evidence. She's sitting there. She's saying justice for Quinton Simon when she clearly knows that Quinton Simon is deceased. Goes to her motive, like her state of mind, be like, whoa, this lady's not only lying to cops, but she's lying to YouTubers, and she has like no remorse for the death of her child. You know what I mean? Like, who knows? Then you have like the situation outside, and you can easily make an argument about, you know, Mr. Hadley was maybe pressured to do an arrest because, you know, maybe they were trying to continue their investigation, even though they said that she was a prime suspect. Maybe they prematurely arrested her, or maybe they only focused on her because the wider opinions grew. I mean, I don't know. It's just how it goes. We don't know.
You're all rhymey over there today, B. Tim.
Yeah, I know.
Just
What do you think I'm like completely nuts with my thoughts?
No, I mean, it's both sides.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know. I really don't. We will see.
Voodoo doll. Hang on. Voodoo doll, take the first S off. It's just voice for the voiceless. Yes, I have them. I have it all set aside for you. Drop the first S and we'll be able to connect. Thank you. Sorry, B. Tim. No, right there in the middle of you're right there, right? Like that, everything that you just said, it has been swirling around in my mind as I've listened to. Now, I haven't listened to 100% of it. I've listened to probably 75% of it because, like I said, I had phone calls on and off this morning. But you're right. Like it's going to be interesting to see how they move forward and this plays out, because I mean, at this point, we know what we know, but the jury doesn't know what we know.
Yeah. Indy says, I don't think.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, she says, India says, yeah, I don't think they rushed to arrest because they were determined to find him first. Yeah, but you got voices, go.
No, that's exactly, I agree. That's a great point.
But my point is like, it's what you're going to try to paint. Like you're trying to paint the picture in the courtroom. And even though it might be complete bullshit, that you know, you're going to try to paint it anyway. You're going to try to create that reasonable doubt using all the elements that you can. Do I think it's worked? No. It is what it is. Let me see. Cher is extremely skilled that way. She played in Wells, especially Don, when accused him of desire, let's say. Imagine that would be wild if like Cher's interview with BJ and Billy Joe, and while Leilani's in the background comes up in court.
Or the one with Chasing. I mean, that one could even come into play too.
That would be quite hard, like crazy. I'd be like, whoa. And then they see like, I think, yeah, that would be kind of crazy. And then they see like, or they bring up like a dolly stream. And they be like, can you marry me, Leilani Simon? With a turtle mask.
Oh.
Or they show him with the turtle mask at night saying, it's a night party. It's a black party. And they got it and they show it. The baby like crying sound.
Yeah, that could be awful.
Yeah, then you just put that down. He says this is the pressure campaign that it was so bad that they had to put a sign and create a new law to stop this stuff and stuff like that. Like, all you need to do is like prove, like, just to distract people, man, and that's pretty much it. Like, they don't know the whole situation. Do you know how long this trial is? I don't know, but probably what you think? Like, what's going to be like 2 weeks? You think?
I don't know. I mean, I honestly don't know. It depends on how strong the defense's case is. I don't know.
Dictum says an attorney once told me trials have more to do with theater than facts. Yep, that's 100% true. That's why it's so important to get like an attorney that has that catches the attention of the jury, the imagination of the jury, can paint a picture for them. And if a lawyer comes in there with just the facts and doesn't know how to like paint that picture, then jury can clock out and don't know what you know what I mean? I've seen it happen. I don't want to mention again, but I've seen it happen. Something that's tragic happening for this family, and the family goes partying at the resort. That was very concerning, even if it was the YouTubers that brought it to attention.
Hold on. They weren't partying.
They weren't partying.
They went out to have supper.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, they only went out to eat supper. They like at a restaurant. They didn't party. And then they were confronted by YouTubers again.
And lots of people have a drink with dinner.
Yeah,
It's not, I didn't see that as partying by any means. I saw that as they had family that came to town, friends that came to town, and they all went out to eat to get some reprieve from the bullshit that was happening in front of their home.
Yeah, they weren't partying. Believe me, I would have told you if they were partying. They were basically went to a restaurant, they had drinks, and then basically what happened is a bunch of YouTubers came and like confronted them in the back of the restaurant, and you had the whole famous the Dolly thing. Get out of my bubble! Get out of my bubble! You know, that whole thing. And then he was on Court TV, and he did Dolly did the interview on Court TV showing the footage. And then I think BHB was there as well in the back. Yeah, I remember that. I don't know when that's gonna, but that's what I mean by rumors. You just show the environment, paint this picture, and there might be enough for a distraction. It's drinking isn't allowed to come in, nor BJ was kicking her out. Judge ruled against it. Okay. What would a Crocs design for B-Tim look like? Well, they would be on fire. They'd be burnt. That's what the design would be, in ashes.
I imagine they would be like those Chinese sandals that are wooden. And they would be something that looks similar to that in Croc form.
I think Voodoo says, I wonder if they're I think they might. The whole wording of rumor, I think they might. But I don't know. I have no clue. I could be 100% wrong. I wonder if they play Taylor Swift in prison. Probably. I don't know. I mean, what can you get in concession stands? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Commissary, not concession.
Sorry. Tell it I've never been to prison, so I don't know.
Me neither, but I put enough money on somebody's commissary, so yeah, I know.
Yeah, whole vibe. Yeah, BJ couldn't even take off on her bike to get away from them. Yeah, and that's just, I don't know. That could be interesting. But I think, what do you think the first witness is going to be? You think they're going to be just the officers that kind of, are they going to start with the ME first? Are they going to start with the officers that first came to the scene?
Probably start with the office. I mean, that would be the smart thing to do, would be start with the first officer that arrived first on scene and work your way that way.
Yeah. They probably would start with the officers on scene, and then they'll get to the ME. I think the ME will probably come a little bit later, probably more towards the end.
I would imagine.
The FBI might be called. Yeah, that's true. Because they identified it.
I was trying to think how it worked in Karen Reed's case. I mean, we had officer, and then it was expert.
Yeah, the experts will be more towards the end. I don't know. I don't think the experts will be that important in this case, except for like those that actually track the cell phone data, the GPS or stuff like that.
Right.
And also maybe would you think they would have the dumpster expert come in?
Could have somebody from the landfill, yeah.
Like he said that there was an expert they had to call in to give them an idea of the location of where the body might be.
Well, that's because if you know how a landfill works, like, so everything goes to one area, right? Everybody dumps in one area, and then that gets hauled to an area that's unearthed. They call them like cells, or they're called a cell, meaning like a kind of like a jail cell. There's multiple, and then that all that garbage gets put there, and then it gets covered up, but it goes through like compacting and all of that.
Yeah.
So they would have had to have gone, and it was a big process.
Yeah. The box says, I think the prosecution may lay out the witnesses in the same order, more or less, as the opening statement. That's true. And Bee's Knee says, has anyone heard from she? Yes, I've heard of her. We talked Discord. I've seen her in Discord. She's recovering. So I'm hoping that she gets a speedy recovery and she gets better. I think she's crocheting right now. She started crocheting.
Crocheting?
Yeah. So
I do too, Pecan. I think it'll be interesting to learn about the way the landfill logistics work, how they keep track of the locations, how it all. Yeah, I think that will be interesting to learn about.
Yeah, but I really think like I will send her well wishes. I think like I think this case is really going to come down to a lot of, for the prosecution, the lying and that GPS, but I think it's mostly going to be a lot of it based upon them kind of saying like, she lied to us, look how much she lied to us, that type of deal. But we'll see. We will see. This is a one hell of a long lunch break these people get, man. What is this, a 2-hour lunch break?
No, they were 30 minutes delayed going out, so it goes until 2:00. It's just 10 minutes to 12.
Like, this is an hour and a half lunch break.
No, they were 30 minutes late getting out to it, so yeah.
I want to know why they use cell system and how does it work. Yeah, we'll find out, I guess.
A cell meaning like, how jail cells are all in a row, because they've got, and they're like stacked on each, because they have so many feet down, they have to bury the garbage. It has to, and it's all compacted, and like, it'll be interesting to learn. I know a little bit about it. My dad works at the landfill, so he is in charge of every week when they bring the trucks in, or some of them, because they do garbage different routes every day, so there's always garbage going, and then the town empties.
And
so it's a grid.
Yeah. By the way, let's just try to focus on this case, not anything outside right now. We'll probably be talking about that much later. Try to keep the drama off this particular case, because we are discussing a trial of a deceased child, and we kind of want to keep it the drama limited as much as possible. With that being said, same lawyer friend told me lawyers have a different clock than the. Listen, if a lawyer tells you 5 minutes, they're going to be 15 minutes late. They tell you 15.
Holy shit!
What? Are you okay? Did you hurt yourself? Did you do a split?
I just heard the hall monitor come out.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
No,
it's like no drama today. We're not doing drama today.
Yeah. Because like, I'll type in a chat.
Yeah, so I'm like, shit, drama always finds us. Drama always finds us.
Yeah, look at the back chat. That's why.
We could never, Yeah, we already know she's going to lose it. Duty Ron slammed the shit out of her. And you know what? He was talking about this case mainly. He said, you slammed the fuck out of Chief Hadley. And Chief Hadley did a fucking damn good job.
Yeah.
And you know what? Fuck you. He didn't say that to her, but he didn't say fuck you, but he said, it's bullshit that you guys, you still slam him and you still say, he's he's a shitty cop and whatever when he went above and beyond to
Yeah,
make
I
sure
think
to bring Quinton home, you know.
I think Chief Hadley, I think they did a fantastic job, actually. They really put a lot of effort in it and they did great police work. Fantastic police work, to be honest with you. But it's unfortunate. I have a feeling that I have a very bad feeling, and I'm hoping I'm wrong. I'm hoping that I am wrong, that the YouTubers are not going to be used as some sort of defense for this woman. But I have a sinking feeling when I hear rumors, you know. So hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully that's not going to be the case, and nothing will be said about them, and we'll proceed like a normal trial, and not a whack job trial.
I think an important takeaway on this is that this is something that we've watched from start to finish now. We're actually moved into the trial phase of something that we were very, it was a passion project, in my opinion, for a lot of us, because we saw the bullshit that was taking place, the harassment, the impacting
And then
of
you
the
know what?
neighborhood.
It's a repeated cycle with Chief Craddock, just like Pecan Pie said.
Yep.
I'm seeing a repeated pattern of behavior with what they did to Chief Hadley and what they're doing now to Craddock. Rinse and repeat.
Yep.
Absolutely.
I agree with that.
And if the defense does use the whole YouTubers as like this whole, well, they're just doing this because they heard rumors from these people, then.
And she also lied and said she got rid of Chief Hadley when, in fact, no, the fuck she didn't.
No, she didn't. He was planning, I think Ron explained it. He stated that he was thinking about taking a position in Texas or something and then decided not to. You know, which is, I mean.
Sure as fuck wasn't, but because of Betty. It didn't have anything to do with Betty.
No, it doesn't.
Let's make that clear.
Yeah. You know, and it's the sad thing is that, you know, this is, you would think she would cover this case, the trial, but you really see where these individuals.
Well, she knows she's not, in my opinion, she's not going to make money off of this. So why would she cover it? I mean,
well, but she cares about those boy, or you know what I mean?
Little
like,
Bo, she just trying to advocate for her little Bo.
Yeah. Betty is not important as she thinks. Well, obviously. Tony won't let her. We'll see. There's no money in it for her. Yeah, unfortunately, that's the thing. Like, it was really, in my opinion, when she went down in this case with the Leilani Simon case, it was really about money. It wasn't about helping. Like, did you hear that guy, the prosecutor, state that they were looking for volunteers? Did any of the YouTubers volunteer? Did any of them say, "Hey, I want to help search for this kid.
No.
I love this kid"? What did Dolly do? He ran around the woods when he was confronted by Glare, and Glare and his one said, "Hey, you know, you're not really searching for this kid. You're mostly just standing in front of that house." What did Dolly do? He did his BS search in the woods, you know, pretending that he was searching in the woods, and they could have easily had some volunteers. They could have went to the dumpster and said, "Hey," you know, like the landfill, and said, "Hey, we'll help. We got time." Hadley was temporarily assigned overseeing deputy duties.
Well, the camera just flipped, so I think we're getting ready to be starting here soon.
Don't worry, when they start talking, I'll stop talking. When they start talking, I'll stop talking. Let me see. Well, they could have. I think the Dane Islander says you had to be law enforcement or forensic student to volunteer to church in a landfill. Yeah, you could be right. I could be wrong. But also they could have donated food. They could have been like, "Here, you want some water?" You know, working in a landfill all day. They could have came there and been like, "Hey, we're gonna buy you some lunch. We're gonna donate some food to these guys. We'll get some Dunkin' Donuts, put it there, offer to them, do something." But all they did was a net negative. They kind of drained everything from that thing. They weren't positive at all. I know what you're saying, brother. Oh, no problem. I'm just saying that. Let me see. I hope BJB fans know that all their money is to pay all the legal fees. Well, they know now. I thought they said the public should stay out of excavation areas. Well, obviously the public's not going into a landfill without the police. They might, I don't know. They could have gave them food. They could have done something. I just think they were very negative. What they did down there. And let's hope I'm wrong. Let's hope I'm wrong that they don't mention the YouTubers. And it's just me being overly critical of one word. But we will see.
Well, and if they do mention the YouTubers, then we know that we were right in our assessment that YouTube is potentially going to negatively impact the case.
Yeah. We will see. But I can't wait till they get into the more meat and potatoes of this case so we can get more information on it. So hopefully they'll start soon enough. It looks like they got the camera on. Then maybe they're getting the jury in, you know. The only ones that got food and drinks were the trash victims. Yeah. I think the police could have put an end to the circus. Seems like they knew what more than likely happened. The problem is like there wasn't any laws that kind of went against the fact of what they were doing. They were kind of just standing there. Because like, you know, unfortunately not every state has passed laws that you can't stand in front of someone's house and do that type of crap until like 11 or 12 o'clock at night. So unfortunately they couldn't really do anything, and they were kind of busy trying to search for the remains of a child. Well, I beat him in the Karen Reed. We had Fanny the fan introducing Hector the projector. What the hell are you talking about? Kodo, are you okay? Are you having a seizure? Are you okay, Kodo? I don't know that. Are you okay, Kodo? Well, we have to check on you. Let me see. Annie the fan. Oh my God. Oh geez, Louise needs a peasy.
Oh boy, we have Hector the projector. I love it.
Hector the projector.
We had Dan the fan on the last court case that we watched.
Dan the fan and Hector the projector. Oh my God. Fanny. I get it now. The fan.
Oh, that's right. It was Fanny the fan. That's right. At the start of the four. Yeah, this is Hector the projector. We had Fanny the fan. That's right. It wasn't Dan the fan. It was Fanny the fan. I couldn't think of what we called it in the Karen Reed case.
Yeah. Crazy. Let me see. Yeah, it's 2. We're still waiting.
Don't they have to be on a 30-minute delay?
We are in a 30-minute delay. They stopped at 12:45 or 12. I think 12:45, 12:40, and it's almost been an hour and 20 minutes. Chloe said you're doing a great job. Well, Chloe, I'm very disappointed. Let me see. She showed some on the outside fence down, shed tree, trash trees down. She'll use. Yeah, I mean that one. That one's going to do anything. I mean, she's got a lot of money to pay. She had $1,200 before to pay, and now she's got probably another, $2,000-3,000 to go for that one. So we will see. It's not going to be a very promising good day for that one. Not at all. Not at all. That one's not going to be too happy. Let me see. Can Beaton be banned from saying Karen Reed until 2025? No. Anyway, created chaos for money, then went home and not even covering the trial. She didn't give a damn about Quinton. That's what I said, man. Like, she said she cared about this trial. She cared about this child. And she doesn't even want to cover the case. She doesn't want to go through the live stream. That just tells you what it's all about with that one. Tells you what it's all about with that one. Didn't even care to do even the first day, even the openings. Crying about other cases. Sad. You know, it's a very sad situation. 7 weeks till 2025. Yep. They're supposed to put everything up and out the way in case of a hurricane. Yeah, she didn't do that. It seems to him not to talk on camera. Read it is like hoping Betts doesn't mention Sebastian's. Got it. Shots fired. Shots fired by Chuck's blue bonnet. All right, I think they're coming back. I think the judge is starting to come in. I think this trial will probably be, what, 2 weeks, you think? I think 2 weeks.
It could take 6 weeks. We don't know. I mean, it depends on how many experts, how long the questioning takes. It could be, I mean,
I don't think it's going to be an expert. Yeah, but I don't think it's going to be an expert-heavy case. I think it's going to be mostly like, I don't think that's going to be the case. I think they're going to have one expert from the FBI identify the remains, GPS, ME, yeah, and maybe the dumpster landfill person expert. I can't think there's going to be tons of those guys. Then I
could
think
be mental health experts. I mean, they said about 2 weeks. Okay.
Yeah, I would say 2 weeks is probably, I would think. No expert needed for this one. Yeah, I don't really see too many experts on this one. Mostly, I think it's going to be very witness heavy, this case. Probably the babysitter, the police officers, obviously. Maybe
Wait,
Billy
I thought
Joe.
the babysitter was excluded.
Was she excluded? I don't know. I have to look it up. Forgot. She still had. Well, didn't they mention the babysitter? He mentioned the babysitter in their opening. He even showed her a picture. So why mention her in the opening and then not call her? Don't they need the babysitter to basically say, hey, did you get a call about canceling the babysitting job this morning?
I don't know. Like,
yeah. Well, sorry about your curtains, Catherine. Yes, make sure to hit the like button. Let me see. He said he's calling her, and he talked about it a few times. Okay. After the defense opening, LOL, they don't got shit. I don't think the defense has. That's why I think they got to try to pull everything they can. Oh, they're back. Oh, I thought they were back. I was about to be happy that they were back, but they're not back yet.
oh, it was the babysitter's daughter that wasn't called. Okay, like I said,
Yeah.
there were some parts that I missed today.
Yeah, because like there was some issues with the babysitter because sometimes what happened
Babysitter's
is
excluded, but the daughter's testifying. Thank you.
oh, okay. I'm getting John and Pryor vibes, defense objecting all the time. Oh, thank you, by the way, Michelle. I don't know, man. We will see. We will see.
Okay, so we are back on the record in SPCR 03364J6. If we could bring out Ms. Simon. Bring out Ms. Simon.
Where's Ellie?
Ellie was up earlier.
Damn it, I missed her. Hope she comes back.
Yeah, she disavowed you. No, I'm joking. That was a joke.
Damn it, BTM, stop working on our breakup. We're trying to rebuild.
Yeah, exactly. Let me see. All right, I think she's coming in. So they'll get Leilani in and maybe the jury afterwards. So we'll probably be starting in like 3 minutes. She's talking, but Apparently they muted it. It looks like they're having a sidebar. I think I recognize that bald head. I think that might be one of the attorneys. So there might be some sort of discussion before the case starts. Maybe it's like scheduling or something. I don't know. Okay, to prep dinner. Well, enjoy your dinner, Williamson. You all, I'm catching up. When the prosecutor said the searchers don't know what they are going to find, boredom of finding nothing. Oh, that is a good line.
Leilani Simon is present in court with her attorneys, Martin Hilliard and Robert Purse. The state is at their table. USA, Tim Dean, Assistant District Attorney Jenny Parker, and Detective Lemons. Just a couple of things. I think that as to the media, some were operating on a delay, some were not operating on a delay. I think we're all on the same 30-minute delay, right?
I can speak for WJCL. We have been running a delay all day.
Awesome. There are always some technical difficulties in the beginning. What would life be without technical difficulties? So everybody's running on the delay. I don't think we have any other issues with regards to the media. Thank you. And the jurors have returned from lunch and they are ready to go. And is the state ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready?
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring the jurors out. Okay.
Well, here we go.
Yeah, I'm wrong. It wasn't an attorney. It was the law clerk, maybe. So I got the bald head wrong. Look, Walt. Getting started soon, guys. Yeah, the half-hour delay is just in case they need to cut something, like be like, hey, there might be something they might not want shown to the public, probably. So just in case they have like a half-hour delay so that they can cut it and stop it immediately. You know what I mean? So that's what I think.
Smart.
Yeah, but I'm sure she's not happy doing this. You know what I mean? Sad situation, you know, very tragic situation occurring in this case. People were told to keep away. Oh, okay. Dolly's take on it is all lame. I don't know what his take. I don't watch him, so I don't know. Something happens in the courtroom. Sean Finnegan trial. They didn't let the media show the pictures because they are gruesome. Yeah, they did the same thing with a lot of other trials. I'm trying to remember. With kids involved and stuff like that, they probably don't want to show photos like that. It looks like the jury's coming in. About to start. Hopefully the jury gets seated soon enough. They'll probably go to like 4. And if they have the last witness kind of end at like 3:40, something like that, they'll probably just end it for the day. And start tomorrow. Probably the officers that responded to the call, maybe the first officers. You know what I mean? Those probably would be the ones I would guess. I think Liplock No More said it best. Probably based upon the opening, is probably the order of the witnesses. So probably a bunch of officers will come in. They'll probably play the.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch break.
Yes, ma'am.
And I trust that you are all able to comply with my instructions not to research the case and not to discuss the case.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you're
All
right.
And for the record, everyone has either nodded their heads or responded yes. And with that, we're ready to get started. Mr. Dean.
Your Honor, the state calls Sergeant Bobby Stewart.
This way, sir. Face the clerk. Raise your right hand. The evidence should give the court and the jury the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Step this way, Sergeant. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sergeant Bobby Stewart.
And is Stewart Stewart?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And what do you do for a living, sir?
I am a sergeant with the Chatham County Police Department.
That's the uniform?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long have you been a police officer?
Probably about 34 and a half years.
And how long have you been a sergeant with the police department specifically?
Quite a while. I can't tell you exactly how many years, but it's been quite a while.
Now, what is your current position?
I'm a patrol sergeant, A watch.
What is a watch?
A watch is, we have different watches. We have A watch, C watch, D watch, and C watch, A, B, and C.
And are these different shifts?
Yes, sir. Different shifts.
What are the hours for a watch?
A watch, the hours now today is 6 to 6. 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay, so it's essentially the daytime.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is your position? The patrol sergeant for AWATCH, you said?
Yes, sir.
What are your responsibilities in that role?
My responsibility is for during the day, the shift that we're on. I'm responsible for doing the briefing. At the beginning of the shift, I assign officers to divisions in Chatham County.
Okay. Now, I'd like to draw your attention to the morning of October 5th, 2022, okay?
Yes, sir.
Were you working that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what were you doing on that day?
Patrolling Chatham County.
Any particular precinct or area?
I was in the West Chatham precinct of Chatham Parkway.
And were you the sergeant over all the patrol officers assigned to the West Chatham precinct?
Yes, sir.
And how many of them were there at that point? Patrol officers on the west side?
It should be a total 7 or 8 that day.
Okay. Now, at some point on that day, on the morning of October 5th, did you respond to a call for service originating from 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was the nature of the call that brought you out there?
Missing child.
Now, when you get called out to a particular location on a particular call, do you yourself hear the 911 call?
You talking about on the radio?
Yes. Do you hear the 911 call that was made, or are you just getting a call from a dispatcher?
No, sir. I don't hear what was said when the person calls in.
Okay.
The only thing I get is the dispatch, what the dispatch tells us.
And the word from dispatch initially was it's a missing child call.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you go to 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how did you get there?
It was in my marked patrol vehicle. I drove there. I think if I'm not mistaken, I went down Chatham Parkway.
And what? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Chatham Parkway to Gorod Avenue to Buckhalter Road.
And what type of residence is 535 Buckhalter Road?
It's a two-story, like a single-family dwelling.
Okay. Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 1?
Yes, sir, I did.
Can you look through that and tell us what it is, please?
It's it would be to the east of Highway 17 on Buckhalter Road, which is off of Gorod Avenue.
Well, I just mean, what is the document in front of you, State's Exhibit 1? It's more than one page, is it not?
Oh, yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And what is it?
It's a little like maps off of Google.
And do those maps accurately reflect the location of this residence in Chatham County?
Yes, sir.
I offer State's Exhibit 1 into evidence at this time.
I think I've already seen it, Jeff.
Yes, Mr. Hilliard, and just make sure you speak loud enough so that Ms. Natalie can capture your words.
I'm just going to look through several of them. I think I've already seen them, Judge. I just want to make sure. Yes, ma'am. No objection. I've already seen all of these.
State's Exhibit 1, is it?
Your Honor, may I now publish these on the screens?
Yes.
All right, I'm on slide 1 here of State's Exhibit 1. This is the, I guess, Savannah, Chatham County metro area.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. And is 535 Buckhalter marked on this this map here?
Yes, sir, it is.
And can you step down and just point to us where that is on here? Okay. The red pin just to the left of Garrard Avenue.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you, sir. You can sit down. Now, moving on to slide 2, this is a beat map of Chatham County Police Department, beat 7, correct?
Yes, sir.
And beat 7 is further broken down into a number of neighborhoods. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And is 535 Buckhalter marked on this map as well?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what is it marked by?
It is marked by Buckhalter and Gorod Avenue.
Is it that red pin there that we see?
That is correct.
Okay. And 535 Buckhalter then would be in the Garrard Buckhalter neighborhood of beat 7, correct?
That's correct.
Now, moving to slide 3, what are we looking at here?
Slide 3 is showing Buckhalter Road. It's also showing the residence where we responded to.
Okay, and that's marked by the red pin there.
That's correct, sir.
And finally, slide 4, what are we looking at here?
Slide 4 is another photo of the residence, but it's a closer photo.
Okay. Now, when you responded to this resident, you mentioned you showed up in your patrol car. Where did you park?
I parked in the driveway just outside of the gate.
Okay. So the jurors can't see what you're pointing at on that picture. So if you could just step down and tell us where you parked.
This is the driveway here. I came in and I stopped just short of the gate.
Okay. And you can have a seat, sir. Thank you. And when you arrived, were there any other officers with you?
Yes, sir.
And who were those?
There was 2 other officers that came in behind me. Corporal Jepson, which was one, and then the other officer I think was Voss.
Okay. Daniel Voss?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about Philip Gormley? Was he there as well?
He came in right behind him.
Okay. And when you arrived, did you make contact with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Where did you make contact with the defendant?
Just as I walked through the gate, they were walking towards the gate.
And who's they?
I saw a female, the lady sitting here with the glasses.
Okay. The witnesses identified the defendant. And what other, aside from police officers, what other people were on scene at the time that you arrived?
Myself. Are you talking about officers, sir?
No, other than police officers, what other people were on
The
scene?
people that I saw the young lady there. I saw a male subject, which I later found out was her boyfriend. And there was a little small child. And there was one more person standing back behind him.
Okay.
I think that was her brother.
Her brother?
I think it was her brother.
Okay. And was there also a person there who was identified to you as a babysitter?
Yes, sir.
And her daughter?
Yes, sir. She walked up behind me. Okay. When I got there and walked around the front.
Okay. Anyone else there that you remember who was there on arrival?
No.
Okay. Now, how did your initial contact with the defendant play out in the driveway right inside the gate there?
When I got there, she was walking towards me. She got to me and I asked her, "What's going on?"
And what did she say?
She told me that the child was missing.
Did she say when she had become aware of that?
Earlier that morning, if I'm not mistaken, I think she said around 6, I think, or something like that. Earlier when she had got up.
Okay. Wait, 6 was for when she got up, or when the child might have gone missing? Do you remember?
I think she said when she woke up, she was looking for the child. Child wasn't there.
Okay. And did she say anything to you about the door, the front door?
Yes, sir. She said when she woke up, the door was open, the front door to the house.
And the child was gone.
And the child was gone.
Okay. While you were there talking to her about this, did she cast suspicion on anybody who might have been responsible for the disappearance of her child?
Yes, sir, she did. She said her ex. She think that her ex might have took the child. And if I'm not mistaken, I think she said that was the child's father, I think.
Okay. So she said the child's father might have taken it.
Yes, sir.
Now, as the senior man on scene, you were the senior man initially, right?
Yes, sir.
Once you've gotten this initial story, what do you then shift gears into doing?
Well, we shifted gears and I asked her what was the last place she saw him. And she told me in the bed there. And then the front door, we assumed by him going out the front door. If he went out the front door, then it could have been the front yard. And then there was woods behind the house. And there was the roadway of Buckholder Road, which passed in front of the house and went south. So you go south of the house and then north of the house.
Did you task out some officers to search the house itself?
Yes, I did, sir. While I was talking to her, I asked her, did they search the house and look for him? She said yes. So I said, well, we're going to search it again. So I sent 2 officers in the house.
Do you remember which 2?
I think it was Gormley and I think Jefferson.
Okay. And did they go do that?
Yes, sir.
And what was, you mentioned Daniel Voss was one of the initial officers there with you. What was his role?
He was talking to the lady.
Okay. Did you, at any point, did you call other officers out beyond the initial 4, you, Gormley, Jepson, and Voss?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what did you want additional officers there for?
To aid in the search of the area. It was quite a big size area. And once they started arriving, I had officers check to the south of the residence down to Veterans Parkway, and also had officers check to the north of the residence up to Broad Avenue.
Now, you had officers canvassing the area looking for the boy himself, right?
Yes, sir.
And what else did you have them go out and look for?
I advised them to check the residence as they was checking the area to see if there was any cameras.
Okay, like Ring doorbell cameras and things like that. So you had people out doing that.
Yes, sir.
And did you also have them canvassing for witnesses, potential people who might have seen the child either on his own or with somebody else?
Yes, we told them to knock on the doors and try to make contact with the people that live there, see if they knew anything.
So initial effort focuses on searching the house and searching the general area around the house, if I'm understanding you. Did you yourself personally search any particular area?
I did.
And can you tell us about that?
While I was standing just inside the gate, the backyard area, there was a open shed to the right. It had an RV. We walked over in that area, me and another officer, and checked it. And we left there and went. There was a shop directly behind the house. We checked that area, but it was locked up. We inquired about a key, but they said there was the gentleman who had the key to it wasn't there. So we searched around it, looked at behind the stuff that was there. Nothing.
Okay. So you weren't able to get into the RV initially because of lack of a key.
Correct.
Okay. Did the officers that showed up to help with the search efforts, where did they come from?
There was other officers that was assigned to my team that day.
Okay. The same beat 7 or different beats?
No, sir. They were from beat 8 and beat 9.
Okay. Those are other patrol areas in the West Chatham area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you have other officers kind of flooding in from other places to help out?
Yes, sir. When you have a missing child, you call everybody over.
Okay. Now, at any point during your response, were you involved in making any follow-up on this claim by the defendant that perhaps the boy's father was responsible?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us about that, please?
While I was myself and Officer Boss was there, I asked the lady if she knew where he lived.
You asked what lady?
The lady here with the black glasses.
Okay. You asked the defendant whether she knew where whom lived.
The ex.
Okay. The boy's father?
Yes, sir.
And what did she tell you?
She told me a county. I wrote it all down. She told me where he lived at. She gave me the county that he lived in. So what I did is I contacted that police department that's in that county.
And what did you ask them to do?
I advised them who I was looking for, gave them the name that I was looking for, and asked them did they know of him. And while I was talking to her, she told me she didn't know the address, but she gave me some reference points.
What do you mean by that?
Like she told me there was some reference points. There was a store. She told me the name of the store, and I think she said it was a little campground or something. But she told me the name of it, and it was a large sign there. So I gave that information to the officer who called me back from the county.
Okay.
He told me, I think I know what it is.
All right. So you're saying she gave you some reference points of like businesses near where the boy's father lived?
Yes, sir.
Okay. To kind of walk you on to the general area?
That's correct.
Okay. And was there any result from that while you were out there?
The officer that called me and talked to me, he went out and searched.
Sergeant, I'm going to instruct you not to tell the court anything that someone else said.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Was calling that information out to the county in question, was that the end of your personal involvement in the follow-up on the suggestion that the boy's father might have had something to do with it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At any point, did any of your superiors show up?
Yes, sir.
And who was the first one?
Lieutenant Foster.
And where is he in relation to you in the chain of command, the rank structure?
He was my lieutenant for that watch.
Okay. About how long did he get there after you arrived?
It was pretty quick because once I got the initial information about what was going on, the standard is you contact your lieutenant and advise him what you have.
Okay. And did he come out and become the senior man on scene after a little while?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did anybody else from the Chatham County Police Department command staff show up?
Yes, sir. There was the detectives showed up. There was the assistant chief showed up. There was the detectives, lieutenant captains. They all showed up.
Okay. Do you remember who was first on scene for the detectives?
I think it was Detective Lemons. I think that was the first person I made contact with. Talk to.
Okay.
There was other detectives there.
Did Detective Wilkins come out?
Yes.
And what about Detective Noble?
Yes, he was there.
Okay. At any point, was there a response by a canine tracking team?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that? Where were they from?
They was requested. There was a county to the south of Chatham County. and then they came in. They called them in. I think it was around Reedsville.
And when they arrived, what did they do?
They came in. They was in the front yard, and they was talking to the lieutenant. And I guess after that, they went and did a search.
Now, you mentioned that detectives showed up after some time, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, once the detectives show up, who's in control of the scene?
The detectives.
Okay, so at that point, they took control and sort of relieved the patrol officers of command?
Yes, sir.
Okay. About how long were you at the scene total?
It was quite a while. Probably, I would say probably about 2 hours.
Now, you mentioned that the defendant, her boyfriend, and her brother were present at the scene when you arrived, right?
That's correct, sir.
Now, at some point, were they transported to headquarters for questioning?
They were.
And were you involved in that in any way?
No, sir. A couple of my units were. They assisted the detectives.
Do you remember who that was?
No, I don't.
Now, after your involvement at the scene concluded, were you involved in any other organized searches for the missing child?
I did.
Can you tell us about that, please?
Once I left Buckholder Road, I was advised to go to the church. There's a church that's located on the corner of Garrard Avenue and Lewis Mills Boulevard.
And what was happening at the church?
At the church, they was having other resources come in to do the search. Other officers were coming in, and I think they had a civilian search team that came in.
Okay, what do you mean by other resources coming in to do the search?
When they have something, when they have events where they have missing children, they are calling in other agencies and ask for assistance. Sheriff Department, and then you just have a lot of other people come in to help us aid with the search.
And when did that search take place, and how long did it last?
It took place right after I left Buckholder. It came down. All the units started coming in. I think we had a representative from SEMA that was there too.
SEMA being Chatham Emergency Management
Yes, sir.
Agency or Authority or something like that?
That's correct.
Okay. Roughly how many people were involved in this search that you're talking about that originated at the church?
I would say it was probably about 50 people there.
And what were y'all doing?
Well, once they got them to the church, they briefed them on what was going on, and they briefed them on the areas that they wanted to search.
Okay. And what happened after that?
And once that was over, they broke up in groups and they searched the area.
Everybody had a particular area that they were responsible
Yes,
for?
sir.
And how long were you doing that for?
I would say probably another hour and a half.
Okay. What time of day are we at this point, roughly?
It's getting dark. It's late afternoon.
Okay. And when had you initially arrived?
To the church? Where?
To the residence in response to the initial call.
It was just a minute.
Sure.
9:42.
Now, were you wearing a body-worn camera that day?
Yes, sir.
Where was it located on your body?
Right in my chest area.
And is that thing always running, or do you have to turn it on?
Yes, sir. It's on.
Okay.
We require, once you get on a call, it has to be on before we get out of the vehicle.
Okay. So how do you turn it on before you get out of the vehicle?
There's a round button in the center. You tap it twice and it activates it.
And did you do that upon arrival in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And were your interactions with the defendant that you've described captured on body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
And were the arrivals of some of these other officers captured on your body-worn camera as well?
Yes, sir.
Do you see in front of you an envelope marked as States Exhibit 2?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
I signed. I wrote my name and everything on the front of it.
Okay. And that's an envelope, a sealed envelope?
Yes, sir. It's sealed.
What's inside of there?
It feels like it's a memory stick.
Okay. Is it a flash drive containing your body-worn camera footage from that day?
That's what it feels like.
Okay. And you've reviewed that, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And does it fairly and accurately depict your response to 535 Buckhalter in response to this missing child call?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd offer this into evidence as State's Exhibit 2.
No objection.
Minutes.
And I would like to just publish a little bit from the beginning of the file. Yeah, unfortunately, I need to take a moment to see what's going on with the tech.
Okay. So why don't we just take this opportunity to short break, 10 minutes. The time now is 1:10. Let's come back. Is it 1:10 or 2:10? I need to put my glasses on. So we're gonna come back at 2:20. Okay. All right.
Jury's exiting. All clear, Judge.
All right. So the jury is out of the room. They're in the jury deliberation room. These things happen. So let's take a few minutes and see if we can't get this online.
Technical issues.
While you're doing that, Mr. Dean, I'm going to step off the bench.
Right. I wish we had a fan.
Well, gosh dang.
Damn technical issues. I think this will be very interesting to see her state of mind, like what she looked like when they first came.
Yeah.
You know, is she crying?
Ironic that, look, we're not the only ones that have technical issues. Courthouses do too.
Oh shoot. We
Right.
need to send voices there to fix their technical issues. Go there.
Fuck that. They got a IT person who gets paid big bucks for that. I don't get paid the big bucks.
The court had tech difficulties playing videos. Yeah, I mean, obviously this is not a. They probably have some issues with technology, obviously, but yeah. But it's going to be very interesting to see their state of how they looked on the camera, how they interacted. I think he's kind of building this case of this woman from the jump was, lying to the cops. She lied to them about her other boyfriend, her other ex-boyfriend, stealing the kid. So she's blaming all these people, and she's already started blaming all these people. So that just shows you what's her pattern of behavior. Now, why would they need a working projector? It's not like they show body cam footage daily. Well, Lonnie has been deceptive the entire time. Yeah, and I think that's what they want to show. They want to show that don't take this lady's word for it, even though his lawyer is going to come in there and say, so you don't have enough proof and it could be someone else. They're going to show what, they're going to show that, which is a very smart tactic, especially when you're dealing with a case like this where they're probably going to try to point fingers at other people and say, well, you're not 100% sure my client did it because there's other people in the house. So, and it goes to show her credibility is being shot. She lied to the cops. She lied to the cops the first moment those cops got there. Instead of trying to find her son, instead of trying to tell the truth about the facts, she's covered it up since the beginning.
Agreed.
She could be, but she immediately said she thinks that her ex stole her kid. You know what I mean?
Well,
Michelle?
That was where her lies began, I believe.
Yeah. And then she's like,
lies with the babysitter.
Yeah. And then she's like, I searched the house already. And the officer's like, well, we're going to have to search the house again.
Okay.
So we'll see. I mean, I think this is going to be, I think this is not going to be good for the defense, this video that's playing, because it's not going to be good.
It'll be interesting, that's for sure.
Yes, she said it was an abduction. Yeah, which kind of shoots her credibility. I mean, like, if she's lying from the beginning, she's lying the entire time. So why should you believe her? When she, I think, like, honestly, I have a very sneaking suspicion that she might go on the stand, Leilani Simon. I have because they have nothing else. You know what I mean?
That was where my mind was going. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah,
that was where my mind was going. Was like, I bet this loon's gonna testify for herself.
Yeah, this is giving me because they really have nothing. Like they have to, usually they don't have their client testify in these cases because usually you end up like what was that? The lawyer that shot his wife and kid. I'm trying to remember.
Oh yeah, Murdoch.
Yeah, like you'll end up like him. What a trouble web we weave. It's like
what a tangled web we weave when we practice to deceive.
Yeah, and he says this on the stand, and you end up in a bad situation because the prosecution can just tear you to pieces. And you usually don't let your client go up there, but the only time you let your client go up there is if you have nothing else. Like in the Karen Reed case, I mentioned it, so I'm never going to keep that. They didn't let Karen Reed go up because they said, no, we're not going to let that lady go up. That would work against us. That would be a terrible idea, which I think was actually a good move by Alan Jackson. He made the right decision not to put her on the stand. You'd be crazy to put her on the stand. The same thing for this case. But in this case, is like, I think there's nothing else. I think she's going to have to testify. And I think that's going to be, it's going to be very interesting. Well, yeah, retired MT. I mean, yeah. His GMA and dad during the searches and arrest poor kid. Yeah, very sad. I'll be curious if they have an angle. Their angle is they're gonna basically say, well, you're not 100% sure my client did it. There's other people in the house. They could have done it. And that's not enough to convict this woman to go to jail. That's their defense. That's going to be their defense. Will it work? Doubtful. Why I think it's doubtful? Because usually for those types of defenses where you kind of point fingers at other people and stuff like that, it usually works for like high profile cases, like celebrity type of cases and stuff like that, where you have a good lawyer that can spin things and stuff like that. I don't think it's going to work for this one. So how long after report did press and YouTube turn up? What was it? When did they start turning up? Like, what was it, like a week into it or 2 weeks? I'm trying to remember. It wasn't that much long, right? That the YouTubers started coming in. I know it was after they announced.
Well, we covered this case. We were actually one of the first ones to cover this case.
Yeah, but when did they start going to the, like, was it 2 weeks after he was
Media
missing?
or Betty and them?
Betty and them.
I want to say about about a weekend.
Yeah.
A week or so in.
Yeah. They kind of jumped into it, and then they started going across the street, and people were hearing it on the radio and stuff like that. So they kind of came right away because they're sitting across the street, and they made like a complete circus out of it. The situation. But yeah, I mean, it's a very sad situation because this is in the day. I mean, I think this woman killed her kid, and this just destroys a family and destroys hurts the community. It's a very sad situation. It's a tragedy. But hopefully we'll see the information and they'll get some justice for this poor child, and hopefully begin some sort of closure for the community as a whole, and we will see. We were first, and yes, they jumped in within the first week. Yeah, so the week, yeah. Bubba lost his mom to an illness. He lost Quinton by Leilani and has had, yeah, it's a sad situation, It's a very sad situation. Wasn't here during that time. I can't imagine the disruption. The disruption was bad to the point where they would stay there all morning to almost like 11 or 12 o'clock. They would play baby crying music, crying noises, projectors on the house, radios. You had people running around with purge masks on. You had people banging on the house. They had a memorial built on the yard, and then they started line dancing on the memorial. Like these 3 kids were line dancing on the video. And when I say line dance, I mean like they were holding hand to hand and doing like what you would see like with pumping their legs up and stuff like that. Like what do they call that? Like the can or something like that. I don't know.
Well, yeah. I mean,
they did that.
Twerking. They threw eggs. They played crying baby music. I mean, there was nothing that was off limits. It was no holes barred in causing harassment because they deemed this family guilty.
Yeah, and then they were live streaming it. Multiple YouTubers. Justin was, he has the Clutch Your Pearls now, but he was live streaming it.
Got arrested.
So we're back on the record to understand technical difficulties have been overcome.
Very good.
Okay. So, Mr. Dean, you ready?
All right, we back at it, baby.
That often helps, and that is the only method I know. The unplug and plug back. Okay, so Mr. Hill, you're ready. We're ready. Okay, let's bring the jury.
That's true. True, Bonnet.
All right. Thank you, Deputy Solomon. Please have a seat.
And Mr. Dean, you may begin.
I'm going to publish a portion of State's Exhibit 2 by playing from the very beginning of this video file, and I will state for the record when I stop the playback.
Okay. You can take 33 off the board. You can log up and say you talked to that.
I woke up about 11 o'clock. My husband was working about 6, so between 3-hour period, somehow the front door is unlocked and my son is not in his blanket.
I've stopped the playback at 9:54:45 on the timestamp in the top right corner. Now, Sergeant Stewart, that timestamp in the top right corner of the frame, does that reflect the time of day it is?
Yes, sir.
And I asked you earlier about what time you responded, what time you got there, and I think you were testifying from memory at that point. But what does this video file reflect here in the top right corner is when you arrived and made contact with the defendant?
9:54 a.m.
9:54. Now, do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 3?
Yes, sir.
Now, what is that?
It's a photograph of what you see when you first walk past the gate.
Just one or a whole stack of them?
There's a stack.
Now, are those still frames drawn from your body-worn camera footage from that day?
Yes, sir.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the events that they're concerned with?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd offer this in as State's Exhibit 3.
Yes.
Numbers, yeah, it's 1 through 27.
And I understand that Exhibit 3 is a composite exhibit.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And may I be seated to scroll through these and question the witness? Thank you. Now, Sergeant Stewart, mainly these images depict different people and when they arrived, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's just go through these in order. This first slide has 9:54 and 28 seconds in the top right corner. And we can see the defendant walking down the driveway towards you, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this is your initial arrival.
Yes, sir.
This next slide is shortly thereafter when she begins talking to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in this next slide, slide 3, who is the gentleman on the far left? And you can look up on the screen, I think. Might be easier for you.
You said it far left?
Far left of this image.
That's Corporal Jeffs.
Okay.
The officer.
Moving on to the next slide. Who is that immediately to the right of Jepson that we see there with his hands on his body armor?
That looks like Officer Gormley.
Okay, so that would be Gormley.
Yes, sir.
And then to the right of Gormley, who is that with the notepad in his hand talking to the defendant?
Officer Voss.
Officer Voss. Okay. So these pictures that we've looked at, these all depict the people who were there initially, correct?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to slide 5. This is what time?
9:58:33.
So this is within just a few minutes of your arrival.
Yes, sir.
And who is the gentleman with no shirt there in the middle?
I think that's our brother.
Okay. And then the woman to the right in the image standing alongside the white vehicle, would that be the babysitter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's difficult to make out in this picture, but is her daughter standing right on the other side of her?
Yes, sir.
Now, what time is this next slide?
10:08:58.
All right, so how long after your initial response would this be?
14 minutes.
Okay. And who's that in the middle? Is that Officer Voss still?
Facing away from me is Officer Voss.
Okay. And who is that looking towards you?
That is Officer Carson.
Carlson?
Yes, sir.
Now, had she arrived since the initial response?
Yes.
And what was her role there?
She was tasked to do a search.
Okay. So is she one of the officers that you tasked out to look elsewhere?
That's correct, sir.
Now, who is this gentleman?
Lieutenant Foster.
And does this slide depict the approximate time of his arrival on scene?
Yes, sir.
And that is 11 minutes after 10?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that'd be about 15 minutes or so into your response.
Yes, sir.
In this next slide, is that Corporal Jepson on the left there?
Yes, sir.
Not the far left, but the person that we see right there.
Corporal Jepson.
And who's that in the middle?
Officer Zerke.
Zerke?
Yes, sir.
And where did she come from?
From Beat 8,
And what
Georgetown
was-
area.
Say again?
Beat 8, Georgetown area.
And what was her role once she arrived at the scene?
She was tasked to search the area.
The next slide, we're at 16 minutes after 10. Who is this here?
It looks like Officer Naranjo.
Naranjo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where did he come from?
He came from, I think, Beat 9
Okay. And what was his role?
to search the area.
Now, in this next slide on the far left, is that Lieutenant Foster?
Yes, sir.
And who are those other two police officers?
That is Corporal Eam, the one facing me. And I think that is his trainee.
Okay. And what was his name?
I think it's Laurel Stewart, I think.
Okay. And did they show up to search as well?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to the next slide, this is at 10:22, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this be just under half an hour into your response?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who is this that we're looking at here?
It is Latoya Brown. Miss
Say
Brown.
again?
Miss Brown.
Okay. Latoya Brown? did
Yes,
you
sir.
say? Okay. And what is her role with the Chatham County Police Department?
She's a CRO.
What is a CRO?
She goes around and takes non-emergency calls.
She goes around
makes reports when people want to report this, whereas it doesn't require a police officer to go out and take like a theft or something like that.
Okay.
She goes out and take the.
Community Resource Officer, CRO.
Okay.
Okay.
And what was her role at the scene?
She was requested there to come in and to keep up with the notes, be a scribe.
Okay, a scribe?
Yes, sir.
What is
That's
a-
what it was for me, scribe.
Okay.
But to me, she was just there to take notes.
Okay, notes on what?
What was going on, who came in, what was said.
Okay. Now, the next slide, we're at 10:44, right?
Yes, sir.
So that would be about 50 minutes after you've gotten there yourself, right?
Yes, sir.
And is that Lieutenant Foster in the middle?
It is.
Who is that in the dark colored jacket there standing next to him?
I think that's one of the detectives.
Do you know which one that is?
No, sir.
You don't know off the top of your head?
Not on the head. No.
What is happening between the two of them?
I think the lieutenant's explaining to him about the incident that's going on out there.
Okay. Explaining what about it? Just
Telling them
what
what-
information y'all have to this
what-
point?
Yeah, so what information he has.
Okay.
I briefed him when he got there, what I had found out,
You briefed who?
the lieutenant.
Okay.
And then that's probably what the lieutenant is briefing him about what we found out.
Okay. So you would brief Lieutenant Foster when he shows up, and then Lieutenant Foster briefs the detectives?
Yes, sir.
In the next slide, Who is that in the tan pants and blue shirt
think
arriving
that's-
at the scene?
A detective. I think that's detective. I think it's Noble. I think that's his name, Noble.
So that's Noble. In the next slide, who is this?
Lieutenant Thompson.
In the next slide, whose face are we looking at there?
Assistant Chief Shoot.
And who is this in the next slide?
That is she's the lady that does out the news releases and media releases.
The public information officer?
Yes, sir.
And what was she there for?
To cover the event. It was a missing child.
Were there news media present at this time?
Not that I know of. I hadn't seen any.
Did they ever show up to this scene that day?
They did.
That's why she was there to deal with them?
She would be the one dealing with the media. Yes, sir.
Now, in this next slide, the time is 11:51, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this would be almost 2 hours into the police response to this scene.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, who is that gentleman that we see there?
Say Marine Patrol officer.
Say Marine Patrol officer?
Yes, sir.
What do they do?
They route the waterways around Chatham County.
Okay. Is he with the Chatham County Police Department or some other agency?
Yes, sir. He's with the police department.
Okay. Chatham County PD?
Yes, sir.
Specifically the Marine Patrol.
Yes, sir.
And why was he there?
He came out, like I said earlier, when we have a missing child, all resources in the department, if they can spare them, they send them.
In the next slide, who are we seeing here with the sport coat and striped shirt on?
Lieutenant Cheney, I'm sorry.
Okay. And what unit was he with at the time?
The detectives.
Okay. So he was a lieutenant with the detectives?
Yes, sir.
In this next slide, it's noon now, right? 12 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we're a little more than 2 hours in.
Yes, sir.
And who is that walking across the yard there?
That looks like Sergeant Coleman.
And what unit is Sergeant Coleman with?
Forensics.
Okay. So by this time, forensics is on the scene?
Yes, sir.
In the next slide, 12:05, who is this that you're interacting with?
Assistant Chief Talbert.
And in the next slide, do you see a number of police officers in the blue shirt of the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Who are these other people in the olive drab and tan uniforms?
I think those are the people that are dealing with the K9, the search dogs.
Okay. And does this depict their arrival at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Now I'll move past this slide and move to the next one. What are we seeing in this slide here?
You see detectives and forensics officers talking to each other.
Okay. And they're in the driveway of the house next door, correct?
Yes, sir.
Talking over the investigation.
That's correct.
Now, the gentleman in the foreground of this photo closest to us, is that Lieutenant Cheney of the Criminal Investigations Division who you talked about earlier?
Yeah,
I'm talking
great.
about closest to us.
He in the gray suit.
No, closest to us.
The guy facing us?
With his back to us.
Oh, that's not. Yes, sir. That's Lieutenant Cheney.
So that's Lieutenant Cheney. And who is that in the gray suit in the middle?
That is Chief Hadley.
The Chief of Police for the Chatham County
Yes,
Police
sir.
Department. Who is that in the green shirt?
That is Captain Wright with the detectives unit.
Now, is it normal for multiple lieutenants, captain, and 2 assistant chiefs and the chief of police himself to show up to a call?
They show up on calls. How would you say? High profile calls like murders, stuff like that. missing children and stuff like that, when we did a lot of searching and calling in a lot of resources, they come out to.
So they come when it's important.
Yes, sir.
Now, this next slide, what time are we at now here?
12:31.
And who is that we see in this slide?
I think it's Detective Lemons.
All right. And what is happening at this time?
This is the front door of the house. The door that they said it was open.
And what's going on?
I'm explaining to her from where I am what they told me, and that showing her the area, the room.
She's taking a look in the room.
Yes, sir.
And then finally, in the last slide here, what time are we at here?
12:43.
All right, so this would be almost 3 hours after your original arrival.
Yes, sir.
You got there at 9:54, 12:43, almost 3 hours.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what are we seeing here? What is happening here?
That is Lieutenant Foster, Detective Lemon, Captain Wright, and that is Captain Vandrich. Let me see the other person.
And that's Detective Lemons on the far right.
Yes, sir.
And what is she doing?
I guess they all briefing about the case. They're talking to each other about the case.
Okay. Talking about the plan to take
Yes, sir.
everybody to headquarters and conduct formal interviews.
I think that's what they was doing.
Let me ask you a little bit about the defendant's demeanor. Okay, I want to go back to when you first got there.
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you responded to missing children calls before?
Yes, sir.
About how many do you think you've responded to, if you had to estimate?
You want a number? I can't tell you the
rough
number.
estimate.
It's been quite a few, sir. Quite a few.
More than 10, less than 10?
Or more than 10.
And have you had the opportunity to observe the demeanor of parents calling in that their child is missing and reaching out to the police for help?
Yes, sir.
What is it normally like?
Most of the time when we get to a residence where a child is missing, mother's upset. She's hysterical. She's crying. She's telling us, "What are you standing here for? Talking to me? You should be out looking for my child. You're wasting time." And just, they're so hysterical, a lot of times you can't talk to them.
Was the defendant like that in this case?
No, sir.
Did you view her demeanor as consistent with that of other parents that you've spoken to in missing children cases?
No, sir, I didn't.
Let me go back to the first slide. I guess it's actually the second slide. Do you see this here?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, does it look to you like the defendant is crying?
Looked like she's trying to cry.
Is that what it looked like to you that day at the time that she was trying to cry?
Yes, sir.
Did it appear to you that she was actually crying?
I mean, there was some, you could see there was some water on her face, but it wasn't like I told you. It wasn't, she wasn't hysterical. She wasn't crying, just crying out when you saw big tears coming out of her.
One moment, please. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, in just a moment, Sergeant. Mr. Hilliard may have some questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Stewart, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, Sergeant Stewart, you were one of the first ones to respond on the scene that day, correct?
Yes, sir. One of them.
All right. And I'm curious, you said you have 35 years worth of experience in law enforcement, correct?
Yes, sir.
So in your 35 years of experience in law enforcement and you arrive on the scene of a crime, what's one of the first things you've been trained to do?
Go up and make contact with the complainant.
Okay. And then what next?
Talk to him, find out what's going on.
Okay. And then what next?
If I need to call in other resources, I do.
Okay. Now, in a case like this, where there may have been an abduction that took place or transpired, especially from inside the home, would you secure the scene?
Yes, sir. That's what we had other officers to do that.
Well, we'll get back to that in a minute. So you had officers do that. Which officers were doing that exactly?
Let me see who I got there. I had quite a few officers out there that day, sir. I know I had Jepson was there after they had searched the house. He came down. And Gormley, he came down.
Okay.
And for you talking about securing the scene, the house?
Yeah.
Yes,
So
sir.
isn't it normal routine that you secure the scene where there may be some forensic evidence for you to seize or look at?
That's correct.
Okay. And wouldn't securing that scene mean you prevent people from going in or out?
That's correct.
Okay. Wouldn't it also mean that when you send techs in to go ahead and secure or look or search or do something like that, they would actually be wearing gloves or have some sort of bodysuit on so they would not contaminate the scene?
Yes, sir. You talking about the officers that went in and searched
Talking
the house?
about all of the officers that were out there. It seemed like you had an ungodly amount of people out there that day.
That's correct.
Okay. You have still have State's Exhibit in front of you?
Which
State's
one?
Exhibit 3?
This
Can I approach this?
one? Oh, this one. Okay, I get it.
It's the big exhibit with 27 pictures. Okay. You got 27 pictures here in front of you that Mr. Dean just meticulously went over with, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's start with number one. Number one was the first one, 954, right? This was literally as you drove up on the scene, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was your body camera operating at that point in time?
It was.
Okay. And this is a still of that, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, wouldn't the best evidence of that interaction, rather than your conclusion, be the actual video of that?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay. So you arrive on the scene at 9:54 that morning, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have an interaction. This is what we're looking at in this particular photograph, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, rather than your conclusion being what they put in front of this jury, wouldn't the actual video from that body-worn camera be a better indicator of what actually transpired?
Of what I saw?
Right. But that's not what Mr. Dean offered, was it? He offered your conclusion, correct?
He asked me what I thought.
Right. So let's go to the next one. Picture number 2. Same thing. Rather than the actual evidence, he offered your conclusion, correct?
Objection. Argument.
Let's talk about number 2. That's actually part of the video as well, is it not, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did Mr. Dean offer your actual video of that interaction? No, he didn't, did he?
Objection. I would ask that the witness be allowed to testify.
Well, he has to actually testify, Judge. I asked a question and it hung out there. He looked confused, so I'll withdraw it and rephrase it.
Okay, thank you.
Sergeant Stewart, these are stills lifted from your body-worn camera from that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've reviewed the body-worn camera, right?
Yes, sir.
It's good video footage, right?
That's correct.
That's the best evidence of what actually transpired that day, was it not?
Yes, sir.
Argument.
I don't think it's argumentative.
And you do have him on cross-examination. However, I think the point is you are asking the sergeant questions about technically best evidence.
I'll rephrase it, Judge.
I think it's frozen, Queen. Unless he's really good standing still.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Queen, you're frozen.
Maybe give her a second.
All right, guys, we're frozen for a moment. Give us a moment. I don't
It's
know if
all good.
Queen's
Technical difficulties happen. She might be frozen up too, B. Tim.
Yeah, that's probably it. Queen, are you there? Queen.
Hold up. Just see, everything's gone. See, she was frozen.
She froze.
Yeah.
Yeah, laptop froze. She'll be back in a moment. So it looks like they're going with, while we're waiting for Queen to come back, a They froze because the defense sucks. Well, the defense is trying to, my guess is they're trying to say this is a messy investigation. They had all these people here. They are just kind of not doing the appropriate steps. That's what I feel.
Unfortunately, it's showing that they did do everything appropriate, even and then some, in my opinion.
Yeah, it looks like they that's not really going to work well with the jury, in my opinion. It's like, well, you had all these officers that came for this missing child. Why did you have all these officers come to investigate a case? Come on.
Here, you can do that.
And we're back. Thank you.
You're going to do each exhibit from State's Exhibit 3. Do you mean for the photo to correspond on the screen?
Judge, I assume because they've already been tendered, the jury's going to have these.
They're going to have them.
So I really don't care whether they see it right now or not. So Sergeant Stewart.
Yes, sir.
These particular two officers. Which two officers are these again?
Also, Boss and Corporal Jepson.
Same question to them. Did you watch them search?
Also, Boss, no. He stood there and talked to the complainant.
And how about the other officer?
Corporal Jepson? No, sir. I did not see him search inside the house.
So neither one of them went inside the house.
Corporal Jepson did.
Okay. Did he put on gloves when he went in?
I can't tell you that, sir.
And let's go to picture 7. This is, I think it's one of the lieutenants, if I'm not mistaken. Is that Lieutenant Foster?
Yes, sir.
Did he help in the search?
No, sir.
Okay. He stayed outside the whole time.
Yes, sir, as far as I know.
Okay. How about picture 8? These two officers. I think one of them Jepson. I don't know who the other one is.
Corporal Jepson and Officer Zerke.
Zerke. Did Zerke help on the search?
Outside of the house.
She searched outside.
Yes, sir.
All right. And let's go look at picture number 9. That officer, which officer was that?
Officer Norano.
Okay. And same question for him. Did he help in the search?
He was outside.
Outside?
Yes, sir.
And when you say outside, we're talking about out in the pool area, the RV, all of that area, correct?
Outside of the house.
Not inside the house.
No, sir. I never saw him inside the house. Never told him to go in there.
Now, and I'm curious, you said it's Miss Brown. She's a CRO, correct?
Yes, sir.
She arrived at 10:22, which is about 30 minutes after you arrived, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
A little bit more than 30 minutes.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
Yeah, right about 30 minutes. Yes, sir.
35, 40 minutes. Doesn't really matter. Does she normally come out and start taking notes for people?
No, she was requested to come out.
Who requested her? Just out of curiosity.
My lieutenant.
Lieutenant requested the note taking. Okay. Now, so then the next picture is picture 12. It has a detective in it. Did the detective help search?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And picture 13, it looks like it's another detective, Noble, if I'm not mistaken. But is that Detective Noble?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did he help search?
Don't know, sir.
Okay. What did he do then?
As far as I know, when he walked up, they was all talking, doing their detective stuff.
Now, and picture 14, I know I should know this officer. Which officer is that?
Thompson.
And what was his duty?
He just came out to assist the lieutenant.
If you had to guess that day, how many people were out there from the time you got there at 9:45 or so till 12:45?
Quite a few people, sir.
A large number of people.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, did you say it's an unusually large number of people?
No.
Okay. You said you've been doing this for 35 years. Look at picture 16.
Yes, sir.
Who made the determination to call out the public information officer?
I can't tell you that, sir. I don't know. I didn't request her.
It wasn't you.
It wasn't me.
Is that something you would normally do?
No, sir.
Okay. And with regards to the rest of these pictures, over the course of the 3 hours you were there, is it safe to say that more and more people showed up?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And where did they focus their search at when they got there?
Oh, I don't know where they focused their search. I can tell you where I focused.
So where did you focus your search?
My search was the wooded area behind the house, the roadway. south of the residence and the roadway north of the residence. All the houses around that area.
Now, what time did the media show up?
Don't know, sir. I didn't see the media.
How long were you there that day?
I was there for quite a while.
It's safe to say 6, 8, 9 hours easily.
At that house, I know just more than 3 hours.
So you were at the house more than 3 hours. Yes, sir. Okay. You didn't call the media, did you?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay. And that would not be something you would normally do either. Would it?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, who was it that called the canine search dogs?
That was something that Lieutenant did.
Right.
Lieutenant Foster.
How many? I'm just curious, Mr. Dean. How many missing child calls have you ever responded to?
Quite a few, sir. Over the time I've been.
10, 20?
I know it's been more than 10.
More than 10?
Yes, sir, it's been more than 10.
Less than 20?
I would think it's been more than 20.
Been more than 20?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And have you had any specialized training in that area? Or no?
Searching for children? What area are you talking about?
I would say missing children's investigations.
We've got classes on it.
A class on it?
Some classes, yes, sir.
Some classes on it? Okay. And how long ago was that?
We haven't had anything recent. It's been a while.
10 years?
I think it's less than that.
5 years?
I've
7 years?
I've said 5.
All right. Now, let's talk about when you originally got there. The people that were on scene when you got there was Daniel Youngkin, Paul Simon, Miss McCarta, and her daughter, correct? 4 adults.
Babysitter.
Excuse me?
The names you called last. Is that the babysitter?
The babysitter and her daughter.
Yes, sir.
So it's 4 adults that you saw when you got there.
Yes, I think it was 4.
Okay. And I have a question for you. What was the first question you asked when you got there?
I asked her what was going on. What was happening? What's going on?
Right. And what were you told?
She told me her child was missing.
Okay. And now you made a distinction here, so I'm going to ask a very specific question. Did you ask if she had an idea of who may have taken the child, or if she had an idea of any suspects?
Well, she kept saying somebody took my child. So do you have an idea who?
Right. So you asked that question, which is a normal question, right?
Yes, yes.
That's a normal question, right?
Yes,
and she responded to that question, correct? So nothing unusual about that. That's a normal question you'd ask.
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Youngkin say anything to you?
He was saying something.
Objection.
I'm not asking what he said. I'm just asking if he said something to him. That's all.
You may proceed.
Right.
He was saying something.
Right. So, Mr. Youngkin, you talked to him as well.
He was standing there when I was talking to the lady.
Right. So, you were interacting with Mr. Youngkin, Miss McCarta, her daughter, and Miss Simon all at the same time. And they were all standing right there in front of each other.
I don't think she was there when I was talking to the lady.
So you pulled them to the side?
No, it's just when I first walked in, I saw her boyfriend, and their little child.
Okay. So that picture, I guess, this right here is what you're describing, with the exception of you can't see the child, right?
Correct.
Correct? Okay. So, and was it a few minutes later when it was the babysitter and the daughter and them as well, correct?
That's correct. And Officer Boss was talking to him. I wasn't talking to him again. I was standing back.
Okay. Did you write a report in this case, Sergeant Stewart?
Yes, sir.
And if I were to go back and review that report, would that report pretty much contain everything that you have listed right here and everything you testified to here today?
Pretty much.
That's all the questions I have in this witness, right?
All right, thank you, Mr. Dean. Any follow-up?
There you go.
All right, thank you. Sergeant,
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
is there any reason this sergeant should not be excused?
There you go.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, the state may call its next witness.
Cody Jepson.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes, ma'am. Step this way.
All right, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Josh.
Mr. Dean.
Say that again?
I was turning to Mr. Dean.
Sorry.
Sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Corporal Cody Jepson. Work with the Chatham County Police Department right now.
And how long have you been with the Chatham County Police Department?
About over 6 years.
And what is your current assignment at the Chatham County PD?
Just basic routine patrol.
When did you join the police department?
Chatham or just in general?
Well, were you with any other police department before Chatham County?
Started with Savannah Chatham Metropolitan Police Department back in October of 2016.
And is that before the Savannah Chatham Metropolitan Police Department split into the Savannah Police Department? And the
Correct.
Chatham
It was
County
still
Police
at a merged department at the time.
Okay. So after the demerger, you went with Chatham County Police?
A few months after the merger, went over to Chatham County PD.
Did you serve in the military before joining the police force?
I did, sir.
And can you tell us your branch of service?
I was in the Army.
And what was your military occupational specialty?
Cavalry Scout, which is basic reconnaissance, 2-3 man mission teams, go out, seek, and inform.
And what years were you on active duty in the Army?
From 2003 to 2015.
Sometime not too long before you joined the police?
Yes, sir.
What's your current assignment, did you say? Did you say what watch you're on?
I'm on the routine patrol division on Alpha Watch on the west side Chatham precinct.
Alpha Watch is the same thing as A Watch?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that essentially the day shift or something like that?
It's just the call sign in general. You have 4 watches, Alpha Bravo, Charlie Delta, and it's just signed to Alpha Watch.
What hours do you typically work?
5:30 to 1700 on day shift, and then to 1800, and then 1730 to 06 on night shift.
Okay. What particular beat are you assigned to?
It's on numerical basis, and I'm in beat 7, which pretty much goes from Ageechee Road near 516 all the way up to the Berwick area, Lamarville, South Bridge, all the area right in between those 2 areas.
Does beat 7 include the Gerard Buckhalter neighborhood?
It does, sir.
Am I saying Gerard right? Is it Gerard or Gerard?
Everyone pronounces differently. Gerard, Garriard. I've heard it 15 different ways.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to October 5 of 2022, specifically the morning of that day, okay?
Yes, sir.
Were you working in beat 7
Yes,
Alpha
sir.
Watch that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you respond along with Sergeant Stewart, Officer Voss, and Officer Cornley to a missing child call at 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, sir.
Now, you guys didn't all arrive in the same vehicle, did you?
No, sir.
But did you all arrive at substantially the same time, like within a few seconds of each other?
Sergeant Stewart was on scene first, and then myself and Officer Voss arrived right around the same time, and then Officer Gormley came a short time after.
Now, were you present in the driveway for the defendant, Ms. Simons, initial statement to Sergeant Stewart about what was going on and why they called the police?
I came in right around that time. Yes, sir.
Okay. And did Sergeant Stewart task you out with looking in the house for the child?
Yes, sir. He did.
And did you do that?
I did.
Can you describe how that played out? What did you do?
After being tasked to go look around the house, I went inside with permission from I believe the boyfriend at the time, or the brother, one of the two.
Up on the screen right now, it's States Exhibit 3, Slide 2. Is that in the orange reflective vest there? The gentleman who gave you permission to search the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anyway, go on. I'm sorry to interrupt.
I was in the backyard or back patio area. Asked permission to go inside the house, which he granted. And then after that, went in, and then basically on the first entry, just went through the downstairs area.
And did you find the child in the downstairs area?
No, sir.
Did you ever go back in the house and look anywhere else?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that, please?
When we went back in the second time with Officer Gormley, we conducted a downstairs and upstairs search through all the bedrooms, closets, just the basic go around the house.
Now, when you were looking in the house on these two different occasions that you're talking about, what were you looking for?
Just for any signs of the child, diapers, anything that would kind of lead us to, or sounds to lead us to where a child may be.
First and foremost, you were looking for the child. Is that
Yes,
right?
sir. Yep.
Okay. Now, at some point, did the fellow on the screen here in the orange reflective vest give you a picture of the child?
Yes, sir, he did.
And why was that?
Just out of basic necessity, so we can give out to other officers, the PIO for the department, just a basic description of what the individual looks like, basic appearance.
And you mentioned a PIO. Is that the public information officer?
Yes, sir.
And what would she do with a picture of a missing child?
I can't put it on social media for others to see.
See if anybody had seen it around?
Yeah.
Okay. At some point, shortly after your initial arrival, did you approach the defendant and ask her for a clothing description, what the child had been wearing the last time he had been seen?
Yes, sir.
And did she give one to you?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what she said?
It was a Sesame Street pajama top, and then I believe like a blue gym style shorts.
Okay. And did you have a body worn camera on that thing?
I did.
And did it record that interaction?
Yes, sir.
And your other involvement at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you arrived initially, and she approached Sergeant Stewart and gave this initial kind of blast of information.
Yep.
She said something to the effect of the door having been open, right?
Yep. Yes,
Did
sir.
you go and look at the front door to see what it looked like?
I did.
And at some point after doing that, did you go ask for her, the defendant, for some clarification on what the exact state of the door was at the time that she woke up and saw it open?
Yes, sir, I did.
And why did you go ask her for that clarification?
Just further knowledge, see if it was, really basically if it was kicked in, broken in, how was it opened, if it was locked, unlocked.
Did you see any of that stuff in the door frame, any damage or anything like that?
I did not, sir.
Okay.
Everything appeared as a door should be.
And other than those interactions with the defendant and searching through the house, what was the remainder of your involvement at the scene? What did it consist of?
So after the basic 15, 20 minutes there, did the 2 searches of the house. I was asked to walk on to pretty much search around the wooded area. Believe, can't remember the cardinal direction. Pretty much behind the property and the wood line there, going towards Veterans Parkway.
Did you find anything back there?
No, sir. No signs of any disturbance or evidence.
And were you eventually released by Sergeant Stewart or Lieutenant Foster to resume your normal patrol duties?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach with what I marked as State's Exhibit 4, may I please?
I've seen it, Judge.
Okay, so are you seeking to admit that?
Well, I need to lay a foundation.
Go ahead, please.
I've just handed you a disc marked as State's Exhibit 4. Does that disc contain your body-worn camera footage from that day?
Yes, sir.
And how do you know that's what's on it?
Reviewed the footage and then signed, initial, and dated.
And does the footage on that disc fairly and accurately depict the events that you were involved in at the scene that day?
Yes, sir.
Does it appear to have been altered or modified in any way?
No, sir.
Your Honor, I would offer this as State's Exhibit 4.
Objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
I'm going to publish just a couple of brief excerpts, Your Honor. The first will be on the timestamp in the top right corner of the file from 09:58 and 2 seconds. And I will note for the record when I stop the playback, this will be about 20 seconds.
What was your son was wearing?
He was wearing Sesame Street, like the Jolly shirt, I'm wearing black shorts, red black jeans shorts.
All right. So I think I asked you earlier about the clothing description, and I recall you saying blue shorts. Having watched that, do you want to revise that answer?
Yeah, it was the red or black shorts.
Red.
I mean, I'm bad with colors just in general, but yeah, it was gym style shorts. So.
Okay. The next bit that I will publish is starting at 10:02:53.
Now, how open was the door? Just about a foot.
Open enough that I see that open my eyes and see it.
Stop the playback at 10:03:14 per the timestamp. One moment, please, Your Honor.
Mr. Hilliard.
Officer Jefferson, how long were you on scene that day?
I don't know an actual full-time amount. I don't believe no more than an hour.
So you just out there for an hour?
Give or take.
Okay. And again, but while you were there for that hour, you conducted 2 searches of the houses and at least 1 search of the woodline, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you said you searched in the house, did you go through the entire house?
Me and Gormley kind of broke it up. So I personally didn't go through the entire every inch of the house. But he took a little bit, I took a little bit.
What was the part you took then?
A little bit of the downstairs. I mean, it was a maze to begin with. So some of the downstairs, most of the downstairs, I'm not really too sure. And then a few bedrooms on the upstairs and closets.
All right, well, let's talk about the downstairs. The front door that you walk in is I guess that's the one that's facing Buckhalter Road.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you walk in, you immediately see the couch, the TV screen, and all that area, correct?
If you're walking in, you have the crib right next to the door. Then to the left, the couch, and the TV on the other side. Yes, sir.
All right. And if you walk further back into the house, does it go back around to another part of the house?
Yes, sir.
And does it come around to the back side of the house?
Eventually.
And how's that? Well, how's that laid out? Is it a maze or?
Yeah, it was a complete maze on the inside. I know they're doing construction, so there was walls everywhere that kind of made you go left when you need to go right, kind of thing.
But let me ask you this. But I'm going to assume it's a normal house, right?
Yeah.
It has windows.
Yes, sir.
The front door is not the only door, is it?
No, sir.
And was there another door?
The back door.
And where does that back door go to?
To the pool back patio area.
Okay. And was that back door unlocked or open?
It was the door. It was open. It was unlocked. Yes, sir.
Okay. And whenever you went and I guess worked your way through the downstairs, did you notice anything of any importance?
At the time, no, sir.
Any contraband?
No, sir.
Any weapons?
No, sir.
Any, I guess, biological material?
I didn't see any, sir.
Okay. So, and you went through and searched the house twice, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you go upstairs and search as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I assume you went outside and searched the outside areas as well, correct?
Yes, sir. In the woodline.
And were you the only one searching, or were there other people searching too?
There's a few of us. Are you talking about inside or outside?
Both.
Yeah, I know me and Gormley did the inside. I can't say if anyone else came in looking after us. And then on the back, there's several officers looking through the wood line.
Okay. And again, I know you're only there for a short time, but I'm just talking about what you saw. But there were a number of officers searching both inside and outside, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And is it safe to say that over that period of time, as time wore on, more people came, or?
Yeah, more people. More people, officers came, yeah.
So the numbers of people walking around doing the searching and in and out of the scene increased over the time you were there, not decreased?
Correct.
If you remember, and if you don't, that's fine too. Have the forensic tech showed up yet, or no?
No, sir.
Okay, so these are all officers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But not forensic technicians or people who are trained to collect evidence?
No, sir.
That's all the questions I got. Thank you, Officer Jepson.
All right, thank you. Mr. Dean, any redirect?
One moment, please.
Thank you.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any reason why this witness cannot be excused?
There you go.
Okay, you're excused.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
This right here.
Just leave it right there.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Before we call the next witness, is everybody good? Okay. Yeah. I think I needed a break too. So let's break for 15 minutes. It's 3:15. Let's be back at 3:30.
You're exiting?
Yeah, I mean, they are going to go after, they're going to try to make it look like a messy investigation, a rushed investigation. I'm kind of shocked he didn't go after the part about the colorblind stuff. Like, you're not colorblind, I mean, like, I'm not good with colors, but he probably just missed it or just didn't think it was prudent to do that. I think they are trying to show is if the suspected her from the start, why didn't they investigate it? I think you might be right, Sorcerer. Like Sorceress. I think it's kind of looking to me like they're saying like they already had someone. They didn't really do an proper investigation, and they got some media pressure or something like that. They already had someone from the press at the scene.
All right.
Yeah, that's what I think. We have 15 minutes to talk. What do you think, Queen?
We got a 15-minute break. Is that what you said?
Yeah, they said 15 minutes. They're coming back in 3:30 on their time, which is 15 minutes from now. We got 15 minutes.
What are we breaking for?
They guess they got to pee. I don't think they brought the catheter.
Well, yeah. So most people, most people try, like they know how this goes, but some don't. What they're doing is trying to discredit the officer. They're trying to make him look like he didn't do his job right, that he wasn't being, that he wasn't being, what's my word? What's the meticulous? He wasn't being he wasn't doing his job like he was supposed to. He doesn't have. They were asking him when he went to school for how many kids has he looked for?
Yeah,
that kind of stuff. Because he wasn't. They were basically saying he wasn't doing it right.
It wasn't being thorough.
Right. They're trying to discredit his. Yeah.
I think this is the mid-afternoon break.
My voice is gone, so sorry.
Is this their normal mid-afternoon break?
No, it's like a 15-minute break because you got to realize you have to go off the record to go to the bathroom. So they figure like jury needs a break. People need to go to the bathroom. They did 2 witnesses, so they're going to take like a 15-minute break and then come back. And probably that will be the final. This will be their final break because I think they're probably going to be ended at like 4:30 or something like that. So they probably have enough time for one more witness, my guess. What do I think of the defense? I think the defense, I don't even know why they crossed the second guy. I think they should have just waived him. Like at a certain point, jurors don't like their time being wasted. And I feel like that second cross was just
I don't think anybody likes their time being wasted, but
yeah, they should have just waived that guy and just let him go. I don't know
what
why.
do you think, Moses? Sorry, go ahead.
I don't think that any of this. Listen, they've got to give Leilani the best defense possible. It is unfortunate, and most of us know that it's or beyond a shadow of a doubt for most of us that she's done this. And unfortunately, guilty people get a fair shot at the justice system. I think that if they weren't doing this, we should be more alarmed because that would show her lawyer is inept. Right now, the lawyer is doing the best that they can do to give Leilani the best fight. I mean, they may know that she's guilty and they may feel like they're fighting a losing battle, but they're still fighting it for her. They're still giving it and trying to discredit, a longtime police officer saying he didn't do his due diligence. He's out of training. And you know what? The best thing that could come out of this is that those officers do realize that their training might be a little bit later or outdated, and they go and they get better training so that they can prevent this from happening in the future. That's what I think.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is just the usual. Your client's pretty guilty, so you got to think about where you got to find the chips in the armor, and that's pretty much it. My guess is that
if this were us, if this were any one of us and we were having to fight, we would definitely want a defense attorney that was doing their job, correct?
I don't know, I'd probably take a deal, but that's just me.
What do you think, Petty AF?
I don't know. I'm just listening along. I'm trying to figure stuff out. I know they've got to go through all this. I don't like the fact that they tried to discredit the officers, but I know it's necessary for the defense.
Well, I mean, they have to do it because if they don't discredit these officers, then they can't push out their theory that this is a rushed investigation. and that there's
Yeah.
some mistakes that have occurred. Because if they don't, and they says, well, they did a fantastic investigation. Well, a fantastic investigation means that they got the right person. So like,
Yeah.
they kind of have to do it. They kind of have to like do this kind of, there's this Russian investigation. Look, there was someone from the press, like that handled the press was here, and you know, they didn't really turn this into a crime scene, and they didn't, you know, and that's pretty much it. So
For me, being in a different country, it's very interesting because we don't get to see all this when crimes happen in our country. We know a crime's happened, then we'll know someone's been arrested, then we know the verdict. That's it.
That's
We don't get
interesting.
to see anything. So
You don't get to go into the courtroom?
no,
Oh, geez, Louise.
no, I don't believe that we're allowed as.
Think about this. We're sitting here watching her and knowing what we know, and we're sitting here getting to watch her squirm. This is kind of like when Queen says, sometimes if you're lucky, God will let you watch somebody get their karma. We're watching it right now.
It's just really interesting to me, just being an outsider.
It's interesting. I just kind of wonder, like, if I'm right with my angle that these people are going to go with. That's what I'm thinking, because I can't think of anything else these guys can do, to be honest with you.
Yeah, when I jumped down earlier, I understood more what you were saying when you were having the conversation with voices. It's
Yeah.
more of the what did you call it? Their reputation, rather than the YouTubers that you were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
The rumors and stuff. It's all about reputation and how they are credible or not, the witnesses. So I understood it more then.
Yeah, like the whole thing is they're going to go at whatever they can go at. Now, imagine if they didn't have these YouTubers and stuff like that, and they just had this clean investigation. What the hell would he ever use the word rumors? No, probably wouldn't use the word rumors. What would he say rumors about? The news? The news don't report, well, unless it's TMZ, don't report on rumors usually. They report on facts they believe are true because they can be sued. So I'm wondering what this situation is going to be with this one. I just feel like, I don't know if you would cross some of these guys in the beginning, to be honest with you. You have like this certain, like a lawyer has a certain amount of like credibility, like, you know, like a certain amount of like trust by the jury. And when you kind of like being petty to police officers who are clearly professionals and have been doing it for years and did kind of, in my opinion, the right thing, which is to call everyone down to get the investigation going, because at first it was reported that the child was missing. So people are coming down. They're not sure if it's a kidnapping. The child's missing, walked into the woods. They don't know what the hell's going on. So they get everyone aboard to try to look for this kid, because you only have a certain amount of time to find a missing child that's run off into the, you know, they came and ran into the woods or was taken or something like that. So
especially at Quinton's age.
Yeah. Now, I don't think that kid would have ran in the woods, obviously, because he wouldn't be able to open the door, but you catch my drift.
Yeah.
That's what I got from it. Yeah, it's not a good. I think it should have. He should have just not even crossed. The second guy.
Was done, sorry, Tim.
Yeah.
That was what was done in the current trial, wasn't it? They just, if there was a cross they didn't feel was necessary, they just let them go.
Or if they felt that the cross would make them look bad.
Yeah. So
you know,
they just let the witness go.
Yeah, they just let the witness go, because at the end of the day, you don't want the jury to remember a witness that is bad for you. You kind of want to get rid of them as quickly as possible. Like, okay, well, what about that person? What about Carrie? You know what I mean? Like, they just that's what you usually do. If you think you could be televised on those horrible thing you did, how would you feel? Try not to do horrible things and don't be televised. That's my advice. That's my advice. But usually court TV only televises the crazy cases. Like, this case became crazy because of the internet and everyone kind of going crazy on this case. So I think that was the case. The police officer's testimony is always so boring, except for when they are showing interrogation. I'm ready to get. Yeah, like honestly, the first day is always kind of like iffy because it's mostly the officers that just show up on the scene. And even like exciting cases, you're kind of like it's boring a little bit. But yeah, so
Well,
that
I need a 1/2-inch socket.
interesting.
I got my
Half inch
while
socket.
we were doing all of that, I got my wall mount for my TV. It's been sitting in a box for months underneath the TV stand, so I got the drill out, and now I realized I need a 1/2-inch socket. So
What's a socket? A socket?
The
It's
plug.
Do you mean the wall socket?
Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
it's a like a
No.
socket wrench. I need a 1/2-inch
Oh, okay.
I need a 1/2-inch socket wrench. So after this is over, I guess I'll be running to the hardware store. Woohoo!
Gives you something to do. Is
You know,
it
the
far
strong
away from you?
independent ones. No, it's just down the street. Everything.
Oh, that's
Honey, I
not
live in a
bad.
town that's not even I don't even have 2,500 people in my town. We have one stoplight and everything is within 6 blocks of everything. So,
Yeah. I forget that you live in a small town.
yeah.
Must be
You're
great
welcome,
though when
Cashmere.
it's
I just thought
summer.
I'd let everybody know.
Did you get to enjoy the Northern Lights then?
I
I
did.
know one person that did enjoy it. I know one person that didn't enjoy it, Leilani Simon, because she was in jail. Anyway.
Yep.
I think any case that involves missing child and questionable parents is very reminiscent of Casey Anthony. Yeah. I agree. Let me see. My town is so small. Oh my God, voices. My hubs never has enough of those. 8/8 of a quarter.
8 1/4 and inches, and I mean, like you should have seen me trying to find the right drill bit. I'm like, well, how do oh shit, there's a little teeny tiny number. I had to get my cheaters out and look. There's a little teeny tiny number on the end of a drill bit. Did you know that? I just learned it. Anyway. All the stuff, all the things, the strong independent woman things.
Some things that you fix a car with and the guys are always
Yeah.
losing the 10 one or something.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, you're right.
Retired homicide investigator in Florida, and he has been retired for 20 years. And one of his cases keeps appealing and trying to discredit my dad all these years later. It's unfortunately the prop. Yeah, I mean, that's the key thing that they're going to try to do, man. They're going to try to discredit all these officers. Personally, I think that's going to be kind of hard because I think these officers did a really good job. I don't know how you're going to discredit officers that almost did everything right, but I guess
They'll try, though, aren't they?
They'll try.
No, Lena, I don't think that at all. I just think she's being very careful.
Let me see. But we'll see. I think
I think we'd been aware if that was going to happen. She won't be able to help herself.
Who won't be able to help herself?
Sorry, Betty.
Do you think Betty isn't streaming this maybe because they're calling her for No. Imagine that happened. I would laugh. I would
how
feel like
she would be impeached off the stand.
Oh my God. It's like, ma'am, is it true that you have 6 violations for your order of your ROs? Yeah. Is it true that you walked around like it's like that?
Is it true that you've just lied on the stand?
5 times we have it on the camera. We're gonna play
no,
it.
she's
No.
so
But what would
incredible.
what would she be a witness of? She'd be a witness for, I guess that'd be hilarious if she's like a witness for the defense. And it's, oh my God, I would kind of laugh at that. I'd be like, oh my God, we are
Is it uncredible or incredible? Uncredible?
I would say not credible.
Not credible.
Yeah.
Not credible.
Voices, you have a channel. Yes, she does.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
We
Black
just don't
Sheep
talk about it
Designs
over
by
here.
Ange.
We just don't talk about it over here.
No.
At least PHP is leaving PHA alone. She's, well, don't speak too soon. That woman needs new content. You know how she is.
Yeah, it's about
you
time
know,
she learned to keep her mouth shut about.
We're going over Betty's bullshit later tonight.
mm,
Oh, I'm gonna miss that one, aren't I? Yeah, I bet you're gonna do that at like 3 in the morning.
the Pepster.
No, I don't stay up that late, but it'll probably be like 9 or 10 my time.
She's in the UK.
My time,
Got to
it'll be 3
remember
a.m.
that. It's 3 in the morning for across
Yeah,
the
I was just
pond.
saying that probably be early for you guys. Yeah.
I always end up missing those
What is
things.
your question, Justin? I didn't see your question. Oh my God, voice, my hubs never. Yeah, I read your comment. Let me
Yeah,
see.
we read that.
But is your dog snoring?
Probably mine.
Mine?
Sorry.
Queen,
I've
is
got a
that your
French
dog?
bulldog.
Your French bulldog? Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, she's got her snout's really weird, and she just snores constantly. I'm sat nowhere near her. I tried to move the furthest away from her, so I apologize.
Got a snoring dog? You sure you
Yeah.
did? Yeah. Oh my God. I'm in
And then
shock.
I've got a big pitty as well, and he snores sometimes. But when he snores, it's because he's dreaming. He's so
Yeah.
cute. Just as a
He's a dog.
sidebar, Queen,
What?
have you heard if Chris has done an interview?
Back on the record.
Oh, the back on the record.
CR 22-03364J6. And Mr. Dean, are you ready to resume?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Hilliard?
Defense is ready as well, Judge.
Okay, let the record reflect that Ms. Simon is present with her counsel at table. We can bring the jurors in.
Jurors entering.
Okay. Is there only one in there? Okay. I know. That's still pushing it.
I don't know why they do these breaks sometimes, especially so quickly. Like, like they only have an hour probably left in court.
What are they all laughing at?
It's just a normal day for them. You know what I mean? Like, you got to realize this is like a Monday for them. You know what I mean?
Well, I
Monday,
realize
yeah.
that, but everybody's looking a little awkward at the moment, and the two in the front started to snicker. The judge kind of had that like she was going to giggle for a second. What is going on?
Well, you got to realize this is like their job. You know what I mean? Like,
I know. I'm a liquor. I'm wanting to know what.
Please have a seat. Thank you. I think everyone needed that break. And Mr. Dean, the state may call its next witness.
Sean Wilkins.
Sean Wilkins.
Face the clerk, raise your right hand. The evidence you shall give the court and the jury the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. So, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name?
Sure. My name is Sean Wilkins, S-H-A-W-N. My last name is Wilkins, W-I-L-K-I-N-S.
And what is your city and state of residence, sir? Where do you live now?
Currently, I live in Uxbridge, Massachusetts.
Did you travel down here for this trial?
I did, yes.
And where are you from originally?
I'm from Uxbridge, Massachusetts originally.
Okay, so you've gone home.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What do you do for a living these days, sir?
I'm currently employed as a public safety officer for Bryant University.
Okay. And is that in Massachusetts?
That is in the state of Rhode Island.
Okay, got it. Were you previously a police department with the Chatham County Police Department, or a police officer with the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what were the years that you were with the Chatham County Police?
If I recall correctly, I started in March of 2021 and ended in July of 2023.
So you've since left the department and moved back to your hometown?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Okay. During your time with the Chatham County Police Department, what assignments or positions did you hold, in order, if you can remember?
Yes. So I started off as a patrolman, graduating the academy. After about a year of service, I applied to the CID, the Detective Division, and I was granted the position, I believe, in late September of 2022. And then I went back to patrol in February of 2023, where I remained until I left.
Now, you said the Detectives Division has an acronym CID. What does that stand for?
Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay. So you mentioned you got to CID as a detective in, I think, September of 2022?
Yes, sir.
So as of October of 2022, were you working for the Chatham County Police Department as a detective?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you, on the morning of October 5th, 2022, respond to a missing child call at 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, I did.
And when you got there, did you conduct an interview with the defendant, Leilani Simon?
Yes, I did.
And do you see her sitting in the courtroom today?
That I do, yes, sir.
Can you identify her by an article of clothing or where she's sitting, please?
She is currently in the table to the right of you, sitting down with the glasses on right there.
Witness has identified the defendant. Now, were you first on the scene for the detectives?
I was. Yes, sir.
Okay, so you were the first detective to arrive there.
That is correct, yes.
Bunch of other police officers, but you're the first detective.
Yes.
And when you got there, what was the first thing you did? Did you walk right up to her and start talking to her, or did you get some background, or what?
No, I did not. At first, when I arrived on scene, I believe I was briefed by Lieutenant Foster, just giving a short synopsis of what the call was about. And then I would say approximately 5 minutes after that is when I engaged in a conversation with the defendant.
Now I'm displaying on the screen a slide from State's Exhibit 3, and I think it is slide 12, although the number's kind of difficult to make out. Do you see yourself in that picture?
Yes, that is me.
That's you wearing the dark colored jacket?
Yes, sir.
And is that Lieutenant Foster? to your left in real life, but to the right in the photograph?
Yes, sir. That does appear to be Lieutenant Foster.
Now, would this image reflect the approximate time of your arrival at the scene and getting briefed by Lieutenant Foster?
Yes, sir. That is what appears to be happening. Yes.
All right, so going off of the timestamp, what time would that have been?
The timestamp reflects 10:44 a.m.
Does that sound right to you?
That does, yes.
Okay. And you said it was only maybe 5 minutes after this that you spoke to the defendant.
I would say so, yes, sir.
And where was it that you talked to her?
If I do recall correctly, I had gone through the back gate to where the defendant was at the time.
Are you referring to the swimming pool area, patio area in the back?
Roughly.
Okay. Who was out there at the time?
I would say the defendant, her brother, Mr. Paul, and her fiance, Mr. Daniel.
Okay. Did you separate the three of them to conduct your interviews?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you ultimately end up talking to all three of them on the scene?
Ultimately, yes. I did at one point or another speak to all three, yes.
Okay. Well, I want to ask you specifically about your interview with the defendant. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Did you ask her when the last time she had seen her child was?
That I did, yes, sir.
And what did she say to that?
If I recall correctly, the defendant explained that she had gone to bed at approximately midnight that evening, and yes, that is approximately midnight that evening.
And was she putting that out there as the last time she had seen her child, Quinton, I should say, the missing child, sometime before she went to bed at midnight?
Yes, sir. When I had asked that question, I believe I did ask if she remembers putting Quinton down at that time. Yes.
Okay. And did she tell you when she had woken up in the morning?
I believe she explained that she woke up at 9 a.m. that next morning.
So in this initial interview with you, the first detective on scene, she's putting herself in bed around midnight. Last time she saw Quinton was before that, and has herself waking up at 9 a.m.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Was your interview with the defendant audio recorded?
Yes, I did use an audio recording device for our interview on scene.
Did you have a body-worn camera at that time?
I do not believe I did at that time, no.
And is that because detectives didn't have body-worn cameras at that point?
Not normally. We did not wear body-worn cameras normally in our uniform.
Do you see in front of you a disc marked as State's Exhibit 5?
That I do. That is correct.
Okay. And do you know what's on that disc?
I believe it is that audio recording from that morning with the defendant.
And have you listened to the contents of that disc, at least in part, to verify that that's what it is?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. And does that recording fairly and accurately depict your interview with her at the scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move this into evidence as State's Exhibit 5.
No objection, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, at this point, I'll publish a brief portion from the beginning of this recording. I'm going to start at the very beginning of the recording, and I'll state for the record when I stop the playback.
So when's the last time you saw your child?
When I went to bed last night.
And what time was that? Do
It
you
was
remember?
around 12.
12? Okay.
12 when I went to bed. I had my wisdom teeth removed yesterday.
I'm sorry, that's
So I went to bed kind of late.
I get you. Listen, I had them up too.
So I got up this morning about 9.
About 9?
And my front door is open, so I went up and I shut it, not thinking about anything like that. And I look over and check on my kids, and he was gone. All the rest were there. He was
It's all
gone.
right. It's all right. It's all right. Take some deep breaths.
And that was actually a 34-second clip that I cut out of the larger file that was admitted, and I'll make it clear for the court reporter and the clerk at some point on a break what portion of the larger file is actually kept. No issues, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Now, did you go to headquarters that day for follow-on interviews with involving the defendant, Daniel Youngkin and Paul Simon?
Yes, I did. That is correct.
And were you paired up with an FBI agent to participate in these interviews?
I was, yes.
And do you remember who you were paired up with?
I do have my report here. If I could look at that just to remember the name.
Sure, if that would refresh your memory.
Yes, I was paired up with FBI Special Agent Taylor Burns.
And who did you all interview of the three?
The defendant's brother, Paul.
Okay. Now, sometime over the coming days, were you asked to submit a request to Verizon for phone records associated with a phone number for a Henry Bubba Moss Jr.?
Yes, I was.
And did you do that?
Yes.
How did you do that?
There's a paper form that we were sent by the cell phone carrier in which I fill out the identifying information, such as the name that the number is registered to, the actual phone number, and I believe a time frame in which the records that we are requesting are needed.
And did you submit that request to Verizon?
Yes, I did.
And did they produce responsive records to you in response to that request?
Yes, sir, they did.
How do they give those to you? Do they mail them to you in the mail or email them or what?
I believe it was an email, sir.
Okay. And when you got those records, did you forward those to the lead investigator, Marion Lennox, who's here in court with us?
I did, yes, sir.
Thank you very much. One moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Hilliard?
Just a few. Mr. Wilkins, how long have you been in law enforcement?
I was employed as a police dispatcher in Holliston, Massachusetts for approximately 3 years. After that, in 2021 is when I was employed with the Chatham County Police Department for about 2.5 years.
So from like 2018 to 2021, you were a police dispatcher. I guess you moved down here and were
Patrolman at that time.
patrolman at Chatham County.
Yes, and then transitioned to detective role in September of 2022.
And you were a detective from September and then went back to patrol in February?
That is correct, yes.
I was just curious. That's kind of a short time. Why?
I just didn't feel fulfilled, I guess, at in the detective unit.
So, and then when did you move back to Massachusetts?
So I left the detective unit in February of 2023 and was on patrol. And then I would say in July of 2023 is when I moved back to Massachusetts.
All right. So you've been up there about 15 months, a little bit more at this point in time.
I think that's fairly accurate.
You said you had a conversation with Ms. Simon at the patio area. And I believe Mr. Simon was there, Paul Simon was there, and was anyone else present?
I believe the defendant's fiance at the time, Daniel, was there. I don't remember how close in proximity he was, though.
Any children there?
What was that? I'm sorry.
Any children there?
I can't recall.
Okay. How about any other adults?
There were a few adults. I think I talked to them sparingly after the interviews with the three, but I can't recall their relation to the defendant off the top of my head.
And how long were you on the scene that day? We're talking October 5th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long were you actually on scene that day at 535 Buckhalter Road?
From my arrival at 10:44 in the morning, I believe we didn't leave, if memory serves me correctly, maybe 5 or 6 p.m. Again, that's a ballpark estimate, though.
So at least 7 or 8 hours.
Roughly, yes, sir.
And when you did leave, my understanding is, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, just trying to make sure I understand. But when you did leave 7 or 8 hours later, it was to go to the police station and conduct interviews, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. So it wasn't like you just went home. You were there for 7 or 8 hours, and then you went and did an interview, correct?
No, sir. There was no downtime between leaving the scene and going to the station.
And that's kind of what I was getting to. Now, while you were on the scene for those 7 or 8 hours, was it an increasing number of people that were arriving on the scene?
I would say more resources had arrived on scene in an attempt to find Quinton at that time, yes.
So the number of people kept going up during that 7 or 8 hour period.
Yes, sir.
And to the best of your knowledge, was this all of your involvement in the case, to the best of your recollection?
Outside of my initial on-scene interview with the defendant and the interview with Paul Simon and what Mr. Dean had asked me of the cell phone records, in terms of major involvement, yes. After that, I was moved to more of a supportive role, where I was just there to help as a body mostly.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. On the day that you were there on October 5th, did you conduct any of the searches on the house or anything like that while you were there?
Not any of the in-depth searches to my recollection. It was the interviews, conversations with the other detectives that had arrived on scene, and then the interviews shortly after.
That's all the questions I got. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Dean?
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. May this witness be excused.
He may.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
The state may call its next witness.
Kiana Robbins.
Right, he flew in just for that, like literally 25 minutes, maybe 20 minutes. Jeez.
Yeah, I have a feeling this is going to be a long trial.
Yeah. The trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. All right. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name?
It's Kiana, K-E-I-A-N-A, Robbins, R-O-B-B-I-N-S.
And where do you work?
With Chatham County Police Department.
What is your position there?
Currently a detective.
How long have you been with the Chatham County Police Department?
6 years.
And did you work with any other police departments prior to starting with the Chatham County Police Department?
No, sir.
What assignments have you had at the Chatham County Police Department before becoming a detective?
I was on patrol for 3 years.
Okay. So that would put you joining the detectives
January of 2022.
January of 2022.
Yes, sir.
Now, were you on duty as a detective on the morning of October 5th, 2022?
Yes.
Where were you and what were you doing?
I was at the Islands Precinct, located at 54 Johnny Mercer Boulevard, in our detective's office at my desk.
Now, is that a ways away from 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, it's about 30 minutes, give or take, 45.
Is that where your office is located?
Yes.
The Islands Precinct?
Yes, sir.
Is that where all the detectives' offices are located for the department, or are y'all spread out?
That's our main office. We don't have any other offices at any other precincts.
Okay, so the CID offices, if I'm understanding you correctly, are in the Islands Precinct on Johnny Mercer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you become involved at some point that day in the investigation of the disappearance of Quinton Simon?
Yes, sir.
Did you go to the scene yourself that day, 535 Buckhalter?
Yes, sir.
When roughly did you go there?
Around 6 o'clock, I believe, that evening, after getting a search warrant signed.
Okay, so you didn't go there till the evening, till after the search warrant was signed for your residence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, earlier, before that, were you nevertheless still involved from your desk at the Islands Precinct?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, were you asked, or did you just decide to run the defendant's name, Leilani Simon, and see whether there were any vehicles registered to her that you could see in your system?
I was asked by the detectives on scene.
Okay. And how did they ask you? Over the radio, cell phone, or what?
Through text.
Okay. So who was on the scene at that point that may have asked you to do that, if you remember?
I believe it was Detective Noble and Detective Wilkins.
Okay. So one or both of them asked you to run her name and see about vehicle registrations.
Yes, sir.
And did you see that any particular vehicle was registered to her?
I believe that there was a Dodge Journey registered to her.
Do you remember the tag number for the Dodge Journey?
Yes, it was TEN 9300.
And is that a Georgia tag?
Yes, sir.
One moment. Now, do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 6?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what that is?
It appears to be a license plate reader from Flock.
Okay, a flock camera?
Yes, sir.
All right. Does it fairly and accurately depict what a typical flock camera looks like?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would move this in as State's Exhibit 6.
No objection, Judge. I've already seen it.
It's admitted.
And may I ask, rather than putting this up on the screen, if it could just be published by passing it to the jury?
That's fine, Judge.
And would the court like for me to do that, or would the court prefer that the deputy do that?
What does the state wish to do?
I'm fine.
Are these photos?
It's just a single photograph.
It's just one picture, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, what is a flock camera and what is the flock system?
So essentially, it's a license plate reader that is stationed throughout different areas throughout the U.S. The Flock system is made only public to law enforcement agencies, so you have to have a username and a password through your agency to actually use the system.
And did you have that on October 5th of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Roughly how many of these cameras are there scattered around Chatham County? Off the top of your head, I'm not looking for a firm number.
About 300.
Okay. And do you have access to the information from all of those?
Yes.
Do you have access to information from flock cameras in other places?
Yes, sir.
How does that work?
So essentially what it is the agency, say if we're here in Georgia, an agency in California can put us on their permissions list. And then what we can do is just add it or do what we call a hot list, which means say if there's a vehicle that you're looking for, if you have the tag, you can put it in the system and then it'll alert those individuals who are on the hot list. So I would have to say if I'm the owner of the hot list, I can add you as a user to see what the vehicle and where it hits at.
Now, what do these cameras do when a car drives by and the license plate comes into the field of view of the camera?
It just takes a picture of the license plate and the back of the vehicle.
Okay. And are those images maintained in the Flock database that you have access to?
Yes, I think they hold for about 30 days.
Okay. And does it tell you the location of the camera that took the picture?
Yes, sir.
And you can see the picture itself?
Yes, sir.
Does it tell you the time that picture was taken by that camera?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have the ability to, after the fact, search for a particular tag number in the Flock database and see what, if any, cameras in the area or in other locations that you have permissions for the vehicle's tag has been photographed by?
Yes, sir.
And once you had this tag for the defendant's car, Georgia TEN 9300.
Yes, sir.
Did you look it up in the Flock system?
Yes.
Okay. And you're doing this on October 5th, the morning of, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you see any results of note to you?
Yes, it showed that the vehicle hit multiple times from the late night of October 4th until the morning of October 5th.
All right. And so you were able to look at this and see, gosh, it looks like this car has been out driving around?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with that information, did you relay that to officers on scene?
Yes.
Who specifically do you remember relaying it to?
I contacted Lieutenant Foster.
Okay. And was he the on-scene commander at this point?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And you told him, hey, I'm seeing flock hits late at night for this car.
Yes, and then I sent him a screenshot of my computer screen of the multiple hits on the flock camera.
And how did you send that to him?
Through text message.
Okay. Had you just taken a picture of your computer screen with your phone? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And sent that to him?
Yes.
All right. One moment, please, Your Honor.
So I guess this is the show movement.
Going out to the residence after a search warrant had been obtained for the residence.
Yes.
Who obtained that search warrant?
I did.
What do you have to do to get a search warrant?
You have to get the information you need from the detectives or whoever's on scene. Essentially type up the search warrant and then submit it to your supervisor. The supervisor then approves or rejects it. Once it is approved, you would reach out to the judge who's on call or who's available. And then at that point, you send them the warrant. Once they find probable cause, and they'll sign it and then send it back to you to Cloud Gavel.
I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 7, Your Honor.
No objection, Judge.
All right, could you take a look at State's Exhibit 7, please? Is that a copy of the search warrant that you obtained for 535 Buckhalter Road on October 5th?
Yes.
I would introduce this in as State's Exhibit 7, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Just one or two, Judge. Detective Robbins, you secured the search warrant and you looked at the flock camera, and that was pretty much the beginning and end of your involvement in the case?
For the most part, yes, sir.
And did you ever respond to the scene that day or no?
To 535 Buckhalter?
Yes.
Yes, that evening around 6 o'clock p.m.
Yeah. How long were you there?
Up until maybe 8 or 9, and then I went to the West Chatham Annex, which is where our property room is located.
That's all the questions I got, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Dean, you need to redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. You are excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. The state may call its next witness.
Eugene Foster.
If the clerk can raise your right hand, please. The evidence you shall give the court and the jury of the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you. Thank you. Step this way, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name?
Yes, my name is Eugene Foster. My first name is spelled Yujean. Last name is Foster, Foster.
And what is your city and state of residence, sir?
I currently live in Statesboro, Georgia.
And what do you do for a living these days, sir?
I'm a retired police lieutenant, and I am currently working full-time at International Paper.
What are you doing for International Paper?
I'm a chemical operator.
Okay. And when did you retire as a police officer?
March of 2023, I retired.
And was that from the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any side jobs now in addition to International Paper?
Yes, sir. I guess I didn't have enough to do, so I work part-time at the Chatham County Sheriff's Office as a police instructor.
As a police instructor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of topics do you instruct on?
I'm a level 3 instructor, so pretty much any topic out there I can teach. I teach driving, use of force, firearms, defensive tactics, legal issues, everything.
Now, at the time that you retired from the Chatham County Police
Yes, sir.
Department, how many years of service did you have as a police officer?
Almost 27 years.
In what departments were those almost 27 years spent?
Oddly enough, in '96, I started with the Chatham County SO. And then,
the sheriff's office?
yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt.
Chatham County Sheriff's Office. And then I laterally transferred to the original Chatham County Police Department. And then we merged with the City of Savannah Police Department, which became the Savannah Chatham Metropolitan Police Department. And then in 2017, we had demerged, and I went back with the Chatham County Police Department.
Now, I don't necessarily want to ask you about every assignment that you held during your career as a police officer.
Yes, sir.
I'm guessing it's probably a lot of different things, correct?
Luckily, I was able to do various things.
Did you have, I guess, any experience as a detective specifically?
Yes, sir. For over 7 years, I was in detectives, and I was I was in auto vehicle theft, and then I went to violent crimes. I was in robbery, homicide, and during those 7 years, and I was also for a short period of time in an undercover unit.
Was that with the Savannah Chatham Metropolitan Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Violent crimes?
Yes, sir.
Dealing with robberies and homicides?
Yes, sir.
So you've been a detective before and did it for quite a while.
Yes, sir.
All right. On October 5, 2022, were you working?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what was your position and assignment at that point?
I was the West Side Watch Commander for the Chatham County Police Department.
And who was your immediate subordinate in that role?
At that time, it was Sergeant Bobby Stewart.
Okay. So it goes Sergeant Stewart, and then next up the chain of command is you, Foster.
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you at some point that morning respond to 535 Buckhalter in response to a missing child call?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were not the first on scene, were you?
No, I was not.
Who else was there at the time that you got there? And I'm not asking for names, just broadly speaking, who was there, what was going on?
The initial officer was there, which again, I'm not sure which one it was. I'd have to go back and look. But Sergeant Stewart was already on scene. And when I got there, he started briefing me on what he had already initially found out.
So you show up and you get briefed by Sergeant Stewart. At that point, do you become the senior man on scene, the on-scene commander?
At that time, yes, sir.
And the story that was given initially was that the defendant had woken up at around 9 and the front door was open, right?
That was what I was initially told, yes, sir.
Did you take a look at that door?
I did.
Can you tell us what you remember about that door, if anything?
I remember actually checking the function of the door and actually opening it and closing it. And I realized that it wasn't something that was easily open, and it wasn't necessarily a door that was quiet per se. When it opened, it made noises.
Are you describing like kind of a sticky door that you have to pull hard to open?
It required a little
Push
bit of,
hard to open, whatever the case may be.
yes, sir. It required a little bit of force.
Did you have any contact with Detective Kiana Robbins? Well, not necessarily at the scene, but while you were at the scene, did you have some form of contact with her?
Yes, sir. If I remember correctly, I got a phone call from her. And while I was trying to assess everything and trying to allocate resources to potentially figure out what happened, I got a call at which time she told me that the defendant's vehicle was seen on the flock camera the night before, going down Ageechee Road and then coming back down Ageechee Road.
Now, did you do anything with that information once you had it?
Yes. Once I found that out, because I think when Sergeant Stewart briefly told me they had said that they had went to bed at a certain time the night before, I went back to her because then some just kind of got a little feeling. So I went back and I asked her. I said, at any point, did you ever leave the house for any reason? And then she told me no twice. She said, no, never left. I said, okay. I said, could maybe, maybe you went somewhere and the thing? She said, no. So once she told me no, that kind of threw up another flag for me. I became concerned about that. And I remember talking to her in the backyard or back porch area. And I asked her, I said, could anyone, you sure you didn't leave the house? And then she said, oh, wait, I do remember I went up, I don't recall the address. It's the convenience store right in front of 4711 Ageechee Road, which is the State Mobile Home Park. She had said that she went up there to get some Orajel. And she said that she went up there and that then she tried to show me her phone. And she said, matter of fact, I went up there at such and such time, and it's in my report, and I came back. And I was back home at about 1:25. And the odd thing, because I remember asking her, could anybody have possibly followed you home or anything like that when you left? Because, I mean, you're claiming that somebody came and took your child. Could somebody have possibly, maybe your ex-husband, somebody? She said, no, and that's when she told me about the Orajel. The concerning part about that to me was I've worked that area close to 27 years. That convenience store has never been open past midnight.
Now, did you as a lieutenant have a body-worn camera on that day?
No, sir. It wasn't required not by our policy for me to have one.
And is that because, I guess as a lieutenant, you're not typically the one out there making first contact with a complainant or a suspect? So you just don't need it like a patrol officer does?
Correct. I'm usually after the fact.
Okay. But in any case, this last conversation that you're referring to, wherein she gave you the Orajel, the Chevron Orajel story or the convenience store Orajel story, was that captured on somebody's body worn camera?
I believe on one of my officers' body cams, yes, sir.
Do you see in front of you a disc marked as States Exhibit 8?
I do.
Do you know what is on this disc?
This is the body-worn camera video of, if I remember correctly, EPO Gorman.
Okay. And does that particular excerpt that's on that disc capture the exchange that you've just described? The asking her again, hey, are you sure you didn't go anywhere last night? And her telling you about this trip and giving you the story about what it was for. Is that what's on there?
It is, because I think APO Gorman was back there with the family when I came up. He was already back there. And I had asked her, I said, in any way, did you ever leave the home the night before at any time and where somebody could have followed you back home and possibly come and took your child? And she said no. And then that's when she came and advised me of the incident to go get Orajel, and that's when she showed me her phone, tried to show me her phone, where the track of her phone, where she went, and she even told me exactly what time she came back home, and she was looking at her phone, and she told me 1:25 a.m. I was like, okay.
Now, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No.
When you had this exchange, whether it was captured on Gormley's body cam, this was on the patio in the back pool area?
Yes, sir. It was actually on the back patio, back porch area right next to the pool.
And was it the defendant was obviously there because she's the one that you're talking to, right?
Yes, sir.
Was her boyfriend or fiance Daniel Youngkin there?
He was, and I believe so was her other children were there.
And what about her brother Paul Simon? Is he there?
There was a family member. I don't know exactly what his name because I don't remember talking to him. So if that was his name, that it may have been. But I do remember there was another male family member there.
And what was Gormley doing? I mean, you mentioned that this was caught on his body cam. What was he doing back there through that?
He was standing with him because I believe at that point I had already instructed the officers to research the house again, looking for Quinton, just to make sure that maybe he wasn't hiding anywhere or anything of that nature for this type of cases, just to double check.
Okay. And for that, at this point, did you want these three people out of the house so the scene would be secure?
Basically, I had all of everybody who was in the house that was there out just to have the officers go and look for the child.
And Gormley's back there just kind of keeping an eye on the three of them?
Correct.
Your Honor, I don't know whether I've done it yet, but I would introduce this into evidence as State's Exhibit 8.
Mr. Hilliard.
What is it, Judge? I guess it's the Gormley's body cam?
Yes.
No objection, Judge.
Okay, it's admitted.
May I now publish this, Your Honor? Before I play this, can you tell us now that we've got this up, can you tell us to the minute what time this exchange was at?
12:12 in the afternoon on the 5th of October.
Thank you.
Patients for sale. Did y'all know him last night or yesterday with Faith that maybe he could have followed you or something to that effect? Y'all didn't go anywhere? No, I'm just maybe you yourself.
Yeah, I know. I could have got my tooth pulled yesterday, so I went to the court and that was it.
2 o'clock yesterday afternoon?
No, like morning, I couldn't go to sleep.
Okay, so where'd you go?
right up the road right here, got Chevron. I met my friend that I used to work with, and she got ordered out because they didn't have any extra pay when I'm home.
Did you go anywhere else that we maybe have been followed? So when did you get home?
I can tell you exactly the time. I'm not sure.
Yeah, we have,
Was it even 2? I was home at 1:25.
At 1:25?
So I was gone for literally 12 minutes.
And you went where?
Right up the road to next to that Chevron.
Oh, the 40 over here on, right here on
Right up the road, because I used to work at Bojangles, so I had a girl named Misty that.
I got a bar over for the canine.
Okay, give me just a second.
Yeah.
I had there's a girl named Misty that I used to work with that had dental problems as well, so I got in contact with her and asked her if she had ordered because I called several K's, so they didn't have any.
Okay, did you notice anybody following you or anything?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you go back out at all anytime at the time?
When I did get back, there was a car, which is why that lady mentioned it, whatever. I was thinking that maybe the car was for people across the street, but it was another little gray car sitting out front of the house.
Okay.
So I was thinking it was for across the street for the neighbors. So I don't know.
So you said you got home about 1:30?
Yes, it's 1:25 a.m. was the exact time that I got on my phone for almost 12 minutes.
Okay, all right. Nobody followed me, right?
No.
Yeah, Paul.
They're just gonna ask you about.
You mentioned earlier, and I want to make sure I heard you right, that there were, but before she told you about this trip at one, whatever it was, that she had given a time that she went to sleep, and she had given a time that she had woken up. And I think you said that she had twice told you that she didn't leave the house, didn't go anywhere during that time window. Is that right?
That's correct.
Not once, but twice?
Correct.
Now, are those statements captured in this exchange, or are you talking about some other statement she made to you earlier, not captured on camera?
There was an other, and I believe when I first got there, I asked them what happened. And I believe that's the first time when she told me what time they went to sleep. But then on this time, I asked again after I had gotten a phone call from Detective Robbins, where they told me that her vehicle was seen on the flock camera system. That's when I went back to her and said, did you ever leave the house? And as soon as I approached her, the first thing she said was no. And then next thing you know, she said it. She shook her head again, and then she went, "Oh, wait a minute, the origin."
Okay. Now, I want to move forward in time, long after October 5th, but into later in the eventual landfill search that was a part of this investigation. Now, were you a part of the landfill search?
From the very beginning.
And what was your role or roles, I guess?
I had multiple roles. We were there to set up the initial site to start the search of the trash that was there. I was there prior to us starting the search. We were there getting equipment. Logistically speaking, I was there to make sure the equipment was there, resources, fueling the vehicles, making sure water was up there, bringing food. I mean, I was kind of a jack of all trades on that.
Were you involved in ensuring that there was enough PPE for all the searchers?
Yes, sir. I was part of that along with another individual from the department. We ended up setting up all the PPE in order to make sure everybody was safe while they were going through this potentially biohazardous material.
I'm sorry. And were you there for every day of the landfill search?
I was there every day.
Okay. What were the hours of the landfill search on any given day?
We would honestly, we literally, myself and another lieutenant showed up prior to everybody showing up. We were there at 5 o'clock in the morning, and we did not leave easily until 5 in the afternoon, 5:30 in the afternoon. And the only time I actually left is when we had a uniformed police officer coming to do security of the landfill site after hours.
Tell me about the after hours security plan at the landfill.
We usually traditionally broke down about 4:30, 5 o'clock to clean everybody up, decontaminate everybody. And then once all the searchers were bussed out, I was the last person there waiting for the relief uniformed officer to come there and sit on the site. That way we had security there at the site 24/7. Somebody from the police department had eyes on that site 24/7 from the time that we started to the time that we ended.
And are you talking about the entrance to the landfill on Little Neck Road, or are you talking about inside the landfill at the search area specifically, or both?
But there was security at the entrance of the landfill, but that was done by the city of Savannah because that was their area. The actual site where the volunteers and the people who were assigned to the search was actually done by Chatham County Police personnel.
Okay. Was the area kept well lit at night?
Yes, sir. We actually had floodlights that came on. The officers were instructed to turn them on when it got dark. Sometimes when we were still there, I would have them turned on before the officer even got there.
And what was the point of all this?
So we could have visibility of the area at all times. That way there would be no chance, any way, shape, or form that area could be contaminated by somebody other than the law enforcement searchers who were involved and police personnel. And of course, waste management personnel that were allowed to be there.
Now, did you pull that overnight security duty yourself at any point?
Unfortunately, a few times I had to, yes.
And what did that involve for you?
Basically being in a marked unit, being in a uniform, sitting there, looking at the landing where the trash was brought to, I hate to say it that way, but trash was brought there to be searched, and looking at the site where they were actually pulling from to bring down to the landing. We had all that lit up where you could actually see the whole thing.
Do you remember, were you present on the day that Quinton's remains were finally found?
Unfortunately, yes, I was.
And what were you doing at the landfill that day? What were your duties on that day?
Again, from based off of the logistics part and setting everything up and all that, while we were there and they were searching, we were actually stationed by, and every time something of significance was found, they alerted us. And then they would bring whatever certain items that they found and took it over to the forensic anthropologist to review.
And was that the last day of the landfill search?
Yes.
Overall, how many days would you say that you were out? You may not remember off the top of your head, but roughly how long did this landfill saga last for?
I remember it was after previous Thanksgiving, I think approximately 4 weeks. It was a very extended search.
Now, we've heard testimony from Sergeant Stewart and maybe to you from some degree that initially, the initial response to the scene on October 5th,
yes,
that there were search efforts focused in the house and in the areas around the house, the wooded areas, bodies of water, and so forth. Is that a normal protocol, the normal protocol for a missing children's call?
Yes, in the event that we don't immediately find the child. When I was there, I was the incident commander, so we were figuring out what happened from the initial story that we got, just to make sure that we covered all our bases and everything that happened. We initiated a further search pattern out that I had to coordinate, and we started getting volunteers. We contacted SEMA. SEMA got involved. A lot of resources were brought in to try to attempt to locate little Quinton.
Now, when we're talking about young children, the missing child call pertaining to a young children, is it fair to say that the typical situation is the child is just eventually found nearby, either in the house in a closet or something like that, or in the woods 50 yards away?
Luckily, in my experience, very few times have we had a situation where for an extended period of time that we lost a child. A lot of times in situations of children this young, they're usually hiding somewhere. Not to go off tangent here, but I mean, we've actually had one where the child was sleeping under a bunch of blankets, and that's when we ended up finding them 30 minutes later. but they usually are found within the house or within the immediate area of the house relatively soon. Luckily. Unfortunately, in this case, it didn't end up being that.
Now, Sergeant Stewart has testified that one of the first things he did when he got there and got an initial statement was simply send a couple officers into the house to look for Quinton. Based on what you've just told us, does that seem to you to have been a sound approach, at least initially?
Yes, sir, because traditionally when a child is lost, usually the parents or family members are hysterical for the simple fact that, I can't find my child. So they tend not to search as well as a reasonable-minded officer would when he comes to the scene and knows what to look for. So yes, that is a normal protocol. Well, let us check the house. Maybe we'll find them. And that's what was initially done.
One moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Mr. Hilliard?
Thank you. Lieutenant Foster, how many people were searching at the landfill over the course of that 5 or 6 week period?
Easily between 20 to 30 a day.
And so let's say how many days? 45 days, let's say. So 20 or 30 a day times 45 days, that's a lot of people.
Correct.
Okay. In and out. And that's not counting everybody else who's coming in and out of the landfill in normal routine business, correct?
Correct, but the majority of the searchers were the same.
I don't think I had a question before you. Did I?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to ask that the witness be allowed to complete his answer.
I don't believe
There wasn't a question.
So, Mr. Hilliard, I'm going to ask that you move on.
So Lieutenant Foster, so there was, I'd say, easily hundreds of people in and out of that place during this time frame, correct?
Not hundreds, no.
Not during the course of these several weeks?
Not hundreds, no.
Okay. Thousands in?
No, not thousands.
So if you had 20 or 30 people a day times 45 days, okay, is it the same 20 or 30 people every day?
Majority of the days, yes, sir.
Okay. But not every day?
Not every day, no.
Okay. So it was different people?
Sometimes.
Okay. So that being said, this is a dump, correct?
It is a dump.
And you have a number of people coming in, conducting normal business, and you have a number of people coming in, conducting searching, correct?
Correct.
Is that a fair and accurate statement?
That is fair and accurate.
Okay. And you said a minute ago that you were genuinely, you didn't think that you were trying to protect against contamination at a dump site with all these people in and out of it.
Correct.
Is that genuinely what you just testified to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Now, that being said, at 535 Buckhalter Road, how many people were there on October 5th?
My entire west side, so we're talking 6 to 7 officers, my sergeant, myself, and then once we really started doing the search, command staff, federal authorities, but as far as going into the house, it was pretty much my officers, myself, and then the investigators that I know of.
So I guess it's a fair number of people that day at least. Okay. So now we just watched this little bit of video right here. You asked a question, but what the question that you asked, because that was you asking the question on that video, correct? That wasn't Officer Gormley.
Absolutely.
Right. So it was Gormley's cam, but it was you asking the question, right?
Yes.
And the question that I heard was, you asked if she were with the kids, and she said no.
Okay.
Okay. Was that the question that you asked?
I asked both. I mean, did you go anywhere? And then I asked, if you watch it again, I asked the second time, did you go anywhere with the kids?
Right.
And she first said she didn't go anywhere. No, was the answer, no. And then did she ask if she went anywhere with the kids? She said no.
Right.
And then, if I recall correctly from a few minutes ago, she said that she had to go get some orange.
Right. But this was at noon on October 5th, if I'm not correct. Correct?
Yes.
So, now, and I didn't understand because it was a little confusing to me, so correct me if I'm wrong. Mr. Dean then asked you if there was a prior statement to this, or if this was the statement that you were referring to. And I wasn't really sure what your answer was. Is this the statement that you were referring to when you said you had asked her if she went somewhere?
Yes, this is.
Okay, so this is the statement. There wasn't some earlier statement. It was this statement, correct?
There was an earlier statement when I initially got there. I, of course, looked around to see where the baby was sleeping and things of that nature. And from what Sergeant Stewart briefed me on, because I asked what
I'm not asking you what Sergeant Stewart said. I'm asking if it was your question. If you asked the question earlier.
Yes, sir. If you let me finish, I would tell you. Then I spoke with her and spoke with her boyfriend and asked some relatively same questions. Well, what time did y'all in? When was the last time you saw him?
All right. Well, let me ask you that. You said you asked her boyfriend. So did you ask her boyfriend or did you ask her? Those are two different things.
Both. They were both there together.
Right. But who answered? That's my question.
They both did.
So the boyfriend answered.
The boyfriend answered and gave me what time he last saw the child. And she also gave me an answer of when she recalled last seeing.
Okay. But that was the only other prior statement that you were talking about.
That I am involved with, correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I got. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does the state have any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Dean, as to your next witness, is it the witnesses thus far have been relatively short? Are we still in that vein with the next witness as well?
I think the next witness is going to be, I'm notoriously bad at predicting how long, but I think longer than any of the previous witnesses. So I'll leave that information to the court, and the court can plot the way forward.
Okay. I'd like to take up some housekeeping and timing issues. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to allow you to take a short break. We're going to ask you to step into the jury room while we talk about scheduling.
Jury's exiting.
I guess we're going into time. I think they're going to cut it down. They're going to start figuring out schedules for witnesses. And I don't think they're going to call another witness. So, what you guys think? Impressed by the defense? I'm not. I'm not quite impressed.
No, I feel like they're doing what they need to do, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a smart idea to.
Hey, Bree, how are you, baby?
Hey, guys. I don't like the defense attorney. I never like defense attorneys, but he doesn't feel half as slimy as the defense attorneys we've been dealing with recently. So I think he's just doing his job, but I don't think he gave the jury a single thing to bite on in that cross.
Concerned that if we start.
Yeah. I think they're scheduling. I don't think there's much that they're going to go through. I think this is going to be pretty much the end of the day, to be honest with you, Queen.
I do too. Yeah.
I don't.
Her super chat says all I can think watching this is they did so much solid work behind the scenes. They had her nailed to the wall before her arrest, and the hogs wouldn't let them be. They didn't do nothing. They did all the things perfect. Yep.
Yeah. And they're trying to say, like, my guess is they're trying to state that they were more focused on making sure they were clean when they were going, that there was no contamination when it came to the landfill, but there was contamination when they went into the house. And the problem is that this was a missing child's case reported by the mother. And they also thought it might be an abduction as well. So they were kind of focused on not trying to figure out what the situation was. And I also found it very interesting that basically he stated that, parents are often terrible at searching because they're all over the place, which is kind of something people should keep in mind next time for another missing persons case, that they're not good for searching because their minds are kind of all over the place a little bit. They're emotional. I didn't think it was a smart idea to be argumentative to a guy who basically spent 30 days in a landfill going through trash looking for the remains of a child for 8
Yeah,
hours a day.
that part really got me. Yeah, there were 20, 30 people there a day for 40 days. That doesn't mean there were hundreds or thousands of people there because most of them were the same people every day.
Yeah, I think honestly, I don't know if that was a very smart move to be going at that guy. And the fact is your client lied to this man multiple times. What happened is that her first lie was that she didn't leave the house. And then when he was checking the system, they realized, oh, yeah, we have you for leaving the house. And then she changed her story. Oh, I went to Oragel. I got Oragel. And then she was caught again with another lie, and she changed it again, and she had more lies. So the fact is, it's like you have a missing child, and you're proceeding to lie to the authorities. That's not a good thing. And also your demeanor is, you made sure to tear up in front of the cops in the beginning, but now you're not tearing up. Your affect is completely off. So
now when they showed the picture of Quinton, she started crying and turned away. She can't even look at him.
Yeah. Well, she's not a complete, it's not a complete monster. So maybe she has guilt, but if she had guilt, she probably should have seen if she can just do her time. But it is what it is.
I've just got one question. How long after Quinton went missing before they started searching the whatever you call it? We call it a tip, but
I think the landfill. It was like 3 or 4 days, wasn't
Yeah.
it? It was super quick.
Yeah, because the problem is that Leilani is not a master criminal. They figured her out pretty quickly based upon looking at her changing stories and checking out things. When it came to the system that lady came up to, I forgot what it was called. It was trying to remember.
Oh,
Flock?
the flock. I thought it was
Flock.
interesting that the license plate reader devices came into play again. Man,
Yeah.
well, you think about doing a crime, better remember there's license plate reader devices out there.
Well, the next crime is going to be committed. The guy's going to use a bicycle next. Like the license plate reader.
And I think the police did a great job. They started investigating her almost from the minute they met her. But what they were releasing in public was that they were considering her stories. They were looking for Quinton's father. What we got publicly was completely different from what was actually going on. And that's the way investigations are supposed to go. They're not supposed to tell us what they're doing and what they have. Because if they do, then the jury's tainted.
Is anybody questioning Leilani's guilt? Because
No, I don't think
I'm not-
anyone's. I mean, like, except for probably they're hoping the jury questions it. I think what the lawyer's trying to do is exactly
I'm
what
not
I'm
exactly
saying.
questioning the guilt, but I'm wondering if there was anybody else involved.
That's what I think they're trying to do. They're trying to make it look like this was a rushed investigation. They just picked the mother. They didn't, and they ignored the other evidence. They missed other evidence that could possibly be there. And they were pressured by public opinion to just basically go after the mother. So I think their avenue is. I don't think that's going to work. The lawyer is unlikable. The witnesses, Leilani is unlikable. This is about a child that was, that has died. It's just, I don't think it's going to work for her. Does Danny have any kind of immunity turning? I don't think he has immunity.
I'm just playing devil's advocate. Like, I'm not saying she didn't do it because I think she did, but if anybody else knew, or if anybody else was involved with Quinton's death, that's all I was wondering.
Well, the thing about them trying to say it was a rushed investigation and they only looked at her, what I just talked about. We publicly knew that they were investigating Quinton's father. They investigated every story she gave them. That's how they know they're not true.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's what you're showing in the courtroom. That's what they're trying to, like, a good defense attorney is like a magician. He makes you look over there while he sneaks the coin behind your ear.
Is
Makes it
Danny's
look,
Quinton's dad?
what?
Is Danny Quinton's dad?
No, he's Sky's
No.
father.
Oh, thank you.
No. We will have to wait to hear evidence that we haven't heard yet. Yeah, I think, to be honest with you, I feel as long, like, as this case goes forward, I think it's going to look worse and worse for Miss Simon. I don't think they have a smoking gun to save her from going to jail unless they get Danny and make Danny look completely terrible, and or they get like a police officer that looks completely incompetent. But so far, every police officer looks pretty competent, knows what the hell they're doing, years of experience, did their job properly. I mean, I don't know what you can.
Yeah.
They're trying to turn this man into Michael Proctor, and it's not gonna work. He didn't send nasty texts about her. He didn't do anything incompetent. He did his job.
You know, Karen Reed. She's bringing up Karen Reed, the Kid Proctor case.
Oh,
Not me, that's not-
the police officer that gets blamed for every single thing that went wrong. That's what they're trying to do.
I mean, I wish we had officers like that. And that case, to be honest, because it seemed like these people really did a lot of good, did a lot of things pretty right. They have good backgrounds. I don't hear anything bad. I don't think Leilani's got a ghost of a chance of getting. I'm pretty sure like 98% she's going to jail.
All right, I'm gonna finish playing this so we can get it down.
Okay, cool.
All right.
With the next witness, it may take some time. We can either break a little early and attend to any other things that we may need to let the jury go, or we can push through one more witness.
I'm fine with taking a break, Judge. I'll be quite frank. I'm biased because I have a little bit of a headache. So
I get it, and it's been a long day, but it's been a good day. So we're going to go ahead and break. We're going to start back up in the morning at 9 o'clock, and the jurors actually they have their meeting instructions, and everybody's clear on that. Okay. Is there anything that we need to take up outside of the presence of the jury at this time before we recess?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
not from the defense, Judge.
All right. With that, let's bring the jurors back in so we can release them.
All right, the jury's released. You're all released. Hey, make sure to hit the like button.
All right, we'll wait for them. Everybody just have a seat until we get a little closer to time for them to come in. All right, all the jurors are here. Please have a seat. Everyone else, please have a seat. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a good stopping point for us today. So I am going to release you for the evening. The trial is not over. So I'm going to remind you of my instructions. Please don't discuss the case. Don't do any research. Don't let anyone talk with you about the case. Don't read, watch, listen, or consume any media, social or regular news. I do thank you for your time, your patience, your service. We will see you tomorrow. You know where to meet, and then you'll be brought here, and we will begin again. We're going to begin at 9 o'clock. That is the goal. All right. I wish you all a nice evening. You are excused.
Thanks, Queen. I'm gonna hop down. I hope you get some rest before you stream tonight, and I'll catch up on replay.
And with that, we stand
All
in
right,
recess
baby.
until
Thank you for
tomorrow morning
hanging
at 9
out.
o'clock.
Thank
Let's keep to
you.
about 8:45 just to see if there's anything that we need to review. All right. Have a good night, everyone.
My goodness, it's been a long day.
Absolutely a long day. Holy hell.
Yeah. My goodness.
Yeah, that's crazy. Bird Toast is live tonight as well. She's got an interesting one coming up.
Yes, she does. Yes, she does.
But a lot of, I'm sure you'll go live probably after I'll probably be sleeping, you know, but I'm sure due to some people reaching. But I'm sure you'll.
Yeah, I made a yeah. I mean, I know they wanted me to. They, you know, she was trying to. She been trying to get my attention for like 3 fucking days now.
Yeah.
But you know,
You can't do that now.
she made the statement the other day, something about get a hold of her or whatever. And I told her to call the police department if there's a problem. If you think that if somebody's stalking you like that, call the police. I don't know who shit that is, but it ain't mine. You look my stuff up. You can't even message me on Twitter. So nice try. That's a fucking lie. And another one. But I made a community tab. I'll be live later. Thank you guys for hanging out. I'll see y'all in the morning.
I'll be popping on tomorrow, maybe a little bit here and there. But I'll see you.
All right, baby.
See you around.
Thanks for letting me sit up here today. I got my TV hung up.
All right, Tay. Well, thank you for hanging out.
See you later. Bye.
We'll see you later. See you later, Bree. Thank you for hanging out.
Yep, I'm out of here. I got a baby. Love you, baby. Talk to you
We'll
later.
see you later, love. You guys have a good day. I will talk to you later. And yes, I will be live later on the Hive to address some more lies and bullshit. I'll catch you on the flip side.